Kathleen Matthews.
This is an enemy that tries to hide, but it won't be able to hide forever.
I feel a little better because I'm with my family and I feel that I'm protected.
This is a special report from ABC 7 News, America Under Attack.
And once again, we join you with the very latest locally here in Washington.
I'm Maureen Bunyan with Kathleen Matthews. Just a few minutes ago, we learned that the remaining portion of the South World Trade Center tower has collapsed. This is happening, of course, while the entire country is joined in pain and grief as we wait to hear the inevitable in these series of tragic attacks, and that is the death toll. You were looking at live pictures of southern Manhattan. Rescue teams are still searching through the mountains of rubble in Manhattan looking for survivors. Amazingly, today several people have been pulled out alive, including firefighters and police officers. And here in the Washington area, as the sun rose over the Pentagon today, there were high hopes that crews would be able to save victims trapped in the rubble there. President Bush says America will not fall to terrorism.
We will rally the world. We will be patient. We'll be focused, and we will be steadfast in our determination. This battle will take time and resolve, but make no mistake about it, we will win.
And as rescuers continue to dig through the rubble, there is word tonight that the government has several leads in the terrorist attacks. ABC 7 News reporter Andrea McCarran is live at FBI headquarters with the latest on the investigation. Andrea?
Maureen, important information from the FBI tonight. Officials say they have credible evidence that the White House and Air Force One, the presidential airplane, were both targets of this terrorist attack. Investigators also believe that many of the hijackers may have trained as pilots here in the United States. No arrests yet, but a lot of activity on the investigative front in the last 24 hours. In Boston earlier today, an FBI raid on a downtown hotel room believed to be used by a hijacker. Elsewhere in Boston, police confiscated a car that had an Arabic language flight manual inside. And in Providence, Rhode Island, an Amtrak train was stopped by police. One man led away in handcuffs. Authorities were reportedly looking for up to 4 suspects that eluded them in Boston. More than 4,000 FBI agents are now working this case in locations around the world.
The first objective is to identify the hijackers on each of the planes. Having identified the hijackers on each of the planes, we then have sought to identify any of their associates remaining in the United States.
Investigators are also looking at a local flight school in Venice, Florida, where some of the hijackers may have trained as pilots. Also under investigation, whether a group of hijackers crossed the Canadian border into the United States, traveled on to Boston. Canada is believed to be home to a group of Osama bin Laden sympathizers. One more note, tonight the FBI and the NTSB are working together to try to locate the airplane's black boxes from all of the crash sites. Reporting live from FBI headquarters in downtown Washington, Andrea McCarran, ABC 7 News. Maureen?
Thank you so much, Andrea. Kathleen?
While that investigation moves ahead in earnest, crews from all over the country have been traveling to both New York and here to Washington to help in the search and rescue effort. Now, it's hard to believe that just yesterday, the 110-story Twin Towers were standing so tall. This is the picture this evening. It's feared that at least 340 New York firefighters are among the dead, including their chief. And there's still no good numbers on civilian deaths, but roughly 50,000 people worked in the Twin Towers. Now, for the very latest on the rescue effort at the Pentagon, we go to ABC 7 News reporter Suzanne Kennedy. Suzanne, I know the president is about to arrive there any minute.
Yes, Kathleen, but first we want to share something remarkable that has happened here within the last few minutes. About 10 minutes ago, an enormous American flag was unfurled down the west side of the Pentagon. It is a show of hope during this devastating tragedy. As you mentioned, within the next few minutes, President Bush is expected to come here to the Pentagon. It is the first time he will visit the crash site since that doomed jet slammed into this building yesterday morning. Throughout the day, crews have been working to extinguish any remaining fires so they can send search and rescue crews further into the rubble to recover the dead. This morning, FBI personnel conducted a ground search in the areas surrounding the Pentagon. They are looking for evidence from that hijacked aircraft. 2 search and rescue teams have been on the scene since yesterday. They say they are encountering challenging conditions inside the ruins of the Pentagon.
It was most difficult on the canine, disrupting their sense of smell with the smoke and the aviation fuel and the like. There's very unsafe buildings, tremendous damage, as you can imagine, inside. Electricity, we actually had live electricity we were working around until we could get it shut off. Just about every hazard you could have.
Late this afternoon, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld revised an earlier estimate of the death toll. Last night, it was believed to be around 800. Today, they are saying it possibly may only be 200. Reporting live from the Pentagon, Suzanne Kennedy, ABC 7 News. Kathleen, back to you.
Suzanne, thank you very much. Now, the bodies of those killed in the Pentagon will be taken to Dover Air Force Base. The mortuary there can usually process up to 50 bodies a day, but with additional help, the staff can actually process up to 100 bodies a day. That base mortuary is the largest in the Department of Defense and the only one in the continental United States.
Kathleen, tonight we can share with our viewers some of the faces of the innocent victims, the men, women, and children who were killed, who were on American Airlines Flight 77 when that plane crashed into the Pentagon.
These are just a few of them, but we begin with Charles Falkenberg, who lived in University Park, Maryland. He was 45 years old. Also, Karen Kincaid, who was married 5 years ago. She was an avid runner and worked as a lawyer for Wiley, Rain, and Fielding.
And you may recognize Barbara Olson, the wife of Solicitor General Ted Olson. She often appeared as a commentator on CNN. Leslie Whittington was a professor at Georgetown University. Friends called him Jake Stephen Jacoby. He was a father and a husband. He was the COO of MetroCall, a wireless messaging company based in Alexandria.
And then the family of Flight Attendant Michelle Heidenberger of Chevy Chase says, quote, Michelle was a pro, that she died trying to protect her passengers and crew. We know her to have been an unselfish, caring mother, wife, sister, daughter, and friend. She died a hero, putting her passengers and crew first.
8 of the victims on Flight 77 were traveling as part of a National Geographic outreach program, including Ann Judge. She was the director of the Geographic's travel office. And Joe Ferguson, the director of the Geographic Education Outreach.
And then specially selected for that National Geographic Education group was Sarah Clark, a teacher at Bacchus Middle School in the district, and 6th grade student Asia Cotton, who was along with her. Also, James Debonair, who taught at Ketchum Elementary in Southeast Washington. Rodney Dickens was his 6th grade student who was traveling along. And then finally, Bernard Brown, who was a 6th grader at Leckie Elementary on this group. The teacher from Leckie Elementary's name is not here because the family has asked that that name be kept private.
Thanks, Kathleen. In the meantime, we all hope, of course, that the dozens of victims who survived the Pentagon attack and are hospitalized will pull through. ABC 7 News reporter Kathy Fowler is live at Washington Hospital Center, where some of the injured are recovering tonight. Kathy?
Well, Maureen, here at the Washington Hospital Center, doctors are treating the most severe burn victims from the Pentagon fire. At this hour, they have 10 patients, 8 that are considered in extremely critical condition. Doctors say that at this hour, it is touch and go for all 8 of them. Now, one of the injured women had just started her new job at the Pentagon just 2 days ago. Her husband today was very distraught, talking about how when he first saw her for the first time yesterday, wrapped head to toe in bandages because most of her body was covered with 3rd-degree burns.
So yesterday I saw a person who looked like a mummy, and my wife was under that shell, but I couldn't recognize her. I walked in there and I said, I love you. She moved her head a little bit. I said, please wiggle your toes. Her toes wiggled, and that was the extent of our conversation. I was so ecstatic. I didn't want her to move any more than she needed to, but I knew she heard my voice, so I was happy.
Now, we don't know about the death toll yet, but as of now, a total of 87 people have been injured so far from the Pentagon fire. 47 of those people have been released from area hospitals. 40 people are still being treated at area hospitals. Of course, we already talked about the 10 patients here at Washington Hospital Center, but let's talk about the other patients at the other hospitals. At Virginia Hospital Center, 17 patients, 9 in critical condition. The most serious there suffering from smoke inhalation. At Inova Fairfax Hospital, 7 patients, 1 in serious condition, and at Walter Reed Hospital in the district, 3 patients there and 1 in serious condition. And Maureen, it's painful to talk about the numbers of the injured, but it's going to be a lot worse when you start hearing about their individual stories and what they have to go through next. Reporting live from Washington Hospital Center, Kathy Fowler, ABC 7 News.
Thanks, Kathy.
Well, Maureen, the response for blood donations to help the injured has really been incredible. Donor centers all around the Washington area say they've been filled to capacity all day long. In fact, Inova Healthcare System says in the past day they've received more than 1,000 pints of blood. ABC 7 News reporter Gail Pennybacher shows us why so many people are taking the time to give.
Moments after disaster struck again and again. The need was apparent. The call for blood donations reached along the East Coast. Donor centers like this one at Inova Alexandria filled with people who wanted to do something during a time when despair gripped their hearts.
We'll save your life, but we'll cry as you're losing it. I'm sorry, it's so hard.
For T. Carter, this was the only thing she could think of to do to try and relieve the crushing agony of loss. Her friends and co-workers were the flight crew who died in the Pentagon crash.
And they are just as close to me as my blood relatives. And this loss is so great for all of us.
The prospective donors silently keep track of the latest news, waiting to give of themselves.
Giving blood is so easy to do. More people should do it. I know that they're always calling for blood donors, and so many people don't, but it's so easy, and I wish more people would, and so it makes me feel good to do it.
There is comfort found here in doing something, anything, to heal a hurt. Many here say they are getting more from this than they can give.
It makes me feel good that I can give. It makes me feel good that people here are in such good spirits.
While the response to donate blood has been great, so is the need. There had been a previous shortage, and now experts at the Inova system say they need up to 4 weeks worth of blood, all types. In Alexandria, Virginia, Gail Pennybacher, ABC 7 News.
Well, if you want to roll up your sleeves to give blood, here are some telephone numbers you can call. First of all, at Inova Blood Center, call 703-504-3500. You can also call the Red Cross for locations closer to you. Their numbers are 1-800-GIVE-LIFE or 1-88-BLOOD-88. But please know that the waits at the donor centers have been long and the telephone lines have been very busy. So if you call to make an appointment, please be patient.
Here in the district tonight, several streets remain closed around the Capitol and the White House. Even today, police presence in the city is strong. More than 1,600 D.C. police officers are on duty today, working alongside the Secret Service and U.S. Park Police. Uniformed officers are patrolling street corners near all federal buildings. Police cadets are also taking part in 12-hour shifts while the city remains under a state of emergency. And although it has been quieter today than yesterday, there are still warnings for visitors who want to travel into the nation's capital. On Interstate 270, drivers are being told to avoid the metropolitan area if possible. As the state of emergency continues, Mayor Williams has been saying if you don't have an important reason to be here, it's best to stay out of Washington until life becomes a little more normal.
And life on our streets may be getting somewhat back to normal. It's really not business as usual yet at the nation's airports. Originally, the FAA said flights would resume today, but only certain flights were able to take off. Reagan National and Dulles airports opened their doors this afternoon, not to travel, but to allow passengers on yesterday's canceled flights to come back to pick up their cars and their luggage. ABC 7 News reporter Sam Ford is live at Reagan National tonight. And Sam, tell us what the latest is there.
Well, Kathleen, airports are beginning to reopen to allow the flights that were diverted yesterday to complete their journeys. And the skies are reopening for certain types of aircraft, specifically medevac, law enforcement, and military. Reagan National has technically reopened, but there has been little activity here today. The airport opened this afternoon for those people who'd had to evacuate yesterday. Open to retrieve bags and cars because yesterday they'd had to leave on foot.
The pilot said we could get our luggage, but that wasn't true, and they just shot us straight out across the street and gave us no information whatsoever, and then you were on your own to find your way home.
Trying to get out of here was impossible. My car's in the garage. I couldn't get my car, so I ended up staying in Crystal City for the night.
The metro station reopened as well. Trains had been just passing through this stop. As for when the airports, Dulles and Reagan National, will return to normal, it is still unclear, though there will be some activity.
We don't expect there are going to be flights leaving National. We think perhaps we'll have some coming in and leaving Dulles. A lot of those flights are going to be planes that were diverted, some diverted to Canada because they couldn't come into our country yesterday.
When the airports are reopened, there will be more security than there has been in the past. Gone will be things like curbside check-in, and security experts are predicting other changes.
Are we going to ban carry-on luggage that may contain items that could be used as a weapon? I wouldn't be surprised if they don't ban carry-on luggage, that everything is stuck in the cargo hold, and that you basically go on the airplane with either a wallet in your back pocket or some sort of purse.
And the FAA is issuing a list of new restrictions. FAA spokesman Hank Price said this afternoon that there would be no more or electronic tickets. He said every passenger will have to have a paper ticket with photo ID to get past the metal detectors. Reporting live from Reagan National Airport, Sam Ford, ABC 7 News. Back to you.
Sam, thank you. As for Metro Rail, it is business as usual finally. All Metro stations are open as of this afternoon, including the Pentagon and Reagan National Airport stops. However, we should note that the only people with Pentagon identification are allowed to exit at the Pentagon station, and no buses are being allowed into the Pentagon bus bays. So if you normally take a bus from the Pentagon, you're going to have to continue on to Pentagon City to catch it from there.
Of course, in the end, we have one question. How did we miss this? Another question. Why did the world's most sophisticated intelligence gathering system not have a hint of what was about to happen and who was going to do it? Let's go back live to the Pentagon, where ABC 7 News reporter Dale Solly is standing by with some answers. Dale?
Oh, Maureen, no one wants answers more than the families and friends and colleagues and co-workers of the men and women who were killed and injured in that gaping hole behind me. We want someone to blame, but who?
It's hard to imagine anybody other than Osama bin Laden with the audacity to conduct this operation.
Security analyst John Pike, echoing what federal investigators hinted at this afternoon, that a small group of terrorists linked to the secretive Saudi worked under the radar of what the intelligence community is used to looking for.
All of our intelligence is focused on big targets. A small target like this, I don't think there's any way that our intelligence could really have detected it in advance.
So now there are helicopters in the skies and soldiers in the streets of our city.
It's needed to make America feel safe. And whatever we have to do, that's what we'll do.
There are also questions in the streets about whether we're really safe.
In my heart, I know that probably nothing will happen.
Police everywhere, and yet you just have to feel safe.
I think you've got to kind of assume a level of safety in order to keep on with your day-to-day activities.
But is it really possible that a small, well-organized band of killers could outfox an intelligence system that's capable of sifting key words from cell phone transmissions worldwide?
Obviously, the perpetrators were damn good at what they do.
Global organized crime analyst Frank Cillufo says yes. And without first-hand human intelligence, like infiltrating groups like bin Laden's, Cillufo says the trouble is far from over.
We're never, ever in an American society where we need to balance privacy and security. We will never be able to prevent all incidents on U.S. soil.
And if that is true, then the real question is, what can we do to keep this sort of thing from ever happening again? Reporting live at the Pentagon, Dale Solly, ABC 7 News. Maureen, back to you.
Thank you so much, Dale. And one note for you about Wall Street. Because of security concerns and the devastation in New York City, the New York Stock Exchange will remain closed until at least this coming Friday. Kathleen?
Meanwhile, in New York, there's still no estimate how many people were killed in the explosions and the collapse of the World Trade Center buildings. Today, crews were back out at the site trying to find some victims who are believed to still be alive. And a day after the attack, smoke and dust are still billowing from New York City. ABC 7 News reporter Brad Bell has spent today in New York City and joins us now live from Hoboken, New Jersey, right across the river. And Brad, I guess you were there when the final part of that building collapsed tonight.
Yes, we were here in Hoboken looking across the Hudson, and you know, the smoke hasn't gone away yet. I mean, it was still billowing, but the cloud grew even more when that building fell down. We could see it get larger from here, and then word got to us that that's what had happened, that the building had fallen down the rest of the way, and we can only hope that that didn't, you know, take with it, didn't add to the list of victims. The rescue workers, we understand, were evacuated. They had some inkling that the building was coming down, and the rescue workers were able to get out, but as for the rest, those that they were working to save, we don't know. But you know, this city, we spent the day over there today, and everywhere you go, there are stories. There is pain, there is agony.
The shockwave from the attack is still spreading across the city in waves. Closest to the Trade Center, the emotions are strongest and most desperate. So many are still missing.
He called yesterday when the first plane hit. He said he was in the other building and they were evacuating the building. That was about 5 to 9, and we haven't heard from him since.
The impact isn't just limited to those missing loved ones. At the police barricade, which essentially shuts off Lower Manhattan, scores have gathered, watching and waiting to go home.
Just nobody felt safe no matter where you were. You know, yesterday you couldn't get out of there fast enough. Today you can't get inside. So it's tough, it's sad, it was scary.
We have medicines and things for our baby, and we just want to get enough to get us through the next few days.
Animals? Yeah, if you've got animals, they'll be coming over later and taking names and addresses and trying to ascertain if you people feel that we can personally go down and safely get your animals.
We can stay overnight.
Where can you stay overnight?
Yeah, I live in Park City.
I've got no idea where you can stay overnight, sir.
Many people are coping by giving. Hordes flowed to a collection site at the Chelsea Piers. More than the Red Cross can handle want to give blood, and New Yorkers talk of a spirit that will defeat terror. But there is also anger. In Hoboken, Port Authority workers cleaned a damaged rescue vehicle and vented their anger.
To live in this country, if others have to die in other countries, we have to do it. I mean, for us to live. It's either us or them.
Now, I did see one other truck that had revenge painted across the windshield. They were flying a big American flag, but I don't want you to leave you with the wrong impression that people are out for revenge. There is tremendous anger here, but I would say that the dominant emotion is an outpouring of goodwill. Those that survive, those that live in the rest of this huge city are doing everything they can to try to help those who are struggling with their lives in the downtown section. The thousands and thousands of people coming to the collection point to donate food and clothing, and thousands more trying to give blood. It's a heartwarming sight to see. Reporting live from Hoboken, just across the Hudson River from Manhattan, I'm Brad Bell, ABC 7 News.
And certainly, Brad, that's the great balance, the anger versus that sense of solidarity that we're seeing. And a lot of people, I guess, talked to you about that today as well.
Oh, they did. You know, it's funny. As the story was running and I was standing here, I looked up because I heard the sound of a jet, and it was a United States Air Force F-15 flying air support, air cover over New York City, over Manhattan. I mean, just saying that is almost incomprehensible for people, and that's one of the things we're really hearing. As they look back and they see this site, they see the World Trade Center's gone. I mean, you almost don't recognize downtown New York without the World Trade Centers, because that's what draws your eye when you look. You don't really see the other buildings. And people are just stunned. They're still disbelieving. I heard a young man a couple hours ago sitting in a restaurant near here, and he was just saying to someone that I'm just now coming to grips with the fact that this has happened. It's incomprehensible.
Okay, Brad, thank you very much. Reporting live from Hoboken, New Jersey tonight. Now, most tourists are no doubt staying away from New York City right now, but here in the district, tourists are slowly streaming back into some of the more popular museums. The Smithsonian says all of its museums are open now, but the front entrance to each museum has been blocked off with orange cones, and security guards are using metal detectors now to check visitors as they arrive.
Also today, lawmakers on Capitol Hill were back at work. The flag on the Capitol was lowered today in tribute to the victims of yesterday's attacks. Inside the Capitol, the House of Representatives began the day with a prayer and with the chaplain's request for guidance in dealing with the terrorist attacks. And it was also back to work today for federal and district government workers after their offices closed early yesterday. Security has been stepped up at government buildings throughout the district.
Well, as Brad said, many Americans really feel the need to show their unity with the victims of these terrorist attacks. And ABC 7 News reporter Luann Knipe shows us now how many are actually choosing to drape themselves in the American flag.
Patriotism reigns today, beginning at the Pentagon, filtering down to businesses and neighborhoods throughout the Washington area. A carload of teenagers from Gaithersburg wraps itself in the red, white, and blue.
To help out people and give blood and just support my nation.
Even those who haven't fully lived the American dream join in. Patricia Spano is homeless.
Because I'm respecting my country. This is my country.
At the 17th Street True Value, American flags sell out.
Getting them just to show that they are American.
In downtown Washington, the obvious after effects of a terrorist attack. Everyday life easing back with some changes.
Americans are clear on one thing, it seems. You can take away their sense of security, but patriotism, that's a different thing.
We're not going to let them have the victory. We're not going to be defeated by this.
In Laytonsville, Maryland, moms and kids are taking a stand. Sandy Alskog and her neighbors are asking Americans to put on the colors.
You love your country, you love all the fellow people that have been hurt, and you stand by them by being a patriotic American.
If other acts of terror can spark what has been called the greatest generation of Americans, why not once more? In Montgomery County, Luann Knipe, ABC 7 News.
And the Laytonsville families are actually encouraging everyone to wear red, white, and blue to work this Friday or to pin on a patriotic ribbon.
Our Doug Hill is in our weather center with the latest on the weather conditions in the Washington area tonight. Doug?
Well, Maureen and Kathleen, we're still watching a very large area of high pressure dominate our weather, which has given us actually crystal clear skies for a couple of days, but that's going to move off to the east, and we do have a bit of a change coming. Let's take a look at what we expect around the area for the evening hours. Mostly clear skies with temperatures in the mid-70s to upper 70s next couple of hours. At Reagan National right now, 80 degrees, 39%, so the air is getting drier. The winds have swung around to the east at 5 miles per hour. On the forecast map, you see the high pressure center is going to go away to the east. Cold front's going to move in from the north and west. Now, what this means is we're going to see clouds increase late tomorrow afternoon, and then late tomorrow night or Friday morning, a few showers associated with this, maybe an isolated thunderstorm as warmer air gets pushed south. And once that front goes by Friday, we're going to see a major change in our weather as we get a real sharp taste of autumn weather in Washington. Our express forecast, clear skies at bedtime is 69 degrees, 62 with sunshine when you wake up. Just a few high cirrus clouds expected throughout the day tomorrow with highs about 84. Now our ABC 7-day forecast, lots of sun tomorrow, 83. And then 70 degrees will be it for a high Friday because that cold front will be through, a few morning leftover showers, and then through the weekend a lot of sunshine, very chilly temperatures, and a slow warming trend for the first few days of next week. That is the very latest. Maureen and Kathleen, back to you.
Doug, thank you.
And that's it for this special edition of ABC 7 News at 6 o'clock.
As we send you back to ABC's coverage of the attack on America and Peter Jennings out of New York, we want to end right now with what's really become, in the face of all this, a very powerful image.
And this is a live shot of the flag at the Pentagon.
The Gulf War, it would be impossible to muster the support of certainly countries in the Middle East and also some in Europe to join the United States in any actions in the Middle East. And it will be interesting in the days ahead to see if that actually changed. As we look at the damage at the Pentagon, we just keep getting a series of pieces of information which tell us just how long this is going to go on. Federal disaster officials today say they are clearly preparing for a massive months plural, long search, rescue and cleanup operation at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. And while nobody is ever able to put an accurate financial figure on the cost in an event like this, we hear people quoting various amounts just at the World Trade Center of $5 billion or $25 billion. But looking back at the Los Angeles riots, which the Associated Press has done, we're reminded that in 1992, the cost of recovering from those riots in Los Angeles was $775 million, or $1 billion in today's dollars. And the federal disaster relief is huge. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has deployed 3,000 workers, just that agency, at both the Pentagon and in New York. World News is coming along in many parts of the country. Our coverage will, of course, continue. It's been 33 hours since the terrible and unprecedented attack on the United States. There is, as we've said, an enormous search and rescue operation, an enormous and intense criminal investigation. And we're just beginning to understand the extent of the catastrophe.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Well, of course, it is part of our continuing coverage, and we'll try to do, as I said, something of an ordered World News Tonight, which will last not for half an hour, but for an hour in many parts of the country. Today we have somewhat of a clearer sense of the scope of what is involved in recovering from this catastrophe, which occurred in the country yesterday. We have significant new details to report. Late this afternoon in Lower Manhattan, you heard just a few minutes ago, those of you who are on the full network, about the remaining portions of the South Tower at the World Trade Center coming down. This caused a serious measure of concern, one could add panic, in certain parts of southern New York, because people did not understand completely what was happening. But what you're looking at here is the evacuation of the rescue workers today, this afternoon, in that particular area. Now, the White House spokesman Ari Fleischer has said today that the White House and Air Force One were also targets. We'll investigate that. ABC News has learned that investigators believe they've identified all 12 of the people who hijacked the 4 planes. And several people in Florida and in the Boston area have been detained and certainly questioned in connection with the attacks. At the Pentagon today, this was a very moving scene this afternoon. Rescue workers unfurled a large American flag from the roof of the building, their way, in part, we think, of welcoming President Bush, who paid a visit to this afternoon. We'll have that. The President, in a meeting of his cabinet this morning, said the U.S. was committed to a monumental struggle of good versus evil, and it is not yet clear how the U.S. is going to respond or against whom. As you have seen repeatedly throughout the day, a cloud still hangs over Lower Manhattan tonight, just south of our newsroom here. A few people have been pulled from the rubble that was the World Trade Center. The news from there, we have to tell you, you can look at it and understand, is very grim indeed. We went to the scene today, and with hope, one doctor told us, and he came out with a feeling of despair. Many people are believed dead. Nobody wants to put a number on it. We know how many people worked in the area. We do know that the numbers at the Pentagon are lower than certainly were estimated in the public arena yesterday, and that is as far as we got with those numbers, but we'll come back to them. Throughout the day, we have been getting the first reasonable clues as the result of the investigation as to who may have been responsible. So we're going to start this World News Tonight with a report from ABC's Brian Ross.
Peter, the investigation is moving with great speed, with new developments even as we speak at this hour. FBI agents are dusting for prints at the Dulles airport. They've carried out a search warrant at a boarding house in Hollywood, Florida. And in Germany, police in Hamburg are active tonight. From Boston to Florida, heavily armed FBI agents and local police moved quickly and forcefully today to investigate what the Attorney General called acts of war.
The Department of Justice has undertaken perhaps the most massive and intensive investigation ever conducted in America.
As at this hotel in Boston, agents were looking for evidence of the terrorist movements and seeking to unravel what was an elaborate network that operated undetected for more than a year before yesterday's coordinated attacks.
The 4 planes were hijacked by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters, and in some cases making bomb threats.
Starting last night, the FBI seized a car left at the Boston airport that led them to the identity of one of the estimated 12 terrorist hijackers, an Egyptian national by the name of Mohammed Atta.
We also have identified through a number of leads, principally at the cities of origin, a number of individuals whom we believe may have had something to do with the hijackings, and we are pursuing those leads aggressively.
By this morning, agents were at a small airport in Venice, Florida, where Atta and an accomplice took flying lessons and earned private pilot's licenses in the summer of 2000. A fellow student said the two had lots of money and kept to themselves.
They were talking about flying for a private company like Richmond and stuff like that.
The 2 men stayed at a nearby house where they were remembered as rude and unlikable.
Very sarcastic, and it gave me the impression that they didn't really care that highly for ladies or whoever, and that's about it.
Also today, authorities were tracking another set of 6 hijackers who were believed to have entered the country from Canada at a small border crossing in Jackman, Maine. The men are then believed to have flown into Boston on commuter flights yesterday morning from Bangor and Portland, Maine, with the thought of clearing security at the smaller airports instead of Boston.
Each one was carrying some type of small shoulder bag, not a real bulky one, but something small. Both kind of dark complected, dark hair.
Peter, there are dozens of leads FBI agents are working on. No one has been arrested, but several people have been detained for questioning. By one estimate, as many as 50 people may have been involved in helping provide the network for the terrorists to operate in this country over the last year. Peter?
Watch Brian Ross, who's been working on the investigation. I don't think anybody's been working harder on this investigation than John Miller has, who has been with us day and night on this. So take this and enlarge it or add to it as you will in terms of what we really think is going on today.
Well, the roundup, and I don't mean the roundup of people, the roundup of what's going on in the investigation, 3 are being held in Boston. We'll get back to them. 3 were arrested or detained. There are some semantics here. From a train in Providence, Rhode Island, being held on immigration charges.
This is where Amtrak was actually stopped and people were taken off and people were
Federal agents boarded the plane, identified these people and have detained them. FBI agents in Newark are looking for the trail of several men they believe who departed on that flight from Newark to San Francisco. So what you see is the FBI is assuming that there are 12 to 25 or 26 hijackers, depending on if each flight had, 3 or 6, are presumed dead in the crashes. But they are seeing traces that there were other people, associates, support people left behind. Now, what they're doing is something they've done before. Right around the Millennium celebration, when they felt that there was an imminent attack, they used the immigration laws to sweep out through Boston, again, ironically, and other cities, and pick up people who were on their watch lists, who they had information and tips about. Today in Boston, you see this dramatic scene unfolding. A heavily armed Boston SWAT team entering the Westin Hotel just off Boylston Street in Copley Plaza. This came about when FBI agents followed the paper trail from that car at the airport, the car they believe the hijackers used, to a hotel. They were not expecting to find anyone in the hotel room. To their surprise, as they approached to conduct a search, 3 people came out of the room, 2 women and a man. They put them in custody to identify them, to question them, and ultimately they are also being detained on an immigration charge. Searched the room. What they found inside, no explosives, pamphlets, papers though, and they said hair dye, which they are suggesting may have been used by some of their suspects to change their appearance so that they wouldn't appear to be as they were described by hotel workers.
One of the things that seems to me to be a change from yesterday to today, we have this huge failure in intelligence yesterday knowing this was happening, but if everything we're getting today is reasonably solid, then the leaving of the trail by the perpetrators has enabled law enforcement to move pretty quickly.
I would say so, and what you see here is the things they learned in Florida, that they obtained pilot's licenses, that they went for higher grades of pilot license, some of the time invested here, that they left this car behind in Boston after having an argument, that they registered under the same name as the paper trail. Of course, suicide bombers are not generally concerned with the trail that they leave. They don't have to worry about being caught by the law. But what the law is hoping, the FBI and the intelligence community, is that they will get associates who had knowledge, who aided or abetted, and that from those people they'll glean a better look into who is really behind this. And that's why this is geared up with such energy now.
Thanks very much, John Miller, who has been with us throughout the day and will be with us throughout the evening. I think the most startling thing we heard today was that the White House, in the person of the president's spokesperson, said that the White House itself was actually a target of one of the groups of terrorists on one of the aircraft. And that takes us immediately to the White House and ABC's Terry Moran. Terry, there's that, and then we'll come in a minute to the president's visit to the Pentagon this afternoon. Start with the message that the White House might have been a target.
It was as clear as could be, Peter, because today Ari Fleischer at the briefing said that the White House in this investigation had developed what he called specific and credible information that the White House and Air Force One were intended targets. And then Ari Fleischer went on to say that this investigation had led them to believe that the plane that hit the Pentagon was actually originally intended to hit the White House. This opens a whole raft of questions, but let me take you back to those harrowing moments. About 34 hours ago, the White House was being evacuated. First, White House staffers told to leave the building in an orderly fashion, and then an agent coming in, we are told, and saying, no, just run, just get out. And you can see that people did exit the building very, very quickly. At this time, as the White House was being evacuated, the President of the United States was in Sarasota, Florida, and he took off from Sarasota, originally intending to come back to the Washington area, to Andrews Air Force Base. The plane was diverted to Barksdale Air Force Base outside of Shreveport in Louisiana. And the White House says Air Force One itself was a target. ABC's Ann Compton was on that flight. She said it flew at an unusually high altitude, 40,000 feet. When it landed in Shreveport, reporters on board were told not to let people know where they were. The president made a statement there and then took off for Nebraska. And while they were in the air, they were accompanied by fighter jets off of each wing. This dramatic evidence of the level of threat that the Secret Service and the military authorities believed that the president was under.
Now, Terry, as we talked a little earlier today, you pointed out that there isn't much other business being done at the White House today, and there hasn't been much else done in the Congress as well. But the president did want to go over to the Pentagon to express his sentiments to the people there, and he did so just a short while ago.
Yes, he did. In fact, he is still there, we are told. The president remains inside the building now. A little while ago, he went to the Pentagon and toured the damage and the destruction with Secretary Rumsfeld. He told the rescue workers who were assembled there that he was overwhelmed by the destruction that he saw. He told them that he was grateful to everybody who was working there heroically, as he said, to search and rescue if there was any rescue to be done. He also thanked Americans for giving blood in the numbers that they have. He said being there made him sad and made him angry. He said the United States will not be cowed by this act and that we will go on, echoing the kinds of comments he's made throughout. This was a visit that we are told he wanted to make in spite of what we are told are continuing concerns about the president's security.
Thank you very much, Terry Moran at the White House. We'll be back to you throughout the evening. Now let us turn to the two crime scenes themselves, the Pentagon and New York itself, but particularly New York, where everybody continues to believe that there has been a huge loss of life and nobody really wants to or is in a position to say so. But ABC's Diane Sawyer has been monitoring this and covering this all day long. Diane, what's the current situation and what has the day really been like?
Well, Peter, first let me tell you that I've come up here on this roof about 4 blocks from the World Trade Center because I want to talk first maybe about a purely symbolic casualty. I'm going to send you 2 postcards. Here is a postcard of the skyline of New York as everybody has known it up till 2 days ago. And here is a postcard of the skyline as it is now. I also heard down on the ground some worrying news. They are talking about 4 buildings now, 4 additional buildings in shaky condition. The one they're most worried about is the giant Millennium Hotel. We know that yesterday night the windows had all melted in it, and they're saying now it is in a worrying condition. If it should collapse, think of what it's going to add to the work of the rescue teams as they try to sift through all the debris. Earlier, I know you reported and you showed everybody what it was like here when the rest of World Trade Center Tower number 1 went down, that spiny metal cathedral that was standing and groaning last night when I went down there to see it. It collapsed. People were terrified. They were racing from the scene. And of course, as you said earlier, smoke is now just cascading over all of Manhattan, and there are health advisories about the asbestos, plastic, and smoke in the air. Now, the casualty figures that you have talked about, the grim ones, we have been calling, we have been searching. Here's all I can tell you at this point. 11,000 people reportedly at local hospitals. 2,000 of what they're calling the walking wounded ferried over to New Jersey for treatment there. We're talking about the 55 known dead in addition to the 266 who were on the planes. We keep calling and saying, do you have any sense at all how many people have been reported missing? No sense at all how many people have been reported missing, as now the 3,000 to 5,000 rescue workers, teams of dogs, metal detectors, sound detectors, people looking for just the sound of somebody scratching on metal are out there trying to find people still in the field. And in just a few minutes, I'm going to take you down on the field and show you some of these emotional stories from the rescue workers there. But I'll tell you, Peter, if you want another symbol, it was the police officer who was downstairs on the curb as I came up, head in his hands, tears in his eyes, and he just looked up and said, it's just too tough. Peter?
Thanks very much, Diane Sawyer. And as Diane makes clear, we're going to go back to her before very long. Today at the Pentagon, the Secretary of Defense, Don Rumsfeld, said that earlier estimates, and these were estimates made by non-Pentagon officials, that up to 800 people had perished in the Pentagon, were too high. Let's try to get the Pentagon in perspective now. Here's ABC's John Yang.
Thank everybody.
When the sun rose this morning, the firefighters and rescue workers were still on the job, just as they had been for nearly 24 hours.
There's a lot of steel, there's a lot of concrete, glass, wood, metal rebar that's protruding from the building. It's very warm outside. Those all added together with the destruction itself kind of heightens the situation inside.
They worked 12-hour shifts, and the work is gruesome.
It's worse than they thought it was going to be. Stepping over things that they assume are bodies that they don't know for a fact because it's so dark on the inside.
The collapse of part of the Pentagon left about 100 military personnel missing, while the number of missing civilians is unknown. Officials hope the death toll will be much lower than the 800 projected yesterday.
From everything that we currently know, the estimate that's been widely reported is considerably high, and we certainly pray that that's the case.
Some stories of the missing have happy endings. Hospital officials called Michael Kurtz about his badly burned wife.
I came in teary-eyed. I didn't recognize my wife of 31 years.
Others are still waiting for answers. Herman Hallman's wife is among the missing.
Nobody could give me a direct, information. They said, call this hospital, call that hospital. These are the 5 hospitals that we took people to.
In the fraternity of fire and rescue workers, the men and women toiling here at the Pentagon also felt the loss of yesterday's attacks. They had often worked at disasters around the world with the New York City firefighters and rescuers killed when the World Trade Center towers collapsed. The loss, they say, makes them redouble their efforts.
Our job is here and our job is now, so we continue to do that, if nothing else, to memorialize the greatness of these men and women that were killed yesterday.
It is a job that will only intensify in the coming days. John Yang, ABC News, the Pentagon.
And the president, of course, did see that flag because he was over at the Pentagon a short while ago and did see the flag which the firefighters had hung on the side of the building which he was going to visit. The Transportation Secretary said today that the government is going to allow very limited air travel to resume, and by this, Mr. Medina means travelers whose flights were diverted during or immediately after the attacks in New York and in Washington may continue on their routes. But the country's air system is still very much in jeopardy. ABC's Lisa Stark, I beg your pardon, ABC's Lisa Stark covers aviation for us. Thanks very much, Lisa.
Well, Peter, we had hoped early in the day that sometime around noon Eastern time, the Federal Aviation Administration would reopen the nation's airspace. Airlines could start resuming some sort of scheduled service. As the day went on, it was clear that was not to be, that the security measures were simply not in place yet to allow that to happen. So as you've reported, as of tonight, we have only very limited air service here in the United States. Today, virtually the only planes moving were flights diverted from their original destinations, including some that had been forced to land in Canada. Other passengers at airports around the United States were told they were going nowhere. At Dallas-Fort Worth, there was frustration from passengers and airline employees.
It's been suspended by the FAA indefinitely. Now, indefinitely maybe is tomorrow morning. It may be 2 weeks from now.
On a normal travel day, there are as many as 40,000 flights in the United States. On this day, as planes sat parked on the ground, many of the major airports were deserted. This was Los Angeles International. At Washington's National Airport, passengers were escorted in to collect luggage they had not been able to get yesterday. The delay in resuming air travel is due to stringent new security measures that airports and airlines must first put in place. They include an explosives check before airports reopen, no curbside check-in, ticketed passengers only allowed at the gates, a ban on all knives on planes, and planes will be thoroughly searched before passengers are allowed on board.
I know that all Americans want us to move as quickly and prudently as possible to return our national airspace system to normal, and we will, as soon as we can do so safely.
No doubt these security measures will lead to significant delays. Passengers will notice more uniformed officers, random identification checks, and restrictions on vehicles near the airport.
It's inconvenient, but nothing compared to what people in the East have gone through. So you got to do what you got to do.
I think everybody will embrace whatever new security mechanisms are put in place with a lot of welcome over the next month or two. But then they're going to get tired of it.
One airline told us it could be weeks before the air transportation system is truly up and running. And it is still very unclear when any regularly scheduled service will truly begin. It's supposed to begin tomorrow. Every airline has their own estimation of when that might be. Some airlines will resume those flights tonight, the flights that were diverted. Some will not even do so until tomorrow morning. So I would expect it will still be very chaotic tomorrow as the airlines and the FAA try to figure out how to get the system back up and running.
Thanks
Peter?
very much, Lisa Stark. Lisa Stark, who's in Seattle and has been stranded in Seattle ever since. To some people, this is an inconvenience. To some, it's a real business problem. And to others, it is a real catastrophe. Here's an example. The chief of transplant surgery at the University of Pittsburgh, Dr. John Fung, told us that they had a liver which was available for transplant that would have gone to a person in Philadelphia, but they couldn't fly from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia, which they needed that kind of speed in circumstances like this, and so the person who most needed it did not get it. Instead, they've used it on a patient in Pittsburgh who was not nearly as sick, and that's exactly the kind of thing in extremis that is happening as a result of the aviation system continuing to be locked down. Now, we've been very concerned and curious and mystified by what's been happening, or what happened, not ultimately, but in the process of United Flight 93, which was the 757 left New York to go to San Francisco and ended up crashing in Pennsylvania. But ABC's Connie Chung has been talking to United Airlines today, and I think may have more. Connie?
Yes, Peter, I've also been talking to American Airlines representatives and mainly the families of victims who were involved in the hijackings of those families of victims who were on board those 4 planes that were hijacked. And what I have discovered is something that could be considered quite disturbing to many people, and that is that both airlines have offered immediately to the next of kin $25,000. Now, you may say this is a standard practice, but in these particular instances, both United Airlines and American Airlines are offering, right as they say, up front, automatically, as soon as they determine who the next of kin is, they send a letter with a check immediately to the family. The last time, what I was curious about was, when did this practice start? I mean, we've heard about settlements between the families of loved ones who become victims in airline crashes, but is this standard practice? Well, American Airlines got back to me on that question and said the first time that that was ever done was just the previous incident. That was in June of 1999, a crash in Little Rock, Arkansas. Right at that time, apparently all the airlines began offering cash settlements up front. And prior to that, this practice had not occurred. One other question that I wanted to know was, is this $25,000 per victim? And it is. It is. If a family has more than one member who was killed in any of these incidents, it is upped beyond $25,000.
Connie, thanks very much. Connie Chung. It's clearly something we want to talk to in the future to United Airlines and American Airlines. Connie points out at the beginning that it's standard operating procedure for airlines at the moment. And no further comment on it at the moment. You can feel a measure of irritation in the air. There's no question about that, at the very least. But yesterday's attacks have generated an enormous and visceral anger at a lot of things around the country, most of all that the United States was vulnerable and that these terrorists managed to reach their objective. Here's ABC's Dean Reynolds in Chicago.
Judging from conversations across the country today, many people are angry and unwilling to wait long for an American retaliation.
Revenge. I want to get even.
This woman near Miami spoke for many.
Send out the F-15s, the F-16s, and go after them.
From St. Louis,
I think we should bomb them back. I really do.
Where the Gateway Arch reopened, came a call for action.
The people should be angry that these terrorists are protected by other countries around the world.
It will be hard to pinpoint a culprit, but many Americans, like this immigrant from Lebanon, said that was no excuse for delay.
They know who's behind all this. They know what country is supporting all these people. They give them money, they give them weapons, they give them everything.
A stranded flyer in Wichita was not interested in a measured response.
They need to find out whoever did this, and they need to clean their clock. I mean, into the Stone Age. This is ridiculous. This does not happen in the United States.
In Columbus, Ohio, it was all about stature.
They can't push us around like this. We're the #1 nation, and let's do something about it.
And in Los Angeles, a woman said anything short of a violent response would be useless.
No, I don't feel vengeance, but I think the enemy's got to be eradicated. And you cannot talk with the enemy. You can't rationalize when all they want to do is kill.
For commuters in Chicago, there was no stomach for restraint.
I feel that if we need to have a full-scale war, then we should go ahead and do it. We should at least let them know that the United States isn't going to tolerate this.
I think these people, whoever did it, and I have no idea who did it, are a bunch of cowards. And I would love to face them face to face and tell them that they're a bunch of cowards.
A Palestinian worshiper at a downtown mosque supported the president.
President Bush should go after who's doing this and who's harboring them.
But as she dropped her young children off at school this morning, one mother touched on the difficulty a tough response would face.
Can we take out 1 or 2 people and be done with it? I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think it's a cultural thing, and you can't eradicate an entire culture.
Elected officials across the country continue to call for calm, and some, including Illinois Governor George Ryan, are warning people not to take matters into their own hands. Ryan issued that warning in light of reports that several mosques in this area have received threatening phone calls. Dean Reynolds, ABC News, Chicago.
Thank you, Dean. As the mayor of New York said, there's no accounting for prejudice and bigotry at a time like this, and people's passions have boiled over, and so has their prejudice and bigotry on occasion. And that mayor, the mayor of Chicago, local and state officials all across the country have quite sensibly reminded people that terrorism is not automatically associated with Islam. At any rate, the president went over to the Pentagon a short while ago. You heard Terry Moran talk about that, and here's a brief excerpt of what he had to say when he was overseeing people there.
Coming here makes me sad on the one hand. It also makes me angry. And our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists.
Mr. Bush said earlier today, when he was having a cabinet meeting earlier, I just want to check precisely on my notes, he urged the country to be patient and to be resolved, and made it clear, as did the Secretary of State, that there was going to be any retaliation until they found out who it was that they intended to retaliate against. And it will be made particularly more complicated if, as many senior officials have said, it is discovered that a government is involved or complicit in this in any way. But the United States undoubtedly has the capacity to respond. And now we're going to go to the Pentagon, and our Pentagon correspondent, who's worked very long hours, John McWethy. John.
Peter, it should come as no surprise that planners in this building and elsewhere within the military complex are hard at work drawing up an entire menu for a military response. The U.S. already has the firepower in the region to strike many targets simultaneously. Planes on land and aboard 2 aircraft carriers, long-range Tomahawk cruise missiles on other ships and submarines. And there are also ground troops that could be used in a more extreme response. It is not the firepower that is in question. It is the choice of targets. Who or what would the U.S. hit? How massive would the strikes be? And would an American response inflict real pain, crippling future attempts at terrorism, or would it just make the U.S. feel better? Secretary of State Colin Powell says the response must be broad-based.
It's not just a matter of going after the perpetrators, but it's going after and dealing with the sources of support that they have.
That doesn't mean to me that one just selects a facility or so here and there and puts a few cruise missiles on it in the middle of the night. We're way past that. We suffered an attack like Pearl Harbor yesterday. Someone is at war with us.
But too harsh a response, one that takes the lives of many innocent civilians, could easily backfire, with the U.S. losing the moral high ground.
We have to be careful to shape our response so that perception remains and so that we don't overnight be seen in some quarters as an aggressor.
Defense Secretary Rumsfeld today seemed to suggest whatever the U.S. does will not happen soon.
Anyone who thinks it's easy is wrong. I think that it will require a sustained and broadly based effort.
And the administration today began working on that broad-based response. Part of what they're doing is requesting an unusual level of support from NATO, Peter. They are asking not that the NATO allies would actually participate in any military action, but they want broad and very vocal public support from the European allies.
Jack, before I go on to talk about the U.S. and the rest of the world, the fire at the Pentagon today, which we talked about this morning, is it still burning?
It is finally out, Peter, and they are finally in the process of sending in search and rescue people to remove what they expect are going to be only bodies.
Okay, thank you very much, John McWethy at the Pentagon this evening. At his news conference earlier today, the Secretary of State, Mr. Powell, said that the U.S. expected the fullest cooperation from Pakistan in gathering information about these attacks on the United States. Pakistan, of course, is right next door to Afghanistan, and we know that Afghanistan has been a refuge for Osama bin Laden, and we also know that Pakistan itself harbors or has many supporters of Osama bin Laden, and there is a strain of militant extremism there. That's a redundancy, I realize. There's a strain of extremism there which worries the United States about stability in the region in general. ABC's Bob Woodruff is in the Pakistani capital, Islamabad, tonight. Bob, do we know precisely what the United States has been telling the military leadership in Pakistan today?
We don't know precisely, Peter, but we do know that for the last 2 days there have been high-level diplomatic talks going on both in Washington and here in Islamabad regarding Pakistan's potential cooperation with the United States. You can assume that at a minimum it would be to share intelligence on Osama bin Laden's organization and possibly also to talk about military cooperation. As the focus on bin Laden hardens, there is a lot of anticipation that there may be a U.S. retaliation in this region, not so much here in Pakistan, of course, but in Afghanistan. In fact, in Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan, the aid workers at the United Nations have completely cleared out. The rest of them will actually leave later on today. It's about 4 o'clock in the morning here on Thursday. They have paid off their local staff, and they've taken with them many of the documents and computer disks. Meantime, there is a lot of diplomatic ducks being put in a row here. The brand new U.S. ambassador to Pakistan will be meeting with the president of ambassador to Pakistan will be meeting with the president of Pakistan, General Pervez Musharraf, later on today, on Thursday. That's tomorrow, your time, to talk more about this cooperation. But again, the Taliban has condemned this so far, and they said there will be no talk about any kind of extradition or move against bin Laden until the U.S. comes forward with some evidence that he may actually be involved in this.
Well, I think everybody agrees everywhere about that, Bob. The question is for Pakistan at the moment. It's a pretty unstable nation, and there are deep support in the country for acts of terrorism against the West in some elements of the Pakistani society. Is there any reason to think that Pakistan can be brought firmly onto the side of the United States in this?
Well, there is some talk about possibly giving some extra support or aid to Pakistan to try to get that over. Also, and a very interesting thing, I talked to a government minister today in Pakistan, and he said, look, the World Trade Center was a very different kind of thing. This was a very international target. And they say that there were about 1,200 to 1,500 Pakistani nationals inside the building when it was attacked, inside those buildings. So again, there's reason now for the Pakistani government to be more sympathetic to the United States in this attack than other types of terrorist actions. So whether there are militants here in Pakistan that would support generally an attack against the United States is one question, but in this particular strike, would they support it or would they be more sympathetic to the United States?
Okay, thanks very much, Bob Woodruff in Pakistan tonight. We're going to stay overseas. There's trauma and there is rage and there is anxiety in the region as a whole, just as there is in the United States tonight. Around the world, people have been reacting in very different ways to this. But leaders certainly throughout the Arab world have expressed their sympathy and their condolences. The Palestinian President Yasser Arafat actually donated blood today for the victims. And one of the Palestinians' leading spokesmen, Hanan Ashrawi, very familiar to Americans, expressed her condolences. And so did the Iranian President Khatami. President Khatami expressed his condolences today. There's a whole network of complicated relationships being tested in the region and throughout the world this evening. Now, there are several reasons, it can be argued, which may have contributed to this attack against the United States by extremists and terrorists on this occasion, and ABC's Jim Wooten picks up that dimension of the story.
This is the president's explanation for what happened yesterday.
America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world.
America may be exactly that, but that is not why a few Muslims would murder so many Americans or why others would applaud their crime. In fact, the U.S. is a target because many Arabs see the U.S. as an accomplice of Israel, a partner in what they believe is the ruthless repression of Palestinian aspirations for land and independence.
Many in the Arab world regard the United States not as an honest broker, but protecting and shielding Israel over very important political as well as religious issues.
The most provocative issues? Israel's control over Islamic holy sites in Jerusalem, the stationing of U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia near some of Islam's holiest sites, and economic sanctions against Iraq, which are seen to deprive children there of medicine and food. But perhaps nothing has been more infuriating to many Arabs as Israel's recent attacks on Palestinian militants using American-built helicopters as gunships, prompting this kind of Arab response today.
Of course, I'm sorry for the civilians, for everything, but that's the price for everything they did, the states. I mean, the states had to pay the price for the suffering of the whole world.
That rationale may seem irrational, but it is an explanation for yesterday's madness shared by many Arabs in the Middle East and elsewhere. It explains nothing and everything. Jim Wooten, ABC News, London.
Well, this is not an easy time to be an Arab American or to be an American who happens to be a Muslim. In Dallas overnight, shots were fired at Texas Islamic Center, and Muslims who attend the center fear that it was indeed a backlash after the attacks yesterday. Windows were shot out of the center, which includes a mosque and an Islamic school. And it's just inevitable, one supposes, that at a time like this, many Arab Americans and many Muslims feel themselves very much on the defensive and in many cases threatened. ABC's John Donvan reports from Detroit, which has one of the largest Arab and one of the largest Muslim communities in the country.
An attack, a fireball, a death toll in the thousands, and it is predictable, it is normal, it is human that as Americans we want to get even. But get even with whom? When the news pretty consistently suggests the ethnicity of the terrorists.
At least 5 suspects identified as Arab men.
And when the pictures come in showing Arabs in the Middle East celebrating our sorrow, some Americans jump to conclusions and begin to make threats against fellow Americans. Detroit, the offices of the Arab American News, that's Arab American. The phone has been ringing there.
I hope every Arabic-born son of a bitch dies.
Washington State, a town called Shoreline, where apparently a number of people actually scoured the yellow pages for companies with the word Arabic in the name and found this, Arabic language and translation.
It's time for you pigs to get out of the country.
And who is Arabic language and translation? A woman who moved here from Lebanon, a Christian by the way, 32 years ago to become an American.
I just got emails from my friend, and she is 2 or 3 saying that they're afraid their kids are at school and what's going to happen to their kids.
And then there are some of the postings to our own ABC News message board. The Muslims are a bunch of savages that should be nuked off the face of the earth. The Islamic way of life, their nations, their culture must be eradicated. We should deport them and make it illegal for Arabs to live here until terrorism is completely eliminated. And if you're an American who is a Muslim, or say anyone else of Middle Eastern appearance, how are you supposed to feel? Osama Sablani edits that Detroit newspaper.
We are part of America, and we are part of the victims, not of the perpetuators.
But you could hear it yesterday when New York City's mayor spoke, concerned that Arab Americans could become targets of an unfocused anger.
Nobody should blame any group of people or any nationality or any ethnic group.
Any cop in America will tell you immigrants from Middle Eastern countries are as law-abiding as anyone. They have unusually strong family values. They mostly vote Republican. But Oklahoma City happened in 1995, and they all felt like suspects. Now the World Trade Center, and they feel like it's happening again. The principle at work is called guilt by association.
Not everybody sitting there on their couch in the living room is very smart to distinguish between Osama bin Laden and Osama Sablani. And that is scaring the hell out of us in here.
In fact, Muslims have been giving blood along with everyone else these last 2 days. Abroad, moderate Arab leaders have been expressing sympathy.
Now you have to pick yourself up, as difficult as that is, dust yourself off and take the fight back to them again.
And presumably, Americans who are Muslims will be burying family members who, side by side with fellow Americans, went to work yesterday and died, like everyone else, as victims of terrorism. John Donvan, ABC News, Washington.
And now, for reasons we do not fully understand, the Attorney General, John Ashcroft, has decided to make a second appearance today at the Justice Department to talk to the news media and to the country, one presumes. He did appear earlier today and gave us an update on the investigation. Maybe that is just what he wants to do again. ABC's Pierre Thomas has managed to get back to Washington today from New York. Not a great many people did that with great ease, Pierre, but do you have any sense of what Mr. Ashcroft has on his mind at the moment?
Well, I think he wants to continue to assure the American people that the investigation is unfolding very quickly, that they have leads that they're following, that they are pursuing people who are associated with the people who carried out this particular attack. Peter, we're told that at least 3 people who are associated, friends and or family of those who carried out the attacks, are being held. They're being held on various immigration charges, also state charges. Again, no charges specific to these attacks, but they're being held in order to gather information. The hope is that some of these people will cooperate.
As you get back there and talk to your sources at the FBI and elsewhere in the Justice Department, are they content with the pace of the investigation today?
Well, again, on one front, they're frustrated. For example, they cannot begin looking at the crime scenes, doing the forensic work that they want to do. However, the flight manifest yesterday gave them leads. They are actively pursuing these suspects. And again, the fact that they know most of the identities of the attackers, they think, is very critical and is allowing them to expand the investigation.
Okay, thanks very much, Pierre. The Attorney General has joined us. Now, Mr. Ashcroft, I apologize. I thought you were going to come and make a public appearance at the, again, as you did earlier today. I had no idea that you and I were going to have an opportunity to talk, but I'm grateful for it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to keep you while I'm talking to Pierre Thomas, asking him whether you're content with the pace of the investigation. Let me ask you directly. Are you content? That's not the right word. Are you okay with the pace of the investigation today and what you revealed so far?
Well, we've been able to mobilize quite a group of investigators, about 4,000 special agents of the FBI, 3,000 support personnel. We have specially trained individuals, scientists, lab technicians, and the like, additional 1,000 that are available. We have all of the field offices of the FBI that are activated here, and we're pursuing about a couple thousand leads, some more promising than others, and obviously those are important. So we have gotten this up and running. We've developed crime scenes at each of the places where the airplanes impacted the ground. The FBI has been in charge of those scenes to put out grids so that we can collect the kind of forensic evidence that'll be appropriate to our investigation. So we've made a really good start, and we're going to keep working on this, and we're going to do everything possible. No more significant or substantial investigation has ever been launched in this country.
Now, have you arrested people? Have you detained people? Have you simply questioned people? There's some confusion about that.
Well, there are no arrests to my knowledge. There have been people who have been detained, and I wouldn't want to comment on specific incidents, but the fact of the matter is, if there's anything that supports arrests or detentions that are valuable to us in developing an understanding of who's responsible and who provided some of the ground support for this situation, then we'll take that action.
Let me just focus on one of the pieces of information which you did share with the public earlier today. You said you discovered that some people, some of the individuals on board the aircraft, had been trained as pilots in the United States, which implies that they had some measure of control when those planes finally did what they did. Can you be more specific with what you actually mean in terms of that part of the investigation?
Well, obviously, for an individual to target an airplane and to target it successfully on a building, or to land it as it was landed virtually in the side of the Pentagon, these are individuals who have skills. These are individuals who are not someone who decided they'd like to take over an airplane. And I believe that skill is from pilot training, and there's some significant evidence to that effect.
Do you believe, sir, or do you have evidence to support Mr. Fleischer's statement of the White House today that the White House was specifically a target?
Our government has information, credible information, that the White House and Air Force One were targeted.
And do clarify this for us. Was the White House a target for the aircraft which ultimately crashed into the Pentagon?
I'm not able to comment further on the nature of any evidence related to that. I would just say that we have evidence that the White House and Air Force One were targeted.
But Mr. Fleischer did say that the aircraft which crashed into the Pentagon today was actually had as its original target the White House, or was it also a target? I think that's what's unclear to people.
Well, I'm prepared to say that we have credible evidence in this government that indicates that the White House and Air Force One were targets, and to go further would not be appropriate.
Okay, and finally, sir, do you have evidence which you have compiled in the wake of these attacks which links Osama bin Laden to these operations in any way, shape, or form?
We're not in a position to make an attribution of specific responsibility at this time. We're still pursuing a number of leads, over 2,000 of them, and when we have an appropriate assemblage of evidence and we feel like an announcement should be made, we'll make it then.
Do you believe, sir, one more question, I apologize, do you believe that the discussion that's been held in the public arena today about your investigation in any way distracts from your investigation or has been anything other than realistic?
Well, I'm not party to the discussion myself. I've been working hard on the investigation, but I think it's entirely appropriate for the public to discuss the investigation, to understand the event, and we'll certainly do what we can to cooperate with the public. The public providing leads to us and cooperating with us are an essential component of our investigation's success.
In this I meant to include, of course, the public and the press. And do you approve of the discussion that's been held in the media today?
Well, one of the things that we want to fight to preserve in America is the freedom of the press. Those who would seek to destroy America and our freedoms make an assault on our liberty to discuss things openly, both in the press as individuals. And with that in mind, I don't criticize the press for making its discussions. When it wants me to answer a question which I should not answer, I'm simply going to say I don't believe I should answer that question.
As I have carefully noted. Thank you very much.
Thank
the Attorney General of the United States, John Ashcroft, this evening, giving us his views of the state of the investigation and how much he wants to say about it at this particular moment. So let's move on to the impact that this has had on the economy, both in the short term, certainly in the medium term, and perhaps in the long term. For a briefing on that, we're joined again by our business and economics correspondent, Betsy Stark. I apologize, I get you and Lisa mixed up sometimes.
Well, let me start today with the very near term, Peter. One big question today was when would U.S. stock markets reopen, and the answer we got this afternoon was no later than Monday, no earlier than Friday. This would still make it the longest stretch of time the market has ever been closed. Market officials said financial firms need time to recover, rescuers need room to work, and the delay will also give emotions time to cool. Businesses around the country were open today, but it was not business as usual. Some stores opened late. The Limited cited security precautions, and many retailers reported fewer customers than usual.
It's not a regular Wednesday for us, and it's kind of a gloomy type of atmosphere right now.
The manager of this bookstore in Chicago says customers are in no mood to shop.
I think today people, the first day back after being at home all day yesterday watching television, everyone's sort of in a state of shock.
In Los Angeles, Universal Studios reported fewer visitors to its theme park. Midway Airlines, already in deep financial trouble, said the slowdown in air traffic would put the company and its 1,700 workers out of business. Some economists believe Tuesday's attack will push a fragile economy into a full-blown recession.
We have been performing a high wire act, and I think it has become even more perilous.
Others believe the chilling effects of Tuesday's attack will be temporary, that as the rescue mission becomes a rebuilding effort, spending will pick up, and so will consumer sentiment.
This event actually has some stimulative effects to it because this is a country that rebuilds.
For businesses at Ground Zero, the focus is on the human toll. Among the tenants in the World Trade Center, Bank of America has accounted for most of its 400 workers, insurer Marsh & McLennan for several hundred of its 1,700 workers, and in a video message to employees this morning, the CEO of Morgan Stanley, the largest tenant in the Twin Towers, said most of its 3,500 workers got out safely.
The reason they did is they started evacuating World Trade Center 2 immediately upon hearing about the terrorist attack on World Trade Center 1.
The firm now wants customers to know that despite the devastation, their assets and records are safe.
What the clients need is all of you calling the clients, talking to them, giving them reassurance
Morgan Stanley and other Wall Street firms developed sophisticated backup systems after the World Trade Center bombing of 1993.
Most of these firms run what are called hot backup sites. That is a place that's running real time somewhere else in the world, often across the river in New Jersey, where the systems are running in parallel with those main systems.
Well, interesting to note that overseas markets in Europe and Latin America, which sold off sharply yesterday, traded higher today, and after losses yesterday, the dollar rebounded. The economy is showing some resilience. Investors are showing some faith after an understandably emotional reaction yesterday, Peter.
I was slightly distracted, which I hope you'll understand. Did you mention travel and tourism as a percentage of the economy there today?
Not as a percentage of the economy, but tourism was absolutely down today, whether you measure it by theme parks or by traveling about.
There's some figures which suggest that travel and tourism account for about 3.5% of the economy. That's a $35 trillion business. So that that contributes more bad news to the general state of the economy overall, particularly if the air travel ban continues.
That's right. When the airlines aren't flying, that's a big blow, both in terms of business travelers and tourists.
Okay, many thanks, Betsy Stark. And now we want to go back to Diane Sawyer, who is in lower Manhattan, or as low in Manhattan as you're allowed to get at this moment, and at least to the crime scene itself. And Diane, when we last left you...
Lost my IFB. I lost my sound to you, yeah.
Okay.
If you can hear me, Peter, I'm going to go ahead and just tell you what is happening down here. Part of it may be the fact that we have all this activity down here. I want to show you the smoke behind me. We've got a billowing cloud coming toward us. I mentioned earlier that they were worried about some 4 buildings being wobbly. Well, it seems that one of them, which is One Liberty Plaza, which is the Merrill Lynch building, it is a 54-story building, is in the process of collapsing. It, of course, has been long since evacuated, but they were saying earlier that it was listing degree by degree by degree, and it seems quite clear now that that building is going down. And as we said, there may be several others that right now are having trouble and that they're watching every single minute. Needless to say, again, that this makes a huge, huge and even more complicating difficulty for the rescue teams out there. We were just saying around here, why does it take a devastating act of evil to remind you how powerful goodness really is? And if you want to see courage, you're going to see it now on the faces of those rescue workers going in the grime and the sweat. They are insisting that they be allowed to go back in, even though this can happen any minute, and there is danger absolutely everywhere.
Someone said courage is just fear that has said its prayers. Like the courage of firefighters and search and rescue teams digging, shoveling, sifting through 200,000 tons of pulverized steel, trying to find bodies.
I walked through the rubble looking for my buddies that I know were missing. I walked through the entire rubble and didn't find anybody.
It was basically one big rubble. Metal and concrete. Trying to hear someone fall out.
We're with the men of Engine 24 who have worked almost sleeplessly since yesterday. They are looking for their brothers, their friends from Company Ladder 5. Their pictures still smile down from the wall.
Words can't describe how I feel about those guys. Really, just praying and hoping to get some of our guys back.
But there's a grim discovery. The twisted hulk of a truck. It is from Ladder 5.
It's such a disaster that you don't think about yourself anymore, you know? Just don't even, just keep moving, you know? It's like God gives you the strength to get through it.
Every success keeps them going. This morning, some of the emergency services team who helped rescue a police officer buried up to his chest in heavy metal. They got intravenous help to him and medication, sustaining him through the night. And all through the city, mothers, fathers, children, fiancés. Some of them walked miles to get here because so much of the city is closed. They carry photos, willing themselves to keep hoping.
I'm just going to keep going. I'm not going to lose hope, and I'm going to go as long as I have to until I find it, because I know he's going to come back to me.
We've been going to different hospitals, leaving them on poles and trucks, and left one on your truck, and you got in touch with me. I appreciate that. And we've been in hospitals all day since yesterday, so if anybody could help us, there he is again, Sean.
Back in the rubble, another rescue. 2 workers from the Port Authority. Buried for close to 24 hours, they called out, and they were heard.
We got one out alive about 1 o'clock this morning, and then we got another one out about 5:30 this morning.
Reinforcements are on the way from as far away as California, and from Indiana, from Pennsylvania, gathering at the Jacob Javits Convention Center this afternoon to get briefed on how to take up some of the burden. Already here, 53 search and rescue dogs who've been flown in from as far away as Puerto Rico, trained to the scent of a human. The rescue teams also have listening devices that can hear a murmur, a scratch, a thump. They will be moving out all night, moving carefully, like people who know what real urgency is. Every second, someone might still be breathing. Maybe someone whose life can be saved by one weary man.
So, Peter, I'm going to leave this spot now and head back down into the street and try to get up to the scene if I can, because believe me, there is a story every inch as you move that way, and we want to start feeding them back to you. So I'll be going now from here.
Thanks very much, Diane Sawyer, who is in Lower Manhattan tonight. There are a couple. We all misspeak, I'm sure, on a variety of occasions. Diane wanted to point out that she did misspeak earlier. Local hospitals in New York are not filled with 11,000 people, rather 1,100 people. In case you noticed that, she wanted us to be sure that we corrected that. And there is some question now about the status of One Liberty Plaza, this building to which she refers in the darkness, which is very hard because it has been near collapse, as we pointed out through much of the afternoon. And we're not absolutely certain that despite reports on the wire services that it has collapsed, that it actually did collapse. So that particular element of the crisis, and it is still a crisis in Lower Manhattan, is still very much on hold. Life in the country, in so many ways, is on hold. Here's ABC's Aaron Hayes.
There were, early on, unsettling signs that maybe Americans were not handling this so well.
Never again will I buy anything from you.
Greed and panic set in. Gas prices in many cities rocketed to nearly $5 a gallon.
We're being held siege by the terrorists in New York who are flying airplanes into the World Trade Center, and we're being held hostage by oil terrorists in our own country.
This morning, though, priorities were being pushed back into place by Americans in no mood to give terrorists the satisfaction of seeing the nation come apart.
There is absolutely no reason for a doubling or tripling of prices at the pump.
Their intention was to break us up as a country, and I think it's not going to happen.
You need to have a photo ID. As testament, crowds of people flooded into blood donation centers in Georgia, Illinois, Texas, everywhere.
We've never seen anything like this, so we're not sure how many to expect.
All patiently waiting to help.
Part of my own personal sense of duty requires me to be here.
This is all I can do, so I do this.
I'm just amazed at how we've come together. And proud to be an American.
Coming together in ways we didn't expect. With every airport now a ghost town, stranded travelers, millions of them, like these in a Dallas bus station, faced unpredictable days.
36-hour bus ride to Philadelphia, and then I'll figure out bus or train from Philly into New York.
And behaved as stranded travelers rarely do, with grace.
This is small compared to what occurred, so.
There were efforts today to get back to the business of the country. Shops closed yesterday, opened today, but things were not really back to normal.
Mostly I feel like I'm walking around this mall in mourning. I can't quit crying. I was fine yesterday.
In many cities today, there were indications of our heightened anxiety. Bomb scares, police on the lookout, and on edge.
There's a noticeable increase in police presence down here.
And we as a nation were still riveted to this, sorting out in our own minds what to do.
My feelings on yesterday are simply summed up in one word, and that is prayer.
It is just now really sinking in.
It just hurts. I don't know any of the people, and I don't know anyone in New York, but they're my brothers and sisters.
It's just terrible. My emotions are from one end of the scale to the other constantly, and I wish I could back up time.
Don't we all? Aaron Hayes, ABC News, Atlanta.
Just want to try to get some clarity into this business of Liberty Plaza. Liberty Plaza is an important building. It's 54 stories. It is right in this immediate area. It is right at the, on the edge of the financial district here in the city. And it has been in difficulty all day. and there has been some obvious concern that it was going to collapse. It has been evacuated. That's the important thing, I think, to know. But if it does collapse, as we have just been told by Jerry Hauer, who helped to set up the Emergency Management Administration in New York City, it'll have a tremendous impact on the search and rescue operation down there, and that's why we are so focused on it at the moment. It has a number of clients in the building, but the most important thing is that if it does finally collapse, or may have collapsed, that's what we're trying to find out, then indeed it will have a significant impact on the search and rescue operation. So let's go back to the streets of New York one more time to ABC's Bill Blakemore. Bill.
Peter, I spoke with Fire Captain Bill Bukowski. He told me a short while ago that they were very worried about number 1 Liberty Plaza. They have a number of scientists who are keeping surveyors' spy glasses on the buildings to watch that they don't move too much to one side or the other. And when they begin to see a little bit of movement, they're expanding what they call the collapse zone. They've done that now in the area around Liberty Plaza, as we understand it, and they're worried about 3 or 4 other buildings nearby. So whenever that happens, they get the fire and the rescue workers back out, further out into a larger perimeter, and of course it slows down their work.
Okay, Bill, thanks very much. Bill Blakemore, who is in Lower Manhattan trying to give an extra measure of clarity to what's happening to 1 Liberty Plaza. New York City has such extraordinary energy, and those of us who are here notice 2 things about it. We notice many things about it today. One is the extraordinary effort being made by people to help. The other is the turmoil, organized turmoil in many ways, that continues at the foot of the city on the western side of the island of Manhattan. And in far more general terms, wherever else you go in the city, how this otherwise among the noisiest cities in the world is so quiet. Here's ABC's James Walker.
In Lower Manhattan today, New Yorkers continue to evacuate their homes.
The wind has changed, so the smoke is coming over our house. We've sealed up our house, but it stinks, and so we're leaving. We're just getting out.
Throughout the city, residents struggled with the incomprehensible loss.
It's very, very, kind of eerily quiet. You know, there's no energy, there's no activity. You know, very few people, relatively speaking, on the streets.
Times Square, which on any other day hosts 1.5 million visitors, today was virtually empty.
I need to get a bus upstate New York.
Okay, it's closed. This is 8th Avenue at the corner of 40th Street. Ordinarily, there'd be gridlock here. Nothing would be moving. Over there would be dozens of taxi cabs waiting to pick up hundreds of thousands of commuters who use the Port Authority building every day to go back and forth from New Jersey. Today, it's closed.
Manhattan, which is an island, was never more one today. It was cut off to the outside. Bridges, tunnels, and major highways were closed.
The advice that I would give to people today, if they're home from work, is to go about a normal day. Take the day as an opportunity to go shopping, be with your children, do things, get out, don't feel locked in.
That's a tall order right now.
It's very serene. It's very quiet. You know, people are serious. This is a really serious thing that's happening. What can we say about it, really?
Many businesses were shut. Broadway shows were canceled, and schools and colleges did not open.
You can feel kind of like fear in the air. It's just like disbelief.
And it's quiet, but people are more like reaching out to each other, you can tell.
Reaching out for support, because everyone feels the loss. James Walker, ABC News, New York.
And there is no doubt that night changes the psychology of the rescue operation here and the city itself. They've brought in lights from all of the adjacent sites, though there's no shortage of light, but they're enveloped not only in the darkness now, but in this increasing sense of desperation that the hope people had earlier for finding survivors has to some extent diminished, and that will be compounded if it turns out that another building has actually collapsed on top of the rubble. We've talked to any number of people today who've managed to get close, and this is particularly true of the emergency medical service people who went in full of hope that they were going to make a difference and have come out, in the case of one surgeon who went in there earlier today, has come out just deeply dispirited. And we are constantly reminded of the words of the mayor himself, Rudolph Giuliani, who has said many times when asked about the casualty count in this particular part of town, it is going to be more than we can bear. But one Liberty player, Jerry Howard, thank you very much for joining us, who's here this evening, has not collapsed. All debris and removal and search operations have stopped around it at this moment. It is certainly in danger of collapse, as we have said earlier today. But as Jerry Howard, who helped to set up the emergency management office in this part of town, which is no more and was no more after the attack yesterday, one of the cruel and strange ironies about this, that the preparations were among the place for the preparations, the place for organization, was one of the first places to be wiped out, is not anymore. But the search for survivors goes on, and we do indeed find them. Here's ABC's Juju Chang.
This is a story of a young woman who lived through not one, but two of the nation's worst acts of terror.
I said, Mom, this is Jennifer. Something's happened in the World Trade Center. It just happened. You don't know about it yet, but I'm okay. I'm leaving the building now.
Jennifer Ruth was at her desk early yesterday in the American Express building, just a few dozen feet from the North Tower. She didn't realize it at the time, but she had actually seen the first plane hit.
At that point, it looked as though I saw the end of something going into the building, at which time I had no idea what it was. Nothing was logical. It didn't make sense what I was seeing.
Slowly, almost casually, she and a handful of co-workers left the building. Once outside, she looked up and saw another jet overhead.
We saw the plane flying through the air, and it didn't even strike me that that plane is going to hit the other building until it did. When that second plane approached, it looked like Independence Day, you know, where they explode the bottom of Manhattan. It was the exact same thing.
Suddenly, she felt like a target. She started sprinting and didn't stop for 15 blocks.
And I remember approaching or passing one woman who walks out of her building and walks immediately to the middle of the highway and looks up and says, "My husband's in there," and collapses immediately right there on the road. Then Oklahoma hit my mind, and are there trucks in the vicinity?
The Oklahoma City bombing came to mind because in 1995, when she was just 17, Jennifer lived through the shockwaves of the Murrah building attack. When Timothy McVeigh's truck bomb exploded, people she knew were trapped and killed.
And the infamous shot of him walking out of the courthouse in an orange jumper, it was one of the few times that people actually saw him in daylight. And I was standing there and I saw it, saw him come out. In situations like that, I think everyone grasps to make it real. They know it's real, but they can't get over that brink of it not being real. And so you grasp to be close to it so that you can go ahead and make it real.
Two of our nation's worst terrorist acts hit close to Jennifer Ruth, and both times she's been lucky enough to walk away.
Today I turned 24. Today? Yeah. Quite a birthday. Yeah, it's my birthday.
Young woman with some reason to smile, though it's been hugely frustrating for people. It's hugely frustrating for people all over the country to try to find out more. And we want to be in a position to tell you more, and I think the various levels of government do as well. But what we find, among other things, is that the telephone lines are jammed very often. The cell phone interconnections were absolutely jammed yesterday, and people couldn't get through. We've had any number of frustrated, often desperate emails from people today who just simply can't get through even to answer a question. On the other hand, the cell phone technology has provided a window for several 911 calls from the crisis here and from the ill-fated airplanes. And that in itself is a dimension of technology we hadn't encountered before. Here's ABC's David Wright.
38-year-old Tom Burnett was headed home to the Bay Area from a business trip to New York on United Flight 93. Using his cell phone, he called his wife in California and told her that 3 men had taken control of the plane.
His adrenaline was going. He was not whispering. He was talking quickly, and he was ready to do something.
It was the first of 3 phone calls Dina Burnett would receive from the plane. Her husband, an executive at a Bay Area pharmaceutical company, described how the terrorists had stabbed to death one person on board and were threatening to detonate a bomb. She told him about the attack on the World Trade Center.
He was fighting to come home. He had every intention of being here that night.
United Flight 93 was headed from Newark to San Francisco, but the hijackers diverted it in the direction of Washington, D.C. The plane never reached its target. It crashed in western Pennsylvania, and Dina Burnett is convinced her husband is one reason why.
I pleaded with him to please sit down and not draw attention to himself. And he said, no, if they're going to run this into the ground, we're going to have to do something.
Last night at St. Isidore's Catholic Church in Danville, California, family and friends gathered in his memory.
I draw comfort from the fact that I know he didn't go down by giving up. He certainly went down fighting.
But the couple's 3 children, ages 5 and 3, are having a tough time understanding why their daddy isn't home yet.
They asked if he was in heaven, and I said yes. And that they asked if he could talk to them on his cell phone.
At least 45 people died aboard Flight 93, including Tom Burnett. But had that plane ever reached its intended target, the death toll could have been much higher. David Wright, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Let's go to Washington very briefly at the moment, because we knew there was going to be a prayer vigil on Capitol Hill tonight, and indeed it has begun. Members of the House and the Senate, that's the Speaker of the House there on the left, and from the beginning of today, the chaplain in both the House and the Senate have made very powerful spiritual commitment to the members of the Congress and to the country as a whole. So let's just listen for a moment.
And cuts the spear in 2. He burns the chariot with fire. Be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted on the earth. The God of Jacob is our refuge. The Lord is with us. The word of the Lord. Amen.
The Senate chaplain speaking for the second time today to members of the House and the Senate. And seeing those familiar faces there is, of course, one more reminder that in so many cases today there are victims of this incident, of this attack on the United States, who we know, who all of us know, or at least a great many of us know. Here's ABC's Jackie Judd.
We stand together tonight, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as citizens of the world, as Americans, as brothers and sisters with pain and with hurt. We are a circle of trust that cannot be broken. We are one people. We are one family. We are one nation. Tonight we pray for those who are not here to pray for themselves. Let us all bow our heads in prayer. Oh God, we come to Thee tonight with heavy hearts. We need You now. We call on You because we know that You are a powerful and mighty God. We need You in this hour. We need Your healing power. We ask tonight for You to look down on us. Please, God, look down on America. Look down on New York. Look down on Washington. We ask Your blessing be upon the President of the United States, the leaders of the Congress and all of the members. God, if you will, bless all of our people. We ask, oh God, in a very special way for you to be with the families and the loved ones of the victims at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, and with the families of those who perished in Pennsylvania. We pray tonight for the firefighters, the police officers, the doctors, the nurses, and all of the emergency medical personnel. We pray, O Lord, for our entire nation in this time of tremendous grief and despair. We call on you tonight, dear Lord, because there's no one else for us to call on. We turn to you tonight, for there's no one else for us to turn to in our hour of need. We ask that you continue to watch over America and shed thy grace on thee. We need thy help, O God, now, right now, more than ever before. Hear our prayer. We stand in need of your presence, O God. We are your people. We are your children. We are hurting. Our people are hurting. Our nation is hurting. Help us, O God. See us through this storm and hold us in the palm of your powerful hands. Tonight, dear God, let there be peace in our world, peace in America, and peace in our hearts and soul. Oh God, we just want to do your will. Give us the strength. Give us the courage to be faithful to your calling. This is our quest. This is our plea. This is our hope. Oh God, this is our prayer. Amen.
Hurting, he makes so clear.
At 4 a.m. this morning, I was awakened by the stench of smoke from the fire still burning a mile away at the Pentagon. It made me feel sick and powerless, a feeling shared by many today. Only by turning to God Almighty will we have the wisdom and the strength we need in this great trial. Without God's Spirit dwelling within us, we are powerless. It is He from whom we derive all strength to console, to endure, to overcome evil, and to maintain our humanity in the faith of unfathomable inhumanity. And how do we gain this power? Only by asking God for His help. By opening our hearts can we receive God's grace and His all-powerful Spirit. God spoke in Jeremiah, "Call to me, and I will answer you, and show you great and mighty things which you do not know." God can show us the way, if we will but ask. We cannot explain what's happened. We don't have that capacity. Then how can we console those who've suffered so much through the loss of friends and loved ones? Yes, our hearts go out to them, but it's not enough for them or for us. The message again is to turn to God. He alone has the answers.
That is Senator Jon Kyl of Arizona there at the prayer vigil in New York, and we've clearly lost the feed to the Capitol building, a prayer vigil which the House and the Senate agreed they would hold tonight, held in the rotunda, as you could probably see. And not the end of the day, by any means, for the members of the House and the members of the Senate, or for any of the members of the political leadership in the country, but certainly a fitting end to the formal day in the U.S. Capitol today, where not too long ago Senator Tom Daschle, the Democratic leader in the Senate, told us members still do in some ways feel vulnerable, as people do in many parts of the country. And our coverage of this is going to continue on ABC News throughout the night. But to end this rather unusually lengthy edition of World News Tonight, let us first and finally on this segment of the broadcast provide you with some of the sights and the sounds of the day here and everywhere.
We've got a lot of heavy debris. We're really just on top of the pile. We can't even, there's just a lot of crevices and holes, things you can look down into. You really can't see. The visibility is real poor. A lot of smoke, a lot of heat coming off of the debris.
Here's my son with my little granddaughter.
My son is Lloyd Rosenberg. He worked for Cantor Fitzgerald in Tower 1 on the 102nd floor, and I'm begging the people that would know anything, please get in touch with me.
We just have in our head that he's unconscious. His ID is down in smoke right now, I guess, right? And that he's somewhere in a hospital unconscious or on Liberty Island. I mean, I refuse at this point to give up.
Found 2 Port Authority workers were trapped. We got one out alive about 1 o'clock this morning, and then we got another one out about 5:30 this morning.
I need more regulators. Got any more regulators, non-rebreathers, and O2 tanks.
The damage is incalculable.
But, you know, one human life is worth more than all that damage put together.
We've been in hospitals all day since yesterday, so if anybody could help us, there he is again. Sean.
He started yesterday to work.
Yesterday was his first day back?
Yeah, first day. And he don't come back no more to the house.
You know, we still have hope for him, but if they were up in the building with the size of that fall and the fire and the smoke, it doesn't look good for them.
Okay, this building's unstable. It's unstable. Go guys, come on. You're right. Oh, shit. Need the dogs here. Walk it out of here. Guys, coming over.
Well, I said that final collection of images from the day would be here, there, and everywhere. And of course, what I should have said was here in New York City and there at the Pentagon outside Washington, and of course at the crash site in Pennsylvania. That is here for everybody in the United States today. I hope in the last hour of this special edition of World News Tonight we've been able to summarize the events of the day and bring you up to date with the investigation, with America's connections with the rest of the world, with the search which continues in New York and at the Pentagon as well. And at all three of those crime seats and in other places around the country, all of the investigative agencies of the United States are at work. And as you heard in the course of the last hour and you've heard today, there has been some progress made in identifying the terrorists on board the aircraft and perhaps at least getting for questioning people who may have been connected with them in the United States. So our coverage will continue, but for now, that is World News Tonight. Hello again, everybody. I'm Peter Jennings at ABC News headquarters in New York, and that is what it looks like by night. And our special report, which began just before 9 o'clock yesterday morning, continues. And our coverage of this crisis for the United States, and a crisis which has engulfed so many other people in so many other parts of the world in one way or the other, will continue. We said just a short while ago that the psychology of darkness clearly changes things on the ground in some respects, but it also makes it dramatically clear and actually more visible than it is sometimes in the daytime, the intensity of the search and rescue operation in Lower Manhattan as they move rubble so that the search for survivors can continue. And we and other news agencies and all sorts of agencies of government at all levels today have in some respects been conveyor belts for queries and for information, and certainly, as we said more than 24 hours ago, for the American people at large to gather, stay close by their television sets and their radios, of course, and share in the continuing investigation of not what happened here, because we all know, but why it happened here and who did it and who is going to survive it. So we continue. And first I want to go to my colleague ABC's Charles Gibson, who's also here at ABC News headquarters, to pick up on parts of the day we may have missed in the last couple of hours. Charlie?
Well, Peter, you've spent the last hour and a half in a special edition of World News Tonight trying to sum up where we stand, and for those who couldn't watch all of it with some trepidation and a sense of inadequacy, I will try to sum it up in 2.5 minutes to try to get some sense of where we are. And there's a lot of places where you could start today. You could start with the investigation. You could start with the fact that there are some indications from Washington that the Pentagon was not the intended target of the plane that crashed there. But I think the proper place to start is right at the recovery zone around the World Trade Center, because as you have been pointing out in the last few minutes there is the threat that another building could go down. There are actually two that they're worried about. One, Liberty Plaza. Somebody said there's a buckle in the building. It could go down. Others are saying they're really most worried about the Millennium Hotel. But we are in a situation where another building could go down in the World Trade Center site. So let's start there.
Late this afternoon, there were the frightening indications that yet a fourth building might be near collapse in downtown Manhattan, another building structurally weakened by the collapse of the World Trade Towers. Touring the devastated site today, New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani echoed the thoughts of every stunned American.
When you look up there and you don't see the World Trade Center, it's unbelievable.
One searcher poignantly said, "I never expected to see the World Trade Center go by me in the back of a truck." So far, 55 civilians have been confirmed dead, 1,700 injured, although the final toll is expected to go much, much higher, the final toll of casualties. Among those feared dead, 259 missing firemen, New York policemen, and Port Authority police, all heroes who risked their lives in the early minutes of the crisis.
The deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war.
As for who is responsible, all leads seem to point to suspected terrorist Osama bin Laden. There was a startling announcement from Washington today that the Pentagon, which of course was hit by one of the hijacked jetliners, may not have been an intended target.
Our government has credible evidence that the White House and Air Force One were targets.
Each of the 4 planes hijacked, says Ashcroft, was taken over by between 3 and 6 hijackers armed with knives and box cutters. So far, there have been no suspects arrested, but many people have been detained, held as part of a spreading investigation. Police in riot gear searched a hotel in downtown Boston. Other police served search warrants on homes in Florida looking for information. Sadly, today, people gathered outside hospitals. Without a lot of hope, they were simply holding up pictures of missing loved ones on the slim, very slim chance someone had seen them.
She has 2 daughters, and we haven't heard no response from her, nothing.
Amazingly, earlier today, several people were pulled out of the rubble of the World Trade Center alive. An inspiring sight also came today. People on the periphery of the World Trade Center site were applauding, cheering the rescuers.
Just some of the snapshots that have made up this second day now after the tragedy. Peter?
Thank you, Charlie. I know you just can't summarize too often, and every time you do, for which we're grateful, we get another glimpse of both tragedy and of encouragement. And we've seen so many symbols today, so many examples today here in New York City and across the country, including that wonderful moment at the Pentagon when firefighters there unveiled an enormous American flag so that President Bush could see it. You've seen that kind of encouragement and patriotism all across the country today. We've had tremendous help in the last couple of days from Jerry Howard, who was with us again this evening. Jerry was the man who helped to set up the Office of Emergency Management for New York City without ever imagining in your wildest dreams that this is what it was going to have to deal with. And Jerry, can we just take some photographs of the scene? Because I think that one of the things that we have not done very well in the last few hours is to give people in other parts of the country a real geographical sense of what is happening down there. And Jerry, I know as you watch this, you keep saying, well, there is the Office of Emergency Management, which I set up and is part of rubble. So as we look down at this staging zone north of the World Trade Towers, where, for example, was the Office of Emergency Management, and where is One Liberty Plaza, which we're so concerned about collapsing at the moment?
Well, there, Peter, at both ends of the operation, the Office of Emergency Management, or 7 World Trade Center, was on the north side. The World Trade Center, the 2 towers sat in the middle, and the Millennium Hotel is to the east of the World Trade Center, and the tower that they're concerned about now, One Liberty Plaza, is just south. Here's, as you can see on that map, the 7 World Trade is the northern part looking up As you look across to Jersey, One Liberty Plaza is to the south there. The concern now is for One Liberty Plaza. You've got to set the stage by recognizing there's a very aggressive effort going on to try and find people at the site. They had the good fortune this morning of finding some people alive. These people are looking very aggressively for any signs of life, using cameras, using search dogs, listening devices. So they are going to be as aggressive as possible. And you again have to recognize that it's an extremely dangerous operation. They're picking through a lot of steel, a lot of twisted rubble. And now, to compound it, you have the potential danger of an additional collapse.
Can you tell exactly what what we're looking at right now? Do you know this particular structure? I won't blame you if you don't.
I do not. That looks actually like the bridge across the way.
Across West Street.
I think that is the bridge across West Street. And I know from talking to folks today that the goal is to try and clear West Street and to try and clear a path.
Because it's very difficult to operate in this part of town. There is only one really main road, is there not? And that's the West Side Highway, which goes right past between the trade towers and the river. Yeah,
you either have to move debris either going north up the West Side Highway, or you have to move it going south down through the Battery Tunnel or around the tip of Manhattan. It's a little easier right now because all of lower Manhattan is shut down, so they're giving priority to the heavy equipment, to the dump trucks. The city has done an incredible job. It's staging equipment on Houston Street, which is north of the World Trade Center. And when one dump truck is filled, another one's in there. There is not a moment of downtime. They are moving very quickly to get as much debris out as possible. And at the same time, these rescue teams are operating in this dangerous environment trying to find people.
Now, just for people in other parts of the country, remind them how close this is actually to Wall Street.
Well, this is literally the Millennium Hotel. If it were to fall to the east or fall away from the Trade Center, could in fact hit Wall Street. The debris could hit Wall Street, depending on which way it's leaning. And my understanding is it's leaning in towards the Trade Center. Again, it's about a 25-story building. Wall Street is a block away, right on the other side of Broadway.
Now, there are a huge number of ambulances waiting all the time as part of the search and hopefully rescue operation. One Liberty Plaza and these other buildings in the immediate area have been evacuated.
Absolutely.
So there's nobody in One Liberty Plaza. What are it's the consequences of it falling on top of other debris, which is what causes you so much concern.
Sure. There's a couple of concerns. One, you have people operating underneath, trying to do rescues, trying to find victims, and you really have to be careful with your rescue operation and not put people in the collapse zone. We've already lost over 200 very, very brave people who were in the buildings trying to save lives. And lost their lives in the process. You want to do everything humanly possible not to let that happen again. So you have to establish a collapse zone around these buildings that are in danger of collapsing.
In other words, you can only search as long as the searchers are in a safe position and are able to search.
Right.
We're joined by ABC's John Miller again, who's been with us, and I heard the two of you talking a little earlier about the fact that the FBI is actually, what, John, operating out of a garage?
Yeah, the FBI left its headquarters at 26 Federal Plaza, the Federal Building in Lower Manhattan, a giant symbol of the government's might, a huge complex, and moved into a garage enclosed in a warehouse on the west side of Manhattan, assessing that their federal building had become yet another target for terrorists and that it would be better for them to operate off-site. And so they have set up a massive office, run hundreds of telephone lines into this cavernous concrete garage.
And now the Federal Emergency Management Agency is going to move in back into that building. So that building's in decent shape.
It is in decent shape. One of the reasons they moved out was because they had no gas, no water. They now have the fire department supplying water. They are trying to get the FEMA operation back into the building tonight. Last I talked with them, it looked like they would move some of the resources from New Jersey back into the building tonight. And they'll coordinate this operation from a federal level out of the federal building.
Okay, thanks, Jerry. If you have time to stay with us, I'd be very grateful. As you watch them work on a site in which your office has been wiped out and for which you never actually could possibly plan. George Stephanopoulos is down in that part of town. George?
Yes, Peter, I'm here at Duane and Church Street, which is a little farther up than we were before from the World Trade Center. But if you look over my left shoulder, you can see One Liberty Plaza with 2 floors lit up quite high up. I'm not sure if the lights are preventing you from seeing it, but it's right over my left shoulder there. We've been told by 2 firefighters who just left the scene that search and rescue operations have resumed around the World Trade Center area. I'm not certain that they're right up at the One Liberty Plaza, but they have said that they are working away right now. I can add, when I was there earlier this afternoon, Peter, it was very clear that that building had taken some severe hits, but it didn't seem as severely damaged, say, as some of the buildings on the south side of the plaza. Finally, Peter, we have some additional information from 2 FBI agents who have confirmed that there's a gas leak near City Hall, which is also in this lower tip of Manhattan, a little further east, and then they're evacuating that neighborhood and moving people up to the north.
Okay, George Stephanopoulos, thank you very much. So people downtown just simply continue to be moved about. And you saw a vigil there with people holding candles. That's outside St. Vincent's Hospital, one of the hospitals that has been deeply involved in either treating people or waiting to treat people. There are 170 hospitals in New York City. And I think that Cynthia McFadden is down there at that candlelight vigil this evening. Cynthia?
Peter, we are here. This is a vigil that has started across the street from St. Vincent's Hospital. You'll see some of the people have, I don't see them now. In fact, the air is clearer right now, but for the last half hour or so, there has been an acrid electrical fire smoke in the air here. People are grabbing surgical masks, like the one I'm holding in my hand, to help them breathe. Some people are making makeshift masks. It has been extremely difficult to breathe. The fire department and rescue workers tell us that this is an electrical fire. They believe, although we hear confirmation of a gas leak as well. We're about a mile north of the Twin Towers here, but the wind has shifted in the last couple of hours. And so they have moved the rescue operation, the triage operation here inside. You'll see that while there were people out on the sidewalk all day, the bulk of the medical personnel have now moved inside. That is because of this acrid smoke and because of concerns about these health issues. I can confirm a new number, Peter. St. Vincent's Hospital has processed 604 patients through their emergency rooms, 449 here behind me, and then at other St. Vincent's hospitals around the city, the rest of the bulk of the patients. We have seen a stream of dump trucks, cranes, lights, generators heading behind me downtown. You'll see a couple coming down now, I think, as well as military personnel. We saw military police vehicles, Humvees, going downtown just a while ago.
Many thanks, Cynthia McFadden at St. Vincent's Hospital tonight, and she talks about the atmosphere down there at the moment. We're farther up the west side at ABC News headquarters, and you can smell what is happening downtown all the way up the west side. That may be the result of the wind shift. Now, let us turn now to the investigation of who may have done this and how much progress the various intelligence agencies in the nation may have made today. ABC's Pierre Thomas is with us in Washington. Pierre, bring us up to date, would you?
Well, Peter, I just had a very interesting conversation with a very senior government official who tells me that they're learning more information about the people who may have flown those planes into the World Trade Center and also the Pentagon. At least 2 of these people had been certified at that school, at this flight school in Vere Beach, Florida. And we're told by this particular source that they had been getting training there for more than a year. So this operation may have been developing for quite some time. Also, I'm being told that they're trying to find out when these men might have been recruited. Again, the operative figure in this may be Osama bin Laden.
Okay, thank you very much, Pierre. We'll come back to you in the course of the evening. Naturally, ABC's John Miller is with us. John, I know we've done it before, but give us an overall handle on the investigation as of, what, 8:20, 5:20 in the West.
Federal authorities now believe that there were between 3 and 6 hijackers on each plane. Right. They now believe they know the names of all of them, or at least the names or identities they were using. They have traced some of them backwards to rented cars, to hotels, to other states, and ultimately to Canada, possibly as a port of entry. 3 people, 2 men, 2 women and a man are being held in Boston, not charged in any way in connection with this case, but being held for investigation of their immigration status. They were located coming out of the hotel room rented by one of the alleged hijackers. 2 more are being held in New Jersey. They were picked up last night. Federal authorities are now indicating while their immigration status is continuing to be examined, they are not panning out in all likelihood as suspects in this case. 3 were picked up on a train that was stopped by federal authorities in Providence, Rhode Island, also being investigated for their immigration status, not charged in this case, but being questioned about their associations with people who may have been involved in this case.
You made a very interesting point earlier today, I thought worth repeating, that in terms of men who intend to become members of a suicide mission, they're not or have not appeared today to be particularly concerned about what information or evidence or paper trail they left behind.
No, they didn't leave a trail behind. I mean, if you look at the Logan Airport leads, they had an argument with another motorist, which attracted attention. That led police to the car, which led the FBI to the hotel, which led them to the 3 people they're looking at now. One of the interesting things they found in that hotel room was a lot of luggage, more than it seemed to be appropriate for the 3 people they found, and hair dye, which now they're wondering if the people who were leaving were going to use to change their appearance so that they wouldn't look to other witnesses later how they looked to the witnesses who could identify them.
There was a talk about a training video in the trunk of the car. Is any confirmation of that?
Yes, in the automobile found at Logan Airport, a training video on how to fly a commercial aircraft. In luggage found at the airport, Arabic language training manuals for flying planes. This, the white...
Thanks to our affiliate in Boston, WCVB, we actually have a picture of the car which they were taking away to search.
White Mitsubishi Mirage that they were keyed into by a witness who said he had an argument with them in the airport, apparently over parking space. Thought nothing of it at the time, got to his destination, heard about the explosion, that one of the flights emanated from Boston, put some things together in his head, used his cell phone, and called the Massachusetts State Police and the FBI.
And I'm sorry, but I've forgotten precisely how many leads the Attorney General said they were following tonight, but I think he said a couple of thousand leads they were following, and there is a site on the web, at least, which the FBI has set up so that they can basically troll for information from any corner of the globe, which people may want to contribute to this.
They've set up what they call a massive lead bucket. They're using hotline numbers. They're using a website. They have 4,000 FBI agents assigned to the case, unprecedented number, backed up by 3,000 support people, non-agents in the analyst end, the scientific end, the intelligence end, they are looking at the rented cars, the telephone bills from the residences that they've traced these people to. Who did they call? Who are those people? What are their connections? Videotapes from parking lots where they may have been. Videotapes that are around their homes and stores they might have been to from receipts that they're looking at as a result of search warrants. They're really trying to retrace their last steps.
ABC's Brian Ross is also with us tonight, as he has been on various occasions during the day. I think, Brian, you could just add to this investigation knowledge, can you?
Yes, Peter, a very sharp focus is on the various flight schools around the country, from Florida to Minneapolis, where they believe some of these terrorists may have obtained their knowledge of how to fly a plane, may have trained in simulators for advanced jets like the 757 or the 767. Any number of flight schools now have had visits from the FBI. There are connections to Minneapolis that are being explored tonight by the FBI, and throughout Florida, particularly around the Vero Beach area, as Pierre had reported earlier. It seems to be an intriguing focus for the FBI, the extent to which these men set out more than a year ago to obtain knowledge of how to fly a plane.
I talked earlier today to the CEO of Huffman Aviation, and he did point out that they learned how to fly small airplanes there and then moved on to schools, which I think people were probably fairly surprised to hear actually could give you training in 757s and 767s, the aircrafts involved in yesterday's crisis.
If you have enough money, you can rent the simulators for up to $2,000 an hour and actually learn. One school has a 16-day course to learn how to fly or to handle a 757 or a 767 if you have some sort of stated reason for doing that. That has been, from the very beginning, a very sharp focus that the list of suspects would include people specifically trained in how to fly a jetliner.
Okay.
We went on to the
Sorry, John, go ahead.
FAA's Airman site, which tracks and lists pilots' license, and found that 2 of the people that they were looking at as possible hijackers who had residences in Vero Beach around that school, who had been students there, went on to other schools. They were licensed pilots, rated for turbojets, and rated for instrument flying. So they had come a fairly long way. And remember, the type of flying that they had to do, the most difficult part, we were told, is taking off and landing, most difficult and dangerous.
Right.
They didn't have to take off, and they didn't have to consider landing. They had to master steering the aircraft, controlling the speed and altitude, and aiming.
Thanks, John Miller, and Brian Ross as well. We'll come back to this subject repeatedly. Let's go to Washington now, though, to see how this city has ended its day, and it has been a very busy day on, Claire Shipman is there at the White House now, on a single subject. I don't think any other business has been done today, do you?
No, absolutely not, Peter, although as a footnote, of course, the White House did reopen for public tours today, which shows that there might be some people thinking about something else, but certainly not very many. Starting at the Pentagon, we're told there are no hope of survivors at this point. A bit of good news, if you can even call it that, hopeful news, that the estimate, and again I want to repeat, estimate of the number of victims there was scaled back throughout the day from what we thought at one point could be as many as 800 people, perhaps down to 100 or 200. But again, the Defense Secretary has made it plain that's an estimate, and he is hoping that it has gone that low. President Bush, as we said he wanted to do earlier today, did end up visiting the Pentagon. He left the White House and spent a little bit of time over there meeting and greeting rescue workers, and described himself as sad and angry. Peter?
Sad and angry, pretty much the way the country is. Thanks very much. Now let's go to a news conference being held by the Mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani.
Helped us in every way. The Speaker, Shelley Silver, who's with us, the Majority Leader. We're going to need their help and their assistance, including the work they're going to do for us tomorrow in the special session. I can't express to the elected officials that are here the sense of strength and support that I feel for the people of the city in having this bipartisan and very talented group of legislators and political leaders helping the people of the city that we all love and are joined together with that common love and common interest. Governor, thank you.
Thank you. Governor of New York, George Pataki.
Mayor, let me just again thank you for your leadership and the extraordinary efforts of you and your team. We are delighted to have so many of our Washington representatives and Director Albaugh here with us this afternoon. As I said earlier, within an hour of the incident, I'd spoken to both Senator Schumer and Senator Clinton, and they had said whatever we need from Washington, they would be there to do. We've spoken with the President and Vice President a number of times since then, and we are very grateful for the support of the federal government. And Director Albaugh, we're delighted that you are here personally this evening to tour the site, to see what we saw earlier this evening, and to help us get through this. One of the things that the Mayor and I learned under very tragic circumstances with TWA Flight 800 is that it's not just dealing with the victims, with the immediate crisis, with the health and safety concerns of those at the site. It's dealing with the families. It's dealing with the survivors, those who don't know if their loved one has been lost or not, those who don't know where to go for grief counseling or help. And earlier today, the state turned over the Armory on 25th Street to the city, and the city has already moved in place its team so that family members can go there to the Armory. The exact address is 68 Lexington Avenue and 25th Street and Lexington Avenue. It is open tonight. It will be open again tomorrow morning and continue to be open so that we will be able to have a central point where those families who have concerns can go, can be with other families, can be with professional grief counselors, and get the support that they need to get them through this tragedy. You know, there's no one in New York and there's no one in America whose heart hasn't been touched by this tragedy. But to those families, to those kids whose mother didn't come home, or those children whose fathers are unknown in their whereabouts, we have to be there for them. And Mayor, again, your team is doing a great job. More than 2,500 family members have gone through that center today. And we will have this up, we will have this running, and Director Albaugh has indicated that we will have federal grief counselors there as well. As the need arises, the city has it fully staffed and
We'll just stay with the picture here for just a moment, but between the governor and the mayor there is, in fact, Joe Albaugh, the director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and he's come up here, obviously, to New York today. This is one of the very tight triangle of people who was responsible for getting George W. Bush elected, and he's now the head of FEMA, and he has been here in New York today getting a lot of thanks from the governor of New York, that's Senator Schumer of New York, and just in a short while from now we're going to have a chance to talk to Senator Clinton of New York, who is here as well, because there has been a very generous mood in the Senate today, an appropriately generous mood, one would, many people in the country would believe, about giving assistance to New York, giving the city whatever it needs to get itself back on its feet. And it will not be long, given the sort of spirit of the time, when people will begin to talk about rebuilding the Trade Center as at least as an issue. But we want to return to this issue of whether, shouldn't say whether, but of what the spokesman for the president said today was that the White House was a target. ABC's Martha Raddatz has been investigating this. She's at the State Department tonight. Martha, just by way of background for folks, the president's press spokesman said today that the White House was a target of the aircraft which ended up crashing into the Pentagon. And nobody quite understands what it is they have that led him to this conclusion. Can you add to this?
I can, Peter. Just a short time ago, I spoke to a senior official who has been in the highest level briefings. He told me what they saw was an airplane circling over the White House. The airplane that eventually hit the Pentagon, he said, was in a flight pattern over the White House that made them believe that the White House was indeed the target. I asked him what the fourth airplane was doing. There were rumors yesterday that the fourth airplane was also headed for Washington, D.C., and if he knew what the target of that airplane was, he said, I don't know, we don't know. There were a lot of targets. You're standing in one of them, he said.
So the speculation that it was the United Airlines flight that crashed in Pennsylvania may have been originally intended, or was originally trying to go to Washington under the direction of terrorists. So that is still pretty much an issue which we don't understand.
That's true. We don't understand that. They do believe it was headed for Washington, D.C., but they're not certain about that. But again, they believe that that airplane that eventually hit the Pentagon was first targeting the White House. He said they don't know why it went back off course and headed for the Pentagon, but he said after it circled around the White House, it suddenly turned and then went into the Pentagon.
Okay, thanks very much, Martha Raddatz at the State Department tonight. And of course, one of the ways we shall be able to figure that out is looking, as we did yesterday, at some of the flight patterns of at least one of the aircraft and what its behavior was after it left Boston. So we shall work on that this evening. But let's go downtown in Manhattan at the moment to ABC's Bill Blakemore.
Peter, we've just been watching the police and volunteer doctors evacuate this very tall building next to us, 40 stories high. They say because the air down here has become so bad that they're having to make sure that elderly people, people with breathing problems, there was a number in this building, are taken up to public shelters. The doctors told me that they're trying to get the word out that anybody who lives in Lower Manhattan should not use their air conditioners because that sucks in air from outside and does not necessarily filter out the asbestos. People should close their windows if they live down here at the very least, and that everybody should take the public health warnings that have been given by doctors' groups today about this air very seriously. They say that meters have shown there's a serious asbestos content in this air from the fire and the dust in the wreckage behind us.
Okay, Bill, thanks very much. ABC's Bill Blakemore in Lower Manhattan, and he wouldn't put that up, I think, to his mouth and his nose if it were not needed. And we've seen a lot of people, though it's very interesting to see the people at St. Vincent Hospital down there tonight, some of them without those masks, and they will be necessary for people. And we are many, 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 many blocks away from Lower Manhattan, even though we're on the west side. And you can smell it a little bit in this building. You can smell the results of that crisis center in Lower New York, a very long distance up the west side, as we all are along the edges of the Hudson River. We've talked many times today about the search for the victims. You've seen pictures tonight of people coming with simple photographs of their relatives and just stood outside St. Vincent's Hospital in one case, holding up the pictures in the hope, and sometimes we believe it may be the faint hope, that somebody will have seen a member of their family. And we saw any number of incidents yesterday. We followed a young girl and her sister yesterday as they went in search of their father and ultimately found him. And so in that sort of visible desperation tonight, you get some sense of the anxiety that people feel. Now, some people who have lost their lives in this attack on the United States, either on the aircraft or in the Pentagon or in the trade towers here in New York City, are known to all Americans. Everything is a personal story, everything is a meaningful story. But some of the victims of this are known to a wider audience. Here's ABC's Jackie Judd.
Minutes before the United plane went down in Pennsylvania, Fort Myers, Florida police officer Lauren Lyles' phone rang. It was his wife, Cece, an attendant on Flight 93.
To hear my wife tell me she loved me through all the chaos that probably was going on that plane, to call me to tell me she loved me, well, is embedded in my heart.
Cece Lyles also had two sons. The plane that slammed into the Pentagon yesterday carried heartbreak for families all around Washington. 3 children and their teachers, selected to take part in a National Geographic ecology conference, were on board. Hilda Taylor taught elementary school.
She was the best 6th grade teacher ever.
Also on board, a family of 4 beginning a journey to Australia, where Leslie Whittington, a Georgetown University professor, was going to teach.
She sure as hell touched me. She was an energetic, powerful, dynamic, strong-willed, passionate, caring lady with a dynamite sense of humor and love of life. And God, she is a loss to humanity.
A flight attendant on board, Michelle Heidenberger, died, her family said, a hero, putting her passengers and crew first.
Michelle is or was a very sweet woman and has 2 children.
At the Pentagon, an office now in ruins was where Rosemary Chapa worked as an intelligence analyst. Minutes before impact, she had called her daughter and left a message.
She just said, "Hi, darling, give me a call." That was it.
Rosemary Chapa has not been heard from since. The Archbishop of Washington said today his family has not heard from Michael Lynch, a New York City firefighter.
And he apparently went in early, one of those companies that went in early, and I guess he must have been in the building when it collapsed.
Archbishop McCarrick says he was supposed to preside at his cousin's wedding later this year. Also in New York, the victim's number, John Oganowski, a father of 3, the pilot of Flight 11.
It's hard to explain losing your big brother.
There are, of course, many, many more victims. Today, the airlines released the flight manifests with the names of the passengers, the pilots, the flight attendants on all 4 doomed airplanes. Jackie Judd, ABC News, Washington.
As ABC, beg your pardon, as people try to make these connections, as people continue to search for their families, we know and have said before how hard it is on the children. We've talked to several people today who emphasize how important it is to talk to children about this, but to keep children removed from the violence if you can, if they're particularly young. Here's a report on the state of the children from ABC's Michelle Norris.
For America's youngest citizens, yesterday's events were particularly horrifying. For students, their sense of security shattered by terror striking so close to home.
All these hijackings, missing planes, it's scary.
That's scary. I don't know what can happen.
I'm angry at the nation. I think somebody isn't doing their job.
With Washington still reeling from yesterday's attack on the Pentagon, all area schools made a collective decision. Children should stay home from class and spend the day with loved ones instead.
I feel a little better because I'm with my family and I feel that I'm protected.
It was kind of hard to explain to her what an act of terrorism is. It's not that it was an accident.
But it is especially hard to provide an explanation that makes sense to students who live in areas targeted by the terrorists. The buildings, places they had visited quite often. Among the victims, people they knew and loved.
He was a good friend. I just put my head on the desk, and that's when I looked up and some people was crying.
There will be heavy hearts and empty desks when students return to schools here in Washington tomorrow morning. 3 D.C. teachers and 3 top students were on the plane that crashed into the Pentagon.
What about the things that people saw?
You go to sleep at night feeling really guilty and feeling like you should be there doing something about it.
You have to wonder what would make a person hate a nation so much that they'll go and kill all these people.
Children should know that this country has been through many attacks over many hundreds of years, and that we have survived and we grow stronger, and that they are safer here than anywhere in the world.
But as the wreckage still smolders and the casualties mount, conveying that sense of safety and security will be a tough assignment for schools and for parents. Michelle Norris, ABC News, Washington.
There is the implication in one of the participants in that piece that a nation is made stronger by being tested. And of course, whether it is here in New York or in Pennsylvania tonight or at the Pentagon, this is all about individuals. Here's ABC's Chris Wallace.
On this day after Navy Petty Officer Charles Lewis was being treated in a Virginia hospital for smoke inhalation and lacerations. But he knew it could have been much worse. At 9:30 yesterday morning, he was in the Navy Command Center in the Pentagon, watching pictures of the attack on the World Trade Center.
There were a lot of people standing around watching the news footage and watching the live broadcast, and just thinking, if that happened there, I mean, there's no telling, you know, what's next.
10 minutes later, Lewis says he was in a meeting on the first floor deep inside the building, in Corridor 4 between the B and C rings.
The next thing you heard behind us was an explosion, and it sounded like a big gust of wind, and it just slammed straight in the back of us. It was just pitch black, and all you heard was people screaming for help. All you heard was walls falling, just the whole room, everything just coming down on top of us.
What was the smoke like? What was?
It was black, almost like tar. It's like the fumes were just heavy, and they just lingered there in your chest, just like your chest and your throat. Felt like it was just burning.
Lewis says he was trapped for 15 to 20 minutes before emergency teams rescued him. He knows one of the other people in the room was also saved, but he still doesn't know what happened to the third person.
When you were sitting there in that room, trapped, thick, black, acrid smoke, did you think this might be it?
For a minute, yeah. I thought that was it. I thought about my kids. I thought about my family. I wanted to see my kids and my family again.
Lewis has been in the Navy for 12 years and saw combat in the Gulf War. But he says this is the most danger he's ever been in.
Do you feel that what you experienced yesterday was combat?
Yeah, I do. I feel it. I mean, it was a deliberate act, and deliberate act of terrorism.
Another individual story, and of course everybody believes it was a deliberate act of terrorism, and the president said today that the country is clearly, this is an act of war, and the implications of that are extraordinarily serious for the United States, and everybody knows that throughout the United States today, everybody is hoping and praying that the person or persons and government or governments responsible for this, complicit in any way, will be identified very quickly. And as you heard from the Attorney General, there's a huge investigation going on tonight. I realize as we continue our coverage on a full-time basis like this that we repeat much of the information that you will have heard before if you've been around for the entire time. We also recognize that people get on with their lives and come and go, and so we keep revisiting our key correspondents and our key locations to simply bring us and you hopefully up to date, which takes us back to the Pentagon. John McCarthy, I think in some ways the most significant piece of news out of the Pentagon today, at least to my ears and perhaps others, is the fact that not as many people perished as had been bandied about last night.
Well, the numbers are still very squishy, Peter, because they're discovering not only do they have to account for the military personnel and the civilian personnel, but what about visitors? What about the workers who work in this building doing the reconstruction of it? Those are people that they hadn't thought about, and they are still searching for answers to that. But it does appear somewhere between 100 and 150 people died in the Pentagon situation here. That is the number that the range of number that they are now focusing on. Now,
We've done it before, I know, but review for us, if you would, the President's visit to the Pentagon today in two respects. One, we have some videotape of him because we were allowed to accompany him over to the Pentagon, and also the impact it had on the people who worked there.
Well, I think quite clearly when the Commander-in-Chief comes to the Pentagon, it is always a very special time. This was especially emotional. The President has been expressing a desire not only to visit this site, but to go to New York, and to go to New York is much more complex, and he might very well get in the way of things. But he was able to come and offer encouraging words to the firemen, to the workers, to the people who had been doing some of the more grisly work of beginning to remove the remains from the building. Today that process really did begin. They've been tagging bodies, putting them in body bags, and moving them away.
Now, the President's been walking around in the pictures we're looking at with the Secretary of Defense, Don Rumsfeld. Can you put into perspective for us today what Mr. Rumsfeld was trying to say? And that, by the way, is the President's National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice. And I think that's the first time we have seen her since this crisis began. She and Vice President Cheney were in the White House throughout, while the President was first in Florida and then on his cross-country trip. Let's listen.
We're here to say thanks to not only the workers on this site, but the workers who are doing the same work in New York City. Coming here makes me sad on the one hand. It also makes me angry. And our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists.
And this was clearly one of the most memorable occasions of the day in a symbolic fashion. Everybody who lives in the United States, anyone who knows the United States, no matter where they live, understands how strongly the country feels about the flag. And that was a group of firefighters who, I gather, John, wanted the President to see, as much as anything else, the flag on the side of the Pentagon had been attacked when he arrived there today.
Absolutely, Peter. During the course of the last 36 hours, there have been several flags draped from various positions in the ruined part of the Pentagon, and several have been hoisted on flag poles above the Pentagon. So all of the pictures of the area, although it was damaged, there was always a picture of the American flag visible. This larger flag that they draped there was clearly a symbolic gesture from them to let the country know that this building was open and that the business was continuing here, even if some of the business was pretty terrible today.
Now, as I said, the Secretary of Defense was seen there with the President. He showed up quite spontaneously, or perhaps not spontaneously, but without much notice, in the press room of the Pentagon today and described at first this definition of a new battlefield in the world. And then he quite directly, we couldn't quite figure out what he was saying about people who had access to information about the investigation were, among other things, compromising the country and violating criminal law by releasing this information to whom? To the press?
To the press, partly, and to the potential enemies of the United States. This is a Secretary of Defense who feels obviously very strongly the whole purpose, I have been told, that he came down to the Pentagon briefing room was to deliver a message, and it's really not to the press that he's delivering the message. It is to other government officials, cabinet officials. It is to other people that work in the Pentagon who are providing detailed information about the terrorists and about some of the movements of the terrorists. And he refused to comment, for example, on the thing that the White House press secretary revealed today, that in fact the terrorists may have been wanting to target Air Force One and the White House. When he was asked that question, he said, "I'm not going to talk about intelligence matters." So he clearly, in some respects, I believe, was trying to chastise many government officials.
I wonder if this goes back in part to a couple of politicians on Capitol Hill yesterday, with whom we had a conversation, to put it politely, who appeared to have knowledge from intelligence briefings and were talking about it, at least in a limited way, in the public arena.
That may have been part of the conversation, but part of the reason that he came down to the Pentagon briefing room, but I really feel that it was aimed primarily at the people here in the Pentagon who deal with the press, and also other high-ranking government officials in the executive branch of the government that have been talking quite openly about some of those issues. Certainly, the senator in question was talking about some of those issues, and I'm sure Don Rumsfeld did not approve of that.
I think you're referring to Senator Orrin Hatch of Utah.
Yes,
the Secretary of Defense is not the first Secretary of Defense to struggle with the Pentagon as a universe unto its own. I wonder if in the last 24 hours whether or not he's made progress in getting a handle on the overall deliberations of the Pentagon that maybe he didn't have a week ago.
Well, when you're in crisis, you see the good, the bad, but you also see the way that the military works, Peter. When the headquarters of the United States military is attacked, it's really an amazing thing to see the way a trained military group of people operate. When the hallways are full of smoke, they go to rendezvous points. It's totally different in the civilian world than it is in the military world. There are preparations, there are plans, and people do amazing things. There have been a number of acts of heroism in the Pentagon during those first few crucial hours. Those people will not come forth, by and large, and talk to us. They want no part of being a public hero, but they do these incredible things.
And finally, John, at least for the moment, if the President's press secretary, Ari Fleischman, is correct in his remarks today that the White House was the preferred target of the terrorists on one plane and the Pentagon was actually a secondary target, then the discussions yesterday about terrorists having hit at the heart of the military establishment in the United States has a slightly different cast. But what's been the reaction in the Pentagon to Mr. Fleisch's remarks?
There really hasn't been much, Peter. The reality here is that there was a terrible blow struck in this building, not at the White House. People have been killed here. There are families of military members that are grieving now. This is where the attack was. And the evidence some of the people are telling us is fairly circumstantial, that the targets were elsewhere. But the fact of the matter was this aircraft did not approach from the direction of the White House. It approached from the south. It had been apparently moving along the major highway 395, which is a north-south highway, and it came from exactly the opposite side of approach than the White House is. So if it had been circling, they were awfully wide circles before it hit the Pentagon.
Well, thanks, John. I actually think you've added to the context of this story either deliberately or inadvertently, but I think you're finally saying that from the point of view of the Pentagon universe, that collection of military families as represented by the services, that is its universe today, and that's what it profoundly most cares about.
And I think the President probably feels exactly the same way.
Thanks, John McCarthy. We'll come back to you a little later in the evening. We're joined now here at ABC News headquarters by a person we last saw on the streets. This is Dr. Andrew Feldman, who has, I have to look carefully again, because to be perfectly honest, I've forgotten your
orthopedic
hospital.
surgery at St. Vincent's Hospital.
At St. Vincent's
Yes.
Hospital, and we've yanked you away from your immediate duties to have a conversation here, and we're very grateful.
Thank you.
I think what we heard you say on the streets, I don't know how long ago it was, perfectly honest, that you went into this site with a sense of optimism and you came out with a sense of despair, has rested very heavily on people's shoulders. You want to think about what you said then and give us some context for that?
Sure. Basically, anytime you're dealing with any type of injury, you're always hoping for the best, obviously. At St. Vincent's, we're a level 1 trauma center, so we're used to seeing almost every possible type of devastating injury, whether it be motor vehicle or gunshot wound or jumpers or whatever it might be. But obviously the magnitude is not there. When we went down to the site today, I was part of a team of a couple of doctors. There had been several doctors obviously there beforehand, and we were going there to lend a hand. And the most problematic thing is that there wasn't that much of a hand to lend because most of the people were buried.
And does that appear to continue to be the situation tonight?
Yeah, I think yesterday as the casualties started coming into the hospital, there was pretty much a steady flow at the early part of the day, around noon, 1, 2, 3 o'clock, and then it started to tail off. So we had the unenviable position of having too many doctors. There were too many doctors and not enough patients, and we knew then and there that it was going to be problematic.
And that seems to be the situation at St. Vincent's tonight. I don't know how many people you've actually admitted overall, several hundred, I think.
I think there's over 400, and I know I personally brought several of them to the operating room. There were certainly other teams operating all through the night, but it wasn't the volume that we would expect.
And we cannot see, of course, the work that you're doing inside the hospital, you and other hospitals in the city as well, but the limbo in which you appear to be publicly at the moment seems to bode ill for the search and rescue operation.
Well, that and the fact that I was down there and I actually saw what was going on. I mean, we at home see what the television shows us in 3 or 4 burnt out buildings, but the devastation is really almost a 5 to 10 block radius of just twisted rubble and rescue cars that are burnt out and fire engines that are basically crumpled like little Tinker toys. It's quite devastating.
Tell us, if you would then, while we look at the pictures, as you point out, that the rest of us in the country use to get as close as we can to the crisis itself. Tell us, just looking at these television pictures tonight, you can use daytime or nighttime, whichever you prefer. What are we missing?
I think you're missing a couple of things. I think you're missing the amount of individuals that are there really doing their job and much more than their job. I also think you're seeing a lot of rescue workers on TV. But I mean, one of the most interesting things was I was walking down the street and my car mechanic was there hauling cars out of the way. Now, this is a guy, he's not hired by the city. He was volunteering to help clear some of the rubble. So there's a lot of normal citizens there who are going above and beyond the call of duty, so to speak, to help with the rescue team as well.
And I think it's probably true that as we look at this on television, we don't have any appreciation for the depth of the rubble, or as you said, within a 5 or 10 block area, the compacting of the rubble as these buildings fell in on themselves.
I think the way that you can really visualize it is if you think of a disaster movie from the summer. I mean, that's really what it is. You go there. My office is actually across the street in Battery Park City, or what was my office, because I saw it and it's pretty much blown out.
Really?
But it basically is an area that you know very well, that is no longer an area you know very well. It looks as if an atom bomb had dropped there.
And I wonder also at the moment whether, as a result of the many buildings that fell and the fires that go on and this acrid smoke, I don't know if you smell it up here many blocks away, or perhaps we may just be smelling you.
You're smelling it on my coat.
And we may indeed be smelling you. We've had that experience before. Does New York now have a public health problem?
Well, I don't know specifically because that's not my field of endeavor, but at the same time, I know a lot of these buildings had asbestos in them. so I'm sure that's probably floating around somewhere. The sheer volume of smoke is obviously not good for people. I was wearing a mask down there, and it was definitely, even through the mask, irritating, and I still feel it a little bit now. So I can't tell you it's a public health crisis, but I can tell you it's certainly not good to have that kind of stuff in the air.
And what is the current, dare I say it, state of play in terms of the rescue and treatment operation as far as you're concerned?
Well, obviously, anybody who's injured is going to be triaged to the appropriate place. Anybody who has devastating injuries will go to a level 1 trauma center. My problem is that there's not a whole heck of a lot of them. And I basically went to the site to help, and there wasn't that much to do because they can't get to the people yet. Even though they have trucks and bulldozers, etc., there's still a lot of smoke. Some of the areas are still on fire. There's a lot of fumes. There's soot that's 6-8 feet deep, 6-8 inches deep that you have to wade through to get to places. And I think it's going to be, at least as a layperson just looking at it, a number of days before they can really get to some people.
And as you wander through the area again today, are you concerned, or were you told to be concerned about the possibilities of leaking gas and a gas explosion?
We were told that when we were prepped originally from the day before. Again, when there's a disaster that hits, there are certain protocols that a hospital or the city will follow. And everybody followed that to the letter. And I just might add, I was so proud to be a part of the team at St. Vincent's because they did such an exemplary job of bringing people in, triaging them, and treating them appropriately. And I feel we really did save lives.
We have mentioned we lay people triage on any number of occasions, which is a process of selection by which you, in the medical profession, choose people to treat. How does it work, and how tough is it?
Well, I mean, if you've watched a war movie or you've ever seen MASH on TV, it's not unlike that. Basically, there are trained people who can understand the amount or the severity of an injury. They will try to keep the serious injuries in hospitals that are not only close, but that also can deal with those type of problems. And some of the other less serious injuries that might clog the system will go other places.
But your anticipation that you were going to need a major center for triage, and in fact you set up one in the old piers on New York City, now called Chelsea Piers on the edge of the Hudson River, has in fact either declined or been eliminated.
Well, it's just not necessary, and unless there's some a change of events here, which I'm fearful that there won't be, I don't think that type of thing will be necessary.
Okay, Dr. Feldman, thank you very much. I know that we yanked you a long distance away from your immediate work tonight, but how many hospitals in the city are now engaged in this in the same way that St. Vincent's is? St. Vincent gets a lot of attention because it's fairly close.
Yeah, we're close, and again, we're a trauma center. I know Bellevue's involved.
It's on the eastern side of Manhattan.
Exactly. Beekman, because they're very close.
Also on the...
And then they triage people as far as New Jersey, uptown, depending on the severity of the injury.
We did hear yesterday, and I think reported yesterday, that there were a number of people who were suffering from burns.
Yes, big time.
And that trauma centers are not always the best qualified to deal with burns, so they've moved to many other places around the country and even out of the country.
Yeah, but basically you do with a burn is you need to get somebody stabilized, and usually when somebody has a severe burn, they're losing a lot of fluid. So you need to get fluid in them so that they're not gonna die on the spot. Once you get them stabilized, then you want to get them to the tertiary centers like Cornell and some of the other places in the city that can really deal more efficiently with those problems.
How many of the people you dealt with who had survived this did you have a chance to talk to?
I talked to quite a number because firstly we were seeing them in the emergency room, and again I'm an orthopedic surgeon. I'm a sawbones, so I was seeing most of those type of injuries, but nonetheless you lend a hand if there's something more problematic. And I think that there were all sorts of people who some of whom understood what was going on. I dealt with a gentleman who basically had no conception. He was the supervisor of the building. Really? And he said to me, the last thing I remember was floor 40. So he obviously fell somehow from the 40th floor on down. And I don't know how or where or how he survived. He had multiple injuries and is actually doing well. But he didn't remember anything. And I basically had to tell him, because he couldn't quite understand the severity of the situation, that he was saying that he was the supervisor of the World Trade Center, and I had to say there was no more World Trade Center.
In the briefings you've had from emergency officials, and this, I'm going to go and talk to Bill Blakemore downstairs. We've compared it often to an earthquake, because we've seen situations where buildings have collapsed before and people have survived. In your briefings, were you told that you that you must continue to stand by because people survive often for lengthy periods of time?
Yes, we're basically on a state of I don't know exactly what the term would be,
Right.
but we're ready and able should there be a problem. And again, we not only have the doctors who are on staff and the nurses who are on staff at St. Vincent's, but there have also been a lot of other doctors who have pitched in. I saw people there from Delaware and Philadelphia who came in just because they heard there was a call. And, you know, again, unfortunately, we couldn't use their services, but the outpouring has been amazing.
Dr. Feldman, thank you very much. Dr. Feldman, an orthopedic surgeon from St. Vincent's Hospital. Very grateful to hear you earlier, and again today you help us understand. But as you look at that last picture on the screen, bearing very much in mind, as Dr. Feldman says, that we don't get a full appreciation of what is happening by looking at it on television. We are simply reminded what a painstaking effort this is. You get that huge collection of large pieces of equipment, moving large pieces of rubble. That's a bridge, Dr. Feldman.
Yes, and I was standing 20 feet away from that.
And we thought that was a building for a long time because we've lost all perspective of this particular part of town. But anytime they move a large piece of equipment, they put at risk someone who may indeed be under the rubble at that particular location.
Absolutely.
And then they move a small piece and they may find a sign or a signal that someone is under. We have seen this before in earthquake conditions, which is why in New York City tonight there continues to be hope as well as despair. And ABC's Bill Blakemore, who is downtown tonight, is one of those people who knows this from previous earthquakes better than most. Bill?
Indeed, Peter, and there are firefighters and rescuers in from this entire region of the Northeast. This is Lieutenant David Kaldor, who's come in from North Belmore, Long Island. Tell us, Lieutenant Kaldor, what have you been doing since you got in here this afternoon?
Mostly we've been moving debris out of the way so that more debris can be taken down and the rescuers can go in and search for victims.
How difficult is it in there? What are you finding?
A lot of debris, cement, girders, just moving everything out of the way so more can be taken down.
And the difficulty, of course, is that you're hoping you're going to find people alive.
Yes, well, yes.
Among the people you're looking for, who do you know are in there?
Firefighters, paramedics, police officers.
You're also using sniffer dog teams. Are they in there as well?
I saw some dogs, yes.
What are the possibilities as you keep working away here that you could move any faster than you're moving, or do you have to go slowly?
You have to go slowly. You have to worry about secondary collapses. You have to worry about fires, potential fires, and you have to worry about looking for the people. You don't want to crush them more than they've already been crushed.
And just give us one other sense of what the variety of problems you're facing with public health, with the ability to breathe well and to...
Well, as you can see, there's a lot of dust around. The wind is starting to kick up off the water. It's moving the dust around. It makes it a little difficult to breathe. Everybody's wearing masks. You know, it slows things down a little bit.
Indeed, the doctors we've just talked to here told us that the monitors show that the air on top of the rubble is much more dangerous, so you all are taking extra risks compared to those of us who are only a few blocks away.
Yes, but everybody's wearing a mask, so it cuts down the risk a little bit.
What have you heard about how many fire rescuers there may be in there?
We've heard anything from 200 to 400. Firefighters, about 200 police officers.
Today, tell us what you found. Anybody alive?
I'm not aware of if anybody was found.
A lot of work. How long is it going to take this apart?
Anybody's guess. I really don't know.
A long time. Peter, we've seen this before in earthquakes. This is just another horrendous example of that terrible tension between wanting to take it apart right now and knowing that they have to go slowly.
You put your finger on it, Bill, and so did Lieutenant David Kaldor, who says you have got to move slowly. And it just creates this deep anxiety and sense of impatience, which so many people justifiably feel. And the other thing, of course, that he said, which rings, which causes anxiety, despair. I apologize not being able to find the word for it, that while he believes there are from 200 to 400 firefighters who've lost their lives, and we believe the number may hover around the 300 mark at the moment, we do not know for certain, he is not aware of anyone who has been found alive today. And Dr. David Feldman, Dr. Feldman, who was here just a short while ago, is one of those who gave us this clue early yesterday. Dr. Andrew Feldman, my apologies, the orthopedic surgeon from St. Vincent's, one of those who gave us this clue many hours ago, that they were so ready to do something, and then they found there were too many doctors and simply not enough patients. but there are certainly more victims, as many victims as the mayor, Barbara Walters, said, to make everybody hurt all the time.
That's true, Peter. Talking about the smoke, as I came here from the other part of the building through the hallway, you can smell smoke even in this building as far away as we are, and people who are coming saying that the smoke is drifting all the way up to here. It was that strong.
I raised this with Dr. Feldman because indeed we thought we've smelled it here as well, and I think it may be that we may be smelling the clothing of people that come to the building. I don't know.
Well, perhaps whatever it is, it's the residue. You know, I can't think of what must be more difficult for the relatives of victims than to have reporters call up and try to talk to them about how they feel, and I was doing that a good deal of today, and the reason that so many of these people did talk to me is in tribute to the people that they lost. They're not doing it out of any kind of desire to tell their own personal story, but to do it as a tribute, and so I'd like to present it in that way. Why don't I give you the pictures of the victims, Peter, if you can show them to the cameras, and then I'll read from my own notes. Thank you. This is a very beautiful woman, Sonia Morales Papalo. She was a ballet dancer. And it's hard to imagine how anyone touched by this tragedy would feel, but imagine how her husband, Dominic Papalo, must feel. He and his wife, Sonia, were scheduled to fly together to Los Angeles, and at the last minute, he decided that she should go alone so she could spend more quality time along with their son, and then he would come later. So he stayed home, and his wife of 38 years got an American Airlines flight number 11, bound from Boston to Los Angeles, and crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. He says that they had taken that flight 100 times, and he said today, no more plane, no more building, no more Sonia, an end to a 40-year love affair. Now we go to a young man who has lost his father. This is the victim, Doug Stone. He has an 18-year-old son, Zach, who loves spending time with his father, who used to tease him about the football games and help him with his homework. His parents had been divorced for 12 years. Zach spent every summer with his father on the East Coast. And this week, his father was going to help his son move in and start college at UCLA. So Zach was thrilled, waiting for his father, and he knew that his father took the morning flight usually from Boston to LA, and so when he saw the TV news, he was absolutely chilled. His father had been in the American Airlines Flight 11, which was the first flight to crash into the World Trade Center, and Zach's father will never get to LA. Now, this young woman, Lisa Frost, we told you the story of a son waiting for his father, and now this is the story of a father waiting for his daughter. This is 22-year-old Lisa Frost. She graduated #1 in her class at Boston University. You can imagine how thrilled and excited her parents were. They live in California, and they were planning to meet her. She was coming from Boston, and she was going to start her very first job. And they were riveted by the images of the attacks in the World Trade Center. But then they thought, all right, it wasn't her plane, because that first flight was not the plane that she was on. She was on the United flight, and she crashed into the tower as well. This is a man well known to many New Yorkers in government. This is Neil Levin. And Neil Levin is the executive, well, we hope still is, the executive director of the Port Authority. And he is the highest ranking official in this city that we know to be missing. He was having a business breakfast on the 106th floor of the Trade Center when his secretary said that something had happened, and he said, I've got, holy cow, is what he's quoted as saying. I'm certain it was not quite that, but something that was a little stronger. So he went down to the 63rd floor to help people. When last heard from, he was helping people go down the stairs, and has not been heard from since. His wife, Christy Ferrer, I've worked with a lot on The View, particularly want us to show his picture, as do so many of the people you've seen tonight, because she prays that he is missing, that someone will recognize his picture and be able to say who he is, because she thinks he may just be dazed. And of course, the two children, Caitlin and Ali, are praying that he is only missing. They refuse to believe it's anything worse. This is a story, Peter, that's rife with irony, because it's the very man who was, until 2 weeks ago, the head of the FBI's anti-terrorist task force in New York. This is John O'Neill.
John O'Neill, it's quite an extraordinary story, a friend of many people here.
And he led the investigations into the terrorist bombings on the U.S. embassies in Africa and the attack on the USS Cole. And he had just taken the job of head of security at the World Trade Center. As you know, he was setting up a command post when it collapsed. And he had warned officials about terrorism earlier. He said a lot of these groups now have the capability and the support infrastructure in the United States to attack us here if they choose to. He has 2 young children. He has spent his life in a race with terrorism and investigating Osama bin Laden, and instead he fell victim to them. He has not been seen since, and we all pray that he is missing. And Peter, finally, earlier today when I was on talking with you, I talked to you about a man named Christopher Newton who died on American Flight 77 from Washington to Los Angeles, and he was going to Los Angeles, as you remember, to pick up his dog, to pick up a yellow lab. There we are. And he was killed, and many people have called offering to adopt the pet.
This is a young man who had 1 million travel miles
right.
and could have
and was going to bring up his dog and come back to the East Coast, but we believe the family plans to keep it. But you know, everyone's heart goes out from the victims to a yellow lab, Peter.
Yeah. Well, I thank you again for giving some personality, I mean that in the most generic sense, to people. And look, Barbara, here at our monitor, because this is in downtown New York, just a car on the side of the street where people have come and have left just scores of pictures of people who they believe, who are missing. And here, you know, a guy's got a wedding band. He's wearing khaki pants with a wedding band. He's got scars in his knees. And please call 516. And always there's a mobile telephone number, 917. This is an example of how desperate people are for information. Simply coming or standing in public adjacent to the search area tonight, asking, where is Carol Rabelais, who worked for Aon Services, one of the companies which had offices in the World Trade Center in building number 2, missing. And as so many people are still missing, and the authorities in New York are still so careful and cautious and nervous about issuing figures on how many people may have actually perished, this is the kind of thing which just drives it home one more time. And if I may pay you a compliment in one other respect, I noticed in your recitations here of the conversation you did with Hal Wells people, you didn't ask any of them how they felt, because we actually have guidelines at ABC News about asking people how they feel about the loss of a loved one. It's probably the dumbest question in the world that a journalist can ever ask, and it used to be asked. People would go to the scene of a crash and they'd ask people how they felt. And it's a stupid question, and we got together here some years ago and said that it's not a question that our reporters are going to ask. But I thank you for coming.
I thank you, and I hope that whatever we have said is not just a tribute to the people whom we talked about, but to the victims and to the families who love them so and are so proud of them, and that's why they wanted their stories told.
Thanks very much, Barbara. I hope you come again. Barbara Walters, who has been, as we said, ably, like several other of our correspondents, working hard to give meaning in terms of giving character and life and stories and history to the people who are either missing or who have perished. Now, I want to go to the White House, where this is, and the White House has said it repeatedly, as important as it is to mount this investigation against or of who may be responsible for this in the final analysis, their principal concern is for the victims and the families and those who may still be lost. And Pierre Thomas, who's at our Washington bureau at the moment, has, I think, a couple of words on the latest stages of the investigation. Pierre.
Yes, Peter, we're getting more information about stepped-up security at the airports. We're now being told that the Justice Department and the Treasury Department tomorrow will announce that U.S. Marshals, the Border Patrol, and also the U.S. Customs Service will be very visible working checkpoints at airports. So this is stepped-up symbolism and also a signal that the U.S. government is going to take security much more seriously at the airports. Another point I would add about the investigation, the roughly 4,000 FBI agents that Ashcroft mentioned today are nearly half of the 11,000 FBI agents who are sworn to investigate crimes in the U.S. So this investigation is one of the largest, if not the largest, ever.
Pierre Thomas at the Washington Bureau of ABC News. Is Terry Moran at the White House at the moment? Terry, we're just about to talk to the director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, Joe Albaugh, close friend of the president, among other things. But tell us what's happening at the White House at the moment.
Well, Peter, the White House is still at work. Obviously, the president, after his visit to the Pentagon, came back. He had dinner with his wife, the First Lady, in the residence, and he remains there. He is still at work at this hour. But since this is an international incident and other countries are now beginning their day or in the middle of their day, the White House is still at work, and there's something very significant to watch as it develops over the next couple of days. We've heard the president and other administration officials say today that the president wants to rally a coalition of nations against terrorism. And we're being told now by White House officials, by administration officials, that that's not just a rhetorical expression of the solidarity that other nations are showing with the United States in this time of its attack. This is beginning to be, it seems, through intense discussions, a kind of framework for a potential response. Now, I hasten to add that every administration official I'm talking to is very hesitant to get into the details of any response that they are considering, even whatever might be on the table. But they are saying that all of the offers of assistance, including military assistance, that they are receiving from other countries are being taken in and digested, and that this may be another kind of coalition developing, just as President Bush's father developed a coalition during the Gulf War.
Permit me, Terry, to be just a little bit skeptical about this. I think it's pretty natural for a great many nations in the world today to say to the president that we're behind you and we admire you and we deeply sympathize with the American people. But for one thing, the United States is currently so far away from finding out who actually did this. We know this. Every public official admits they're just beginning this long investigation. So that the United States is probably a very long way, despite NATO's comments today that an attack on one is an attack on all, a long, long way from the challenge of ever having to put together a military coalition to go after anybody.
No question about it, Peter. And it's not just military response that is being discussed here. We're being told specifically to look for the full panoply of responses: military, political isolation, economic sanctions, perhaps. Those words aren't being used, but that the discussions that are ongoing right now are being called creative and intense, and that these are efforts to develop out of what, as you point out, a very natural expression of solidarity and condolence around the world, to use that moment, to seize it, and to try to build some kind of framework of a response, or some kind of formal framework.
Very good point, and thanks very much, Terry. And if this is, as Senator Daschle said to us from Capitol Hill tonight, that the world has truly changed, I think a lot of people will be skeptical about that observation as well, but that the world has indeed changed with this attack on the United States and these symbols of the United States in such a profound way that maybe things will change. But I think anybody in this administration or others before it, including the man who is sitting beside me, Joe Albaugh, currently heading the Federal Emergency Management Agency, will acknowledge that the world is a pretty complicated and cynical place when it comes to fighting international terrorism. Do you agree?
It's a tough issue, very tough issue.
We've asked you here tonight, you've been good enough to come to talk about your current role. The last time I think you and I talked on the telephone was about the Mississippi River.
That's exactly right.
And as tough as it seemed at the time, man, it just seems tiny now compared to what you've had to deal with today and yesterday. Give me first your reaction to what you saw yesterday and today.
I am stunned by the devastation, quite frankly, Peter, but I am impressed this afternoon. We visited the site. I am impressed by the spirit of New York City, that resilience. And Governor Pataki and I happened to walk the street along with Mayor Giuliani, and we ran into several firefighters who had just come out of the rubble from Long Island firefighters. And you can see on their faces the devastation, the toll it's taking, which is something that I'm concerned with. Those rescuers right now, at some point we're going to have to roll those people out, get them some rest after about 48, 72 hours, make sure that everyone has the proper counseling. This is a tough, tough issue, Peter.
Now, can we try to parse this in a couple of ways? You said you were struck by the extent of the devastation. We just had an emergency doctor who sat beside and said, you're just not getting it on television. And I think we all appreciate that. What are we missing watching it on television that you've seen at street level?
Well, it's hard to appreciate the realism when you watch the film, watch the B-roll on television. When you visit the site in person, it rains down on you. The whole weight of the world almost rests on your shoulders when you see that. And just looking at the task down the road, it is almost insurmountable. But this country is resilient. We can handle just about anything. And those folks who are on the ground right now, we need to say a thanks, a prayer, especially those folks who lost their lives.
What do you mean that it's almost insurmountable?
The concept is almost insurmountable. I'm from Oklahoma.
I know.
I visited the Oklahoma City site the day after the bombing. And immediately it passed in front of my eyes, probably by a factor of 25 or 50. Just the devastation. Take aside the loss of a life. Just the devastation downtown is just unbelievable. What we'll have to remove over the next several weeks, possibly even several months. This is a long-term process. This will take a while for everyone to heal. Everyone needs to have patience. And at the same time, we're working as quickly as we can to recover as many people as we possibly can.
I know that it is almost the obligation of a public official to be optimistic in some way. You must have an optimistic face, or wear an optimistic face at a moment like this. But my guess is, based on other people we've talked to, if you haven't seen much out there in the last hours to make you think that many people are going to be recovered.
That's a tough issue. You never want to give up hope. And we're not going to give up hope. There are pockets where the buildings pancake down, where folks could be still alive. Time is precious. Time is running out. We have to move quickly. We moved in 12 USAR teams, urban search and rescue teams.
Right.
These are professionals, highly trained, technical experts with dogs to assist New York City's finest, police and fire department. We have medical teams, hospitals that we moved in, fully staffed with nurses, doctors to assist in the recovery effort, as well as, unfortunately, mortuary teams. We have to deal with that realistic part of this devastation.
Explain to people what a mortuary team is.
They will come in and they will assist local officials in identification more than anything else. Make sure that everyone is taken care of in proper fashion, in a respectful fashion, and a timely fashion.
What does the national government actually have as assets that the city and the state don't have?
We're not here to supplant any efforts that are going on. We're here to facilitate anything that they need. I know specifically this afternoon and today, my first conversation this morning with Governor Pataki was about power, making sure that we had necessary generators, for example.
And do you?
We do, of course we do. We have the full assets of the federal government, which is quite a vast array and supply.
And it is a quantitative question you know people ask. And maybe it helps us measure the destruction only at this moment. Do you have the vaguest understanding of what this is going to cost the country or the federal government?
No. Quite frankly, I think it's immaterial. It's always an issue. It's important to know what it's going to cost. We have no idea at this point. This is going to take weeks to develop and years to plan and rebuild.
You and everybody else we've talked to, and we ourselves, have been deeply impressed by the spirit of volunteerism from very distant points in the country, but this is ultimately a job that has to be done by professionals for the most part. Does New York City, does, to a lesser extent, the Pentagon, have the resources that it needs either in place or in the pipeline at the moment?
Absolutely. We have everything that we need. We're being inundated, as you say, with requests for folks to come in and volunteer. One thing we have to do right now and be cautious is to say thanks, no thanks, not right now. We don't want to overburden the system that's already in place and hinder that process that's going on with those professionals. No, but we have everything what we need, Peter.
And it's not your immediate concern. I appreciate it's more an issue for the Red Cross. But do you know the current situation on blood supplies? Because so many people around the country have wanted and have given blood.
I appreciate that. They should give blood, quite frankly. The country, the world always needs a constant blood supply. I think for the foreseeable future, the next several days, we're going to be fine here on the East Coast.
What are we missing?
I don't know that we're missing much, quite frankly. I ask that question of my staff all the time. What is it we're not doing? What is it we ought to be thinking about? praying for those who lost their life, praying for those who are trying to recover other lives right now. We have a strong country. This is an amazing land that we live in. People try to replicate the spirit that we have in this country. They can replicate some of the emergency procedures that we have, but they can't replicate that spirit, and that's what's unique about America. And we'll get through this, Peter. It's going to be tough, but we'll get through it.
You're a longtime friend and an ally of the President at a very personal level. As I said, by way of introducing the fact that you were coming, you're one of the people who helped him campaign and get elected in the country. How much contact have you had with him? How's he taking it personally? I don't mean from a president's point of view, I mean personally.
I've worked with this man for over 8 years now, and I have never seen anything in my life that has, or during that time period, that has affected the president as this incident has. I was with him yesterday evening for several hours. I've been with him all morning this morning before he instructed me to come to New York City, and I'll report back what I've learned today, and we'll make the necessary decisions based upon that. But this has had a profound effect on the president, just like it has on every American, as it should.
Many thanks, Joe Albaugh, the director of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, not under these circumstances,
Absolutely.
but it's nice to see you, Joe.
Take care.
Thanks very much for coming and giving us a briefing on this. We continue to focus on survivors and victims. This is a piece about survivors. Here again is ABC's Bill Blakemore. Bill?
The stories are astonishing, but each begins with a normal morning.
I was entering the building on the lobby level. I was in the revolving doors when the plane hit the building.
David Dre worked in No. 1 World Trade Center.
One of the elevators, I think, came crashing to the lobby level, and all this debris came flying out of it. And a fireball emerged from the elevator lobby and was coming toward me. The first thing I saw when I ran into the street was a woman who was laying on her back in a fetal position on fire. She wasn't moving. I think that she must have come from the sky. I don't know how she could have come from the lobby.
As the towers collapsed, even rescuers became victims.
When we got into the atrium, which is the glass roof, that all started to collapse. So we turned back to run back into the corridor we came out of to try and get out that way. And there was a big ball of black smoke coming towards us from there. So
this deputy fire chief will have a story with which to impress his grandchildren.
We had a whole bunch of people in there screaming, and there was mass hysteria. We couldn't see, there was no lights. The smoke was black as could be in front of our face, and at that point we really thought we were dead. The whole building to the left of us was all collapsed. The whole building to the right of us was all collapsed. But that little corridor, for whatever reason, didn't collapse, and that's what saved our lives.
Our first thought was earthquake when the building started shaking and rattling.
Susan Doyle worked on the 35th floor of Tower 1. All 150 employees at her insurance company made it to safety. In fact, we know today that at a number of companies in the towers, every employee made it down the steps and into the clear before the buildings collapsed.
It was very crowded. It was kind of like leaving a sporting event, wall-to-wall people. It was very smoky, and there were fumes. At the time, we didn't understand. I kept thinking kerosene, but in retrospect, it was probably jet fuel.
Many in this neighborhood right next to the trade towers wreckage are also survivors. Kids trying to make sense out of a world suddenly coated with ash and dust. People shopping in grocery stores that have no electricity and no fresh produce or supplies. We know that thousands of people rushed from the disaster moments after the buildings collapsed. So there are thousands of survivor stories out there to be told and retold. And there is hope, however slim, that there are plenty of survivor stories still to be discovered as search and rescue continues. Bill Blakemore, ABC News on Greenwich Street in Lower Manhattan.
Thanks, Bill. Our reporters have been everywhere in town as best they can be. And I must confess, this is a next little item is sort of credit where credit is due. We've just been looking at a vehicle in downtown Manhattan with a lot of pictures pasted on it of people who are missing. And their relatives have come to try to find out if anybody knows their whereabouts whatsoever. And I've just had an email which tells me, and I'm really pleased to tell particularly people in New York. This is the result of Stacy Sager from WABC and her remote crew. So many people have come up to her, or come up to our various crews and asked if they can somehow publicize the information about someone who is missing, and so they have put it on one of the WABC Channel 7 in New York, on one of the vehicles, and on every time they do a local insert on this broadcast or in their own coverage, they go to a separate person and they publicize it. And here's an example of a colleague of ours who has got someone missing in the World Trade Center, and that's really local television doing a public service at its best, which makes us all very proud. And indeed, you can smell real smoke here on 66th Street on the west side of Manhattan, and I only raise that because we are so very far from the disaster itself on the west side of New York City. And that just simply gives you a measurement of how far the impact of that crisis has moved up the west side of Manhattan and assumedly on the east side as well. It's all about connections, as I think we've said before today. And here's an example of connections. When the World Trade Towers were built in the 1960s, the iron workers who worked on the building, you remember that we've told you before that the people who worked on the building, architects and engineers, have told us that the reason this building crashed was not at all having to do with not directly having to do with the aircraft which hit it. They actually withstood that. It was not because their very low understructures collapsed as a result of the concussion, but ultimately collapsed because the steel on the top, which was exposed to such intense heat, largely the result of the aviation gasoline which went into that building along with the aircraft. The heat was so intense that the steel melted and the building began to collapse down unto itself from on top. That gave our reporter Bob Brown the idea of going back and trying to find the sons of the iron workers who built the World Trade Center in the 1960s and went in today to help dismantle its remains. Bob.
I need one for my partner. I got one.
We just need people to work, that's all.
Ordinary people came from all walks of life to the staging area for volunteers, hoping they would somehow be useful. This man is a cave explorer.
Anybody who's not a psycho and has a legitimate skill is probably going to be useful eventually.
This man simply brought a shovel.
Listen to me. Send somebody out to lead us in. We're all coming in.
But no volunteers were more persistent than these men, whose union had helped build the World Trade Center.
We built it.
They are all members of the Iron Workers Union, and they carried spud wrenches and acetylene torches.
Yeah, you got 40s up there. Let's go.
They had come from work sites throughout the city, and all of them knew to an inch how tall buildings are put together and how to take them apart.
I'm scared. I'll tell you right now. But the fact of the matter is that thousands of our people probably are in there. And how many people could still be alive? I mean, this is what we do.
The World Trade Center was a legendary job among these men, even those who were born after its completion at the beginning of the 1970s.
Stand back, stay as close as you can where you're not in the way.
But for hours, they stood cut off from the rubble, feeling both fierce and helpless because they were not allowed into the rescue area. In the midst of a frustrating afternoon, evidence of why they had not been sent in. Number 7 World Trade Center collapsed.
You guys have been doing this to me all day. Let's just wait a couple minutes. It's not going to make... 7 was empty.
Okay, somebody might have been pulled out. Somebody else might have died, but at least we would have had a shot at pulling somebody out who just died.
We don't make those decisions.
Right. Sooner or later, you're going to come across some gruesome stuff. So.
By the time darkness fell, swarms of other volunteers had gathered with those who had been there since late morning. Finally, the iron workers appeared to be on the move. They were trucked to another staging area beneath the Brooklyn Bridge, and they began talking about the fine details of knowing when and how to cut a beam of twisted steel that could snap back like a spring.
If you cut a piece of steel here, okay, you might think that you're safe, but it's under such a strain from everything being twisted and pulled that it might, send you for a ride.
They were held in limbo again, willing to be there as long as it took. 5, then 6, then 7 hours they waited.
We're going to hang out as long as it takes. We built the Trade Center. We built, you know, and we feel like it's a direct hit to us, you know.
At 11:01, the journey in began, and the landscape changed. Through streets filled with dust and ash, past trucks waiting to haul away debris, exhausted police and firemen with dazed looks, into a nightmare set in another world that was named for the center of a nuclear blast, Ground Zero.
The buildings are gone, and that's what gets to you. When you make that one turn and you're actually starting to head uptown, the Trade Center's just not there anymore. You know, just a facade is standing up, and everything was covered in white, and the soot was just blowing. You couldn't keep your eyes open.
Brushed by a wind that scattered dust and papers through the streets, they went to work. The high towers they had built were now represented by a jagged, angular facade with nothing beyond. One of the iron workers, Bobby Benish, was in a group that reached a goal they had all sought. As they moved and dug, they found a woman who was alive.
It was a good feeling that we had, and everybody shared that.
Did you even know her name?
No.
Don't matter.
Didn't matter.
Everyone here was in danger. But there is an electric fire in human nature, John Keats said, that continually results in the birth of heroism. Last night and today and through the long days that will follow, a lot of ordinary people will make those words come true many times. Do you guys feel like heroes for what you did?
No, if we weren't down there, we wouldn't have been where we were supposed to be. That's where we were supposed to be. That's why we got to go back.
That's our reporter Bob Brown with a group of clearly very committed men who have such history with the World Trade Center. And now that we've recognized this is a bridge across one of the streets in Lower Manhattan, we get a little more intimate glimpse of a group of workers inside this. We have, you know, again, clearly no precise knowledge as to what they're doing. It does look clearly they're going to have to dismantle this bridge, which is across the street in Lower Manhattan. Is there anybody underneath it? They do not know. But this has been very much the focus, in part because this is what cameras can see from the locations which the city has permitted them to have. We've talked any number of times about the current state of air travel, but we haven't talked about it for a long time, and Lisa Stark, who monitors that for us, is still in Seattle tonight, not going anywhere. But Lisa, there are people in the country who are able finally to go somewhere.
We hope so, Peter, although we understand that it's still a very, very slow process tonight. Partly sources tell us because there has been some confusion between the U.S. and Canadian government. Many of the planes diverted to Canada. The international flights were diverted to Canada yesterday. Those are the first ones that are being allowed back in the air. But apparently there's a lot of confusion between the airports, between the FAA, and between Canadian officials about exactly what security measures must take place before those planes can take off and land in the United States.
Let me stop you there then for just a second, because the Secretary of Transportation set out some guidelines before which seemed to be fairly simple in terms of getting passengers who were stranded on their way. Do you want to review those?
The security guidelines that now will go into place,
well,
is that the ones you're talking about?
Exactly. The ones that are in place for the people who were stranded and not going to move on to their final destinations.
I think the confusion comes, my understanding from sources I've talked to is the confusion comes because the Canadian government isn't certain how far it has to go in carrying out some of these security measures before it can release the planes to the United States. Does it need to take everyone off? Do all the pieces of luggage have to come off? Do they need to be searched? Do bomb-sniffing dogs have to be brought in? And I think this is an ongoing discussion between the two countries to try to resolve these issues and get these flights back in the air.
Okay, and assuming that gets resolved, take us now to the broader issue of air travel tonight and in the days ahead.
Let me give you some context. I'm learning some context about what has been happening over the last 24 hours. I've talked to both industry and government sources tonight, and apparently there have been a number of very heated discussions over the last 24 hours about how much security is needed, how much is too much, and what exactly are the security measures that need to be implemented to ensure safe travel. Some in the industry feel that the measures that are being implemented, while they might go far enough, or while they might be good measures, perhaps don't go far enough and may not even address some of the issues that were raised in the hijackings that we saw yesterday. For example, one industry source said to me, curbside check-in. Was that an issue? Is that really necessary to suspend curbside check-in? So these have been very heated discussions, I'm told. There is still a lot of confusion, apparently, about what will actually play out in the days ahead.
I apologize for interrupting you. Just stop
Yeah.
for a second. On this question of curbside check-in and the fact that you're not allowed to check your bags at the hotel anymore. You say the industry thinks this doesn't go far enough, and yet if this were eliminated, it would pose a greater burden to the airline companies, actually. So why do they think it doesn't go far enough?
Well, one industry source was just raising the issue with me that that was not an issue, for example, in the incidents yesterday. No one was worried about curbside check-in of baggage, obviously, in these incidents. That was not the problem here. The industry itself is calling for more stringent measures, such as a significant ramping up of the Sky Marshal program, also many, many more uniformed officers, armed officers at airports, and also, as we mentioned last night, they are pushing the idea of this federalization, if you will, of the security system, having the government, not the airlines, not the airport, really responsible for security at an airport. And that would be a significant departure, obviously, from the system that has developed here in the United States.
Well, it would also do one very significant thing for an airline industry which is going to struggle in the wake of this and is already struggling. I assume it would shift the balance of the financial burden to the government and not to the airlines.
Absolutely, and perhaps some of the legal burden, if you will, as well. There is this issue of cost. These security measures will no doubt be very costly. The airline industry, as we have reported, is not doing well financially right now, and no doubt this will be a factor. Although I have to tell you that I am being told by both the industry and the government that the issue of cost hasn't come up in these discussions at this point, which you can well imagine. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just want to deal with one thing at a time. I apologize.
That's
and
okay.
It may not be spoken at the moment, but while you're on a question of finance,
yes.
ABC's Connie Chung reported some hours ago that she'd been talking to American Airlines and United Airlines, and in each case the airline had offered to the families of people who died on those airplanes in the last couple of days $25,000 per victim.
Right.
And that was taken by some people, at least in this immediate area, as being cynical. Can you give us the context of this offer?
Well, my understanding is this is not an offer to settle a case, if you will.
Right.
Certainly, there will be lawsuits. This is an offer from the airlines to cover immediate expenses, which there could be many.
Okay.
You know, getting somewhere, a funeral expense perhaps, and it is routinely done these days in the industry just to give them some immediate cash to try to cover immediate expenses. It's not any kind of a deal with the people that you won't sue us, this is what your compensation will be, because clearly there will be legal action down the road.
I think that's precisely what many people actually did think at the time, that this was for immediate, this was in a way to assist the families rather than make the airlines not liable if the families do ultimately decide to sue.
Absolutely.
Okay, next subject, go ahead.
Peter, I do want to add one other thing on this issue of cost. Although we understand that in these very heated discussions, the issue of cost wasn't specifically brought up. Clearly, it's in the back of the mind of those in the industry. And we understand from, again, sources on both sides of the table that it is very clear that once these security measures are implemented, they will be fairly stringent. Once they are implemented, that the airlines will likely have to cut back on their schedules, because they simply will not be able to do business as they are now without significant delays if they are going to implement these security measures. And one airline I spoke with tonight said there's even discussion about whether there needs to be as much as a 20% reduction in schedules at some of the major airlines to ensure that they can get flights out in some reasonable fashion and stick to a schedule and still implement all of these security measures.
Again, forgive me for being skeptical about this, but I wonder if this does not contribute to helping solve a problem which the government has had, which is getting airlines to reduce their schedules, particularly at peak periods, and we've had tremendous crowds at airports and in the country as a whole.
Well, I mean, clearly there has been some talk about whether the airlines have overscheduled and done too many flights, but I don't think that's really what people are thinking about right now. I think the point is that I think it's sinking into the airline industry that these measures are going to be fairly onerous, that they are not going to be able to continue to do business as they have, and in fact they are going to have to change their flight schedules to meet these requirements.
Okay, I have one final subject, and it's perhaps the most obvious one, and it's the biggest one, unless you have something else. There are 40,000 flights go back and forth across the United States every day, and the airline industry at the moment, under the orders of government, is paralyzed. I keep thinking of, on top of everything else, our colleague Ted Koppel in London, like thousands of people trying to get to the United States. So give us some sense of the timeline, if you know it, how this paralysis is going to end.
I am less optimistic that it is going to end anytime soon. I think it's been very slow, already much slower than anyone predicted to even get flights back in the air. There's still a lot of confusion about what's required to certify, for example, that an airport has met the FAA security guidelines and can reopen. I think it's going to take weeks, is what one industry person was telling me, and in fact, one airline official was also saying that they're not certain that there really will be any commercial flights tomorrow. Everything is still very, very confused at this time.
Okay, how about the day after tomorrow?
I don't know. I think it's really a wait-and-see thing. I mean, we were told by the FAA that they would have the system beginning to operate today at noon Eastern time. Well, it still really hasn't happened. So deadlines really mean nothing right now, it appears, because it is just going to take a lot of time to train the people, to get them in place, to certify that the airlines are ready, to certify that the airports are ready. It's going to be a very, very gradual buildup.
But Lisa, you've been covering this industry for a very long time. You know it very well. Are you suggesting, based on what you're hearing from government and industry today, that we could come to a situation even as early as this weekend and North America essentially is without air travel?
I don't think there will be no flights by this weekend, but people are talking about when they really start gearing up, the first day they'll do perhaps 20% of their schedule. The next day they'll move up a little further than that. So it's going to be a very slow process. I think there will be flights back in the air by this weekend. I know those of us trying to get home and trying to get other places certainly hope so, but it is just going to be a very slow process.
Thanks, Lisa Stark, very much in Seattle, who describes a situation, another situation, or another dimension of this situation overall, on the verge of chaos. And here's just one footnote to that. Almost every industry analyst we talked to today, and Lisa has talked to more than most of us, actually believes that the attacks on the United States will surely depress the airline industry when it is actually opened up fully. And some of them cite the following statistic. In the month after the attack on Pan Am 103 over Scotland, that's in 1988, transatlantic travel fell by about 1/3. Now, if the same thing happens under these circumstances, it could make things financially much, much worse for an industry that is already having a very slow, or a slower, and in some cases very slow, difficult year. We reported earlier today, I'm sure you've heard, that Midway Express, or Midway Airlines, I'm not sure whether it's Express or Airlines, a small airline that services part of the Midwest, as a result of the attacks on the United States in the last couple of days, has been forced to suspend its operations altogether because it can't stand the financial pressure. And so I think 1,700 employees were being laid off from Midway in the last 24 hours. Let's go to Washington and ABC's Claire Shipman. Claire?
Well, Peter, a couple of notes from Washington. You know, even in the middle of all of the mourning and tragedy and shock that everybody here in Washington is experiencing, there are also some hints of what else but politics, maybe the politics we're going to start to hear in the coming weeks. It is Washington, after all. Some people on Capitol Hill and in the security community are wondering about why the White House was so quick and so open with the information today that the White House itself and Air Force One may have been a target. Not that they're suggesting that information is wrong, But there is thinking among some that the White House was eager to put that information out in order to make it plain why President Bush had to spend his day yesterday flying around the country instead of coming straight back to Washington, that there may have been some politics involved in that decision in deciding to release that information so quickly. On another front, there's already some finger-pointing going on. Yes?
Just before you go to another front, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I mean, we're all pretty skeptical and cynical about Washington. I don't expect you to reveal your sources, but you're saying the people in the political establishment saying that what we're getting is a story from the White House today to explain why the president was traveling from Florida to Louisiana to Nebraska yesterday under what we thought at the time was the pressure of his security detail.
Well, I think that's right. And again, I want to emphasize, nobody is saying that what the White House and also what the Attorney General has said is not accurate. It looks plain from a number of sources that there may have been a plane aimed at the White House. People are just wondering about why the White House decided to put that information out so quickly, and it seemed to some clearly linked to an explanation as to why, in fact, the president had to take so long to get home. That's something the White House is eager, obviously, to make plain.
Okay, please go on.
My other point, there's also a little bit of finger-pointing going on, and I think this was also to be expected at U.S. intelligence services already. One representative in particular, Curt Weldon, chairman of the House Armed Services Committee on Readiness, suggesting that U.S. intelligence services fell short. He said it was an indictment of our system. George Tenet, the CIA director, already on the defensive, forced to defend other efforts of the CIA, if not this one, Peter.
Okay, Claire, thanks very much. In terms of the first issue you bring up there, this story from the White House, and I don't mean to say story lightly or even cynically here, but the announcement from Mary Fleischer, the president's spokesman, that the White House was indeed a primary target and the Pentagon turned out to be a secondary target. John McCarthy, our Pentagon correspondent, observed just a short while ago that the plane had come up from the south when it hit the Pentagon, and we'll get this established in time. And indeed, if it had continued to come in that general direction, the White House would have been on its path. But it was not, as far as we know, on a flight path that descended from the northeast, I guess it would have been, which had the White House in the first position and the Pentagon in the second one. And with great respect to my colleague Claire Shipman, a little bit of finger-pointing at the intelligence services of the United States may be emerging in public with politicians, Curt Weldon wishing to put his name to this, but there's a good deal of acknowledgement and accusation, I guess, is perhaps a little too strong from many people in Washington and related services around the country that think this was a massive intelligence failure yesterday, and probably many people in the Intelligence Committee, as they go back and look for information to figure out what might have gone wrong, what did they miss, was indeed a failure, whether it's described as a massive one or less. We have, I think, of all the rescue services, in New York particularly, been particularly engaged by the fire department. And the reason for that is fairly simple. That department appears to have suffered some grievous losses. We know that police who moved into the buildings to help people when everybody was fleeing the other direction indeed lost their lives as well. But George Stephanopoulos was mentioning earlier today that on the walls of the firehouses around New York City are already beginning to appear the names and in some cases the pictures of men who sacrificed their lives. At least 200 of them, we believe, and maybe more than that, which makes it sensible that John McKenzie today spent so much time with firefighters.
Many New York City firefighters tonight are exhausted, many struggling to control their emotions. Among those still missing, at least 200 of their fellow firefighters, thought to be buried under the rubble.
It's a war zone. We're doing everything we can. We lost a tremendous amount of people. We're doing everything we can to get everybody out.
I walked through the rubble looking for my buddies that I know were missing. I walked through the entire rubble and didn't find anybody.
Fire Commissioner Thomas Von Essen.
We'll keep looking. We have hundreds of people over there now trying to find as many possible locations that they might be in some way in a void or whatever, and you know, still be able to breathe.
But even the commissioner concedes real hope is hard to come by.
We believe that many of them are are gone.
Among the dead, some of the so-called super chiefs, some of the highest-ranking officers in the department, including one who helped rescue efforts after the Oklahoma City bombing. Also killed one of the department's Roman Catholic chaplains who had raced to the scene to comfort victims.
I talked to their families, and I explained to them that they were working very hard and they were working at what they love to do. And I'm sure their efforts will end up having saved other lives, and their families can be very proud of them.
Some of the firefighters who responded quickly yesterday were not even scheduled to be working. For some, it was a day off. Others had just finished their shift. But when the alarm sounded, they volunteered to rush to the scene. When the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center collapsed, there were more than 400 firefighters at the scene, many of them inside the building, running up the stairs, trying to rescue people trapped on the upper floors. Others were near their trucks, caught under the avalanche of debris. Today, the firefighters could only pick at the surface of the rubble.
Right now, it's not too good. You got a lot of heavy debris. We're really just on top of the pile. We can't even, there's just a lot of crevices and holes, things you can look down into. You really can't see. The visibility is real poor. A lot of smoke, a lot of heat coming off of the debris.
It's such a disaster that you don't think about yourself anymore, you know? Just don't even, just keep moving, you know? It's like God gives you the strength to get through it.
The firefighters get a few minutes rest, a bottle of juice, something quick to eat, and then it's back to work. But with the realization, there are many fewer of them tonight. John McKenzie, ABC News, New York.
And back to the streets to ABC's Bill Blakemore with his latest report. Bill?
Peter, we've been talking today about the great difficulty in this situation where they all have the desire to take it apart all at once, but they can't. They have to go slowly because of the real possibility if they go too fast, they could make shifts in the loose rubble, and that could hurt people who are trapped alive. Well, I've just spoken with Lieutenant Colonel Craig White of the Air Force, and they're beginning to implement the only kind of solution we've ever come across in earthquake stories we've done when local authorities realize that the military can be great help. What's just beginning to happen in here, and he described the scene to us in great exact detail, all four services, the Marines, the Air Force, the Navy, and the Army, as well as a great many iron workers who have volunteered, are now beginning to cover the scene, now that it's cool enough, like ants on an anthill, he said. And they're using bucket brigades, taking it apart by hand. He called it bucket brigades, such as you see sometimes at a football stadium where a person will be passed in great good spirit from hand to hand across the whole crowd. They're sometimes passing even a whole girder, large blocks of rock, small blocks of rock. The answer is to take it apart by hand. And he said sometimes they come to a tunnel, they call for everybody to be quiet. There's a shout of silence and they all get quiet. They bring up the dogs go into the tunnel, sniffing, they listen for any sounds, and then they get back to work very quickly. So we've begun to see the evolution of this kind of solution. Take it apart by hand.
Thanks very much, Bill. Bill Blakemore on the scene tonight. And we want to try now, I think, finally to set something straight. And I may need the assistance of John Miller here, but I had an email just a short while ago on this controversy, not quite sure how it got started, about whether or not One Liberty Plaza, which is adjacent to the World Trade Center, was either on the verge of collapsing or had suddenly collapsed. A piece of reporting that emerged several hours ago and caused some confusion in terms of the immediate crisis zone. We now believe that despite some media reports to the contrary, One Liberty Plaza has suffered no structural damage, although each of the buildings will require work such as window and lobby repairs, and none of the damage renders the buildings inoperable. This comes from the deputy chairman of Brookfield Properties, which I think is the company that manages the property. I may be wrong on that. But I think, John, you confirmed that this heightened tension the other day, several hours ago, that another building had collapsed. Seemed like a day ago. That several buildings at Liberty Plaza had collapsed are simply not true.
No, apparently what happened, according to people I spoke to at the scene, is surveyors who were there checking the structural angles of building to make sure they looked okay were using a building as a guideline, number 4 World Trade Center.
Apparently number 4 World Trade Center had shifted on an angle, so it was the wrong thing to use as a guide. They misdiagnosed the fact that 1 Liberty Plaza was leaning in a direction which in fact it wasn't. The damage they saw on the outside that gave them concern was superficial damage to the outer shell. Building inspectors and engineers have thoroughly gone through that building now and say it is structurally sound. The temporary morgue that they moved out, they've now moved back in.
Well, and what a relief, whether or not people identify with this particular building, and certainly either the owners or the property management people, I'm not sure who it is, they are certainly relieved to have it publicized that their building has not collapsed, when a lot of people seem to be saying it had collapsed, and we questioned the information at the time. Nonetheless, for the rest of the country, it is surely a relief that one more building has not collapsed, even though we know from everybody who's been on the ground there that there is a great deal of concern for adjacent properties to the trade centers as a result of the collapse of the 2 principal trade towers. We've tried, as we continue, to give you a variety of different perspectives on what happened yesterday. And because there's so much photography in the world, because people are always carrying cameras these days, whether they're working for news organizations or freelance operators, we've had a number of views of the actual attack on the trade towers yesterday. Want to show you a perspective you perhaps hadn't thought about before. Here is a satellite picture of the lower side of Manhattan in the year 2000 from a satellite 420 miles up. And this is the Kono satellite, which is often used for commercial purposes and therefore is available. Now, John, help me. Let's sit on this picture for a second so that we identify the trade towers. I don't know why the Kono satellite was over this particular part of Manhattan a year or so ago, but now here is the satellite picture of yesterday at about the same time, and that extraordinary scene of the trade tower is picked up by the satellite as well. So there's the Hudson River on the right, and there's the trade tower either at the time of the explosion or given that plume of smoke which went on for some time shortly thereafter that. Let me just go back to the original satellite picture to try to get some perspective again. All right, it's got to come back to us for just a second so we can reload these photographs. It's just another perspective. And so now, if you look, there it is in 2000. See the circle there around.
Just to the left of that, you see those 2 diamonds.
That's right. It's just to the left of that. And you see, so there's where the Trade Center was a year ago. Now here's the change to yesterday. It's not exactly in the same position, but you can see that for reasons we don't fully understand, the Equinos satellite, 423 miles above the Earth, was looking at the southern edge of Manhattan yesterday as it was a year ago. Also a picture from yesterday of the attack on the Pentagon. And here we may get, this is the Pentagon from the Space Imagining Company. We don't know precisely when this was, but we've all tried very hard to understand. And here's what it looked like from a satellite yesterday. And you see the brown part at the top up there. That gives you probably the best perspective we have had until now, the penetration of the aircraft. Remember, at first we thought it had penetrated a variety of these rings, as they're called, or lines, all the way to the inner courtyard. Well, as John McCarthy has reported several times to us throughout the day, it did not penetrate that far, but very serious damage to the outer ring or 2 on the Pentagon. But that is the advantage we get at having a look at things from 400 miles up in the air. Now, we have another guest with us at the moment, and we have again the benefit of talking to somebody who's been on the ground, in this case as a volunteer. He's a cardiologist and emergency room doctor. His name is Alan Fedida, and he's with us here at ABC News headquarters. Good evening, Mr. Fedida, or Dr. Fedida, I should say. Thank you for coming and telling us what you saw in the course of your work in the last 24 hours. You spent, I know, some time at what this was going to be this triage center at Chelsea Piers.
That's right. I spent the better part of yesterday setting up an area. There were, I think, 50 stretchers set up, some by hospital groups, some by volunteer physicians who were there with paramedics, and we tried to set up in anticipation of receiving patients who would be triaged there and then sent to other hospitals depending on their severity of injury.
Do I understand that correctly that today you've been treating mostly relief and rescue workers?
We were set up after appearing at Chelsea Piers at 6 o'clock in the morning. Physicians left by twos and with paramedics and supplies and by ambulances, and they headed south. I ended up at the entrance to 2 Financial Center, and we treated firemen, policemen, minor injuries mostly, a couple with respiratory problems that we sent on via ambulances to local hospitals, and the severely injured, 2 or 3 severely injured people that I heard of being removed from the site were directly evacuated by ambulance directly to medical centers.
Now, you mentioned respiratory problems. Are there widespread respiratory problems among the relief workers?
Well, all the relief workers were encouraged to wear masks, and of course the mask came in a variety of shapes and sizes depending on the preparedness of the individuals. I think the people, disaster planners had the most advanced technology, and of course as you went down the ladder to the firemen, they had the simplest masks. And at some point, we were even walking around distributing masks to firemen and to police officers and to anyone who didn't have any. And of course, ourselves, we all wore masks. The handful of physicians and nurses and paramedics that were manning the station. We had about a half a dozen stretchers, a couple of chairs. We would give breathing treatments, oxygen, irrigated a lot of eyes, and it's just an overwhelming day, actually.
Okay, let me just stop you for a second, because while you've been talking, we've been looking at a scene behind you, which I think bears some explanation. And I'm not sure we're able to explain it, but we've been looking at what is a good old-fashioned bucket brigade. Can we go back to that picture and try to see what is actually happening down in the crisis zone? Can I talk? That's right. We don't know precisely what they're doing here, but this is buckets being passed up one line and with something in them and back down the other. It may well be that what they're simply doing is moving debris out of a location where something requiring this degree of precision is important, and because you've got, you know, more than a dozen, 15 or 20 men and women in one case there doing something of a fairly precise nature, but so much of this operation is precise. Let me come back to Dr. Fedida. What are the rescue workers telling you when they come in to see you? What are they telling you about the circumstances on the ground?
Well, one fireman told me he'd been doing this for 30 years. He'd never seen anything like this before. He'd come from a company in the Bronx. They lost the first 2 rounds of shifts, the day shift and the night shift, and been killed in the explosion and the collapse in the fire. One fireman had been there since the beginning, and he was just starting to exhaust at about noon today. He was feeling a little dizzy and lightheaded. We hooked him up to an IV. We hydrated him up a little bit, and we sent him off to via ambulance to the local emergency room. What can I say?
Well, I tell you, we could this degree of exhaustion, which we just see must be very apparent among the firefighters particularly, and all the other relief workers as well. Do you see that time and time again from your position down there?
Well, yeah. There are a lot of people involved. There are all kinds of firefighters from mostly all around the area, not just New York. There are people coming across from New Jersey, from upstate New York, from Long Island, and they were all involved. And there's a big group of people, and then there's tractors with moving pieces, and there are lines of firefighters trying to get to the rubble to try to clear out the rubble.
Well, Dr. Fedida, thanks very much for giving us the time. I know that it's not easy for you to step away from your job at the moment and come and talk to folks, but I hope you feel that it's important to communicate what you've seen. Thanks very much. Dr. Alain Fedida, cardiologist and emergency room doctor, who is a volunteer. And there have been so many volunteers show up here that Joe Albaugh, the director of FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, has said in some respects they'd like volunteers to lay off for just a moment. until they call, because he points out that they'll be needed farther down the road. But one of the reasons volunteers are needed, because people get so exhausted that they're trying to rotate firefighters in and out on a fairly regular basis. Let's go to the White House and Terry Moran. Terry.
Well, Peter, all day we've heard escalation of the rhetoric around this issue of the terrorist attacks. President Bush this morning using the word war for the first time, saying this was not a terrorist attack, this was an act of war, and that word, of course, carries with it profound legal and political implications. Members of Congress have, a few of them, been calling actually for an outright declaration of war. How that would be framed in this situation is anybody's guess, but what we can tell you is that discussions have now been undertaken between the White House and members of Congress on how to frame some kind of resolution authorizing the president to use force. This would be akin to the kind of thing President Bush's father got in the Gulf War situation, and that is a very important development at this late hour that we'll be going into tomorrow.
Okay, Terry, well, we're going to ask a man who should know. We're joined by Senator Joe Biden, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and ask him, first of all, Senator Biden, at the time of the Gulf War, when President Bush, former President Bush, got an authorization from Congress where there was an enemy you could identify, and there was a coalition which was prepared to go to war. So if you have who are we going to declare war against today?
Well, as John McCain said earlier, I don't know who we declare war against. That's why I think to meet the constitutional criteria under the War Powers Clause of the Constitution, you need only authorize the use of force. I think the declaration of war is a bit over the top, not in terms of the damage done to us, but in terms of how who we are declaring war against. It's usually a nation state you declare war against.
But is there a movement in Congress, in the Senate, or in the House tonight to have a declaration of war? Is it a significant movement?
No, I really don't think so. I'm part of that so-called leadership that is actually our staffs are meeting right now to provide the president with the full authority he needs to respond once we identify who is responsible for this act and those who are complicitous. As you know, Peter, because I know you know the UN pretty well, under the UN Charter, under one of the articles, we're allowed to act in self-defense against a nation state if, in fact, they're, in this case, harboring and/or were part or complicitous in this act. But one of the most significant things, if I can say, that's happened, and Secretary Powell deserves a great deal of credit, for the first time in history, the NATO organization voted today to treat this attack on the United States as an Article 5 attack, which that means is Article 5 says an attack on one is an attack on all. And if we determine that they, in fact, those who perpetrated the attack were from abroad, then, in fact, we will have the full support of all of our NATO allies in hunting them down and responding to whatever military action is needed. And that is a gigantic development.
Well, again, I apologize for being skeptical on an occasion like this, because I know the country and somebody get you a drink of water, too. I think we all need it, too. Somebody please give Senator Biden a drink of water.
Maybe I could get a drink of water.
Yeah, we all need it today. But let me just add a note of professional skepticism here, too, in terms of coming to allies and getting an invocation under Article 5 of the NATO resolution, that an attack on one is an attack on all. And remind you of Bosnia and how difficult it was to get the NATO alliance to go and do something.
But, Peter, that was a very different thing. We never got an Article 5 there because it was not viewed as an attack on any of the nation states. The argument there was Bosnia and the Balkans are not part of NATO, therefore Article 5 does not pertain. This is a very different deal.
Well,
very different deal.
I take your point in a technical sense, Senator, but I wonder whether or not what we're seeing today, for obvious reasons, from the country's allies and certainly from the country itself, is part of this gut reaction to do something, and at least for the moment, let's all hang in here together.
You know what I think we're seeing, and I hope I'm right about this, obviously only time will tell. People in the Senate today and around the country were talking about the end of life as the way we know it. I refuse to view it that way. I believe this may be the beginning of the end of the ability of terrorist organizations to have widespread networks and the support of client states. And the reason I say that is this. I believe every world leader from Jiang Zemin to Putin could picture that jet slamming into them, slamming into their country. They're all of a sudden beginning to realize that their support of these organizations may come back to bite them in a big way. You take a look at Russia now beginning to look at Iran in a way that's very different, where they're concerned about fundamental Muslim states in the stands. You look at China's concern about what happens with Pakistan and Pakistan. And I just think we may be, if we do this properly, if we lead properly, we may be able to turn this into a very, very positive way in which to ultimately deal with terrorism. Because as you pointed out, the ability to deal with terrorism on our own long term is very difficult to do without the cooperation of other nations.
And I appreciate, Senator, this is a very long discussion, even a debate that will be held in the country and with other countries. But you use the example of Russia. Russia has... do you envision the United States following a path similar to that of the Russians, who have endured in the capital Moscow horrendous violence as a result of the war in Chechnya? And look what the Russians have done to Chechnya. Can you imagine the United States getting itself into that kind of a situation?
No, but I can imagine I think there would be a very different circumstance if, in fact, for example, is very much in Russia's interest. Let's just assume for the sake of discussion, and I'm not saying this is the case. Assume for the sake of discussion that this is a bin Laden operation. Assume for the sake of discussion that the Taliban gave aid and comfort and is presently dealing with hiding him and others. It's very much in Russia's interest. It's very much in the moderate states in the Middle East's interest. It's very much in NATO's interest that, in fact, that circumstance be altered. It's a very different circumstance when the entire world is decided to make Afghanistan a pariah state and to respond, even with military force. But again,
and let me interrupt you again.
I
want to interrupt you again because, again,
That's right.
You want to just make this a part of discussion, and I think it's almost academic at the moment. Indeed, Afghanistan is already a pariah state. And the Taliban...
It is a pariah state, but no one's willing to act against
Well, what would you do?
state.
What would you do against Afghanistan?
There's a lot of things you could do. First of all, the Pakistani government's going to have to make a decision about whether it continues to cozy up with the Taliban.
That's an issue for Pakistan.
Pardon me?
That's an issue between the United States and Pakistan, it seems.
Oh, it darn right is. But if, in fact, I am correct about the response that the world is potentially willing to take, including NATO, Pakistan has nowhere to look if China, Russia, and the United States, along with the European nations, make it clear that this is a condition upon which they have to essentially choose sides. The ability of the Taliban to be able to maintain itself in the present posture it is dependent in part upon the ability to deal with Pakistan. But as you point out, this is a bit of a moot point. What is not moot at the moment is that I believe there is absolute resolve on the part of the... For example, I was asked in an earlier program, would the American people support the use of ground forces if we determined exactly what the target was?
Classic question.
My answer is absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. This is an unprecedented attack upon the American people. They weren't willing to go. The entire British Army was floating in the English Channel, and we did not react. But once Pearl Harbor was hit, we reacted. There's a fundamental difference you guys don't get. This is, in fact, an attack upon the United States. American citizens are dead. This is not Bosnia. This is not anything else.
Okay, Senator, I take your point. Let me move on to something else, because it's a much more, not much more immediate, but certainly an immediate issue. There's been discussions in Congress today as to how much money might be appropriated or set aside to fight or to intensify this campaign against terrorism. I think the figures are about somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 billion a year going to this fight already. How much money has been discussed today setting aside to escalate the war?
Well, there hasn't been much discussion about detail money, but those of us who have been dealing with this a lot can give you some numbers. For example, there was a recent commission that has proposed a $30 billion 10-year program to deal with just corralling chemical weapons. There is a proposal that we need now for the intelligence community to be able to be beefed up before this happened, about $3 billion. We're going to have to make a very difficult decision, and it's easy for me, from my perspective. What is our priority in this nation in terms of our defense needs? Is it really to spend spend $500 billion, up to $500 billion on a national missile defense? Or is it to now spend an additional $30 or $40 billion to deal with homeland threats that relate to pathogens, relate to chemical weapons, relate to beefing up our intelligence capacity?
I hear you trying to change the parameters of the debate that is currently going on between your party and the president about the validity of having a national missile defense program. So I hear politics...
It's not about the validity, it's about the priority.
Okay, I take the priority. The president very much wants a national missile defense program. You and your party are resisting him, or certainly resisting the dollars he wants for it. Do I hear the debate changing?
Well, I think the debate has changed.
Okay.
I think it has changed.
Okay. Well, I very much appreciate your time, Senator Biden, Chairman of the...
I appreciate you having me on. Thank you.
Always, sir. Joe Biden, the Chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, making the point that it is now an issue about priorities, and there has been indeed very powerful political enthusiasm today for stepping up the war against international terrorism. And you begin to hear a phrase now as a defense of the homelands policy, or defense of home policy. I apologize for my ears here. But this issue about how the country spends its defense dollars is going to change, and has, as Senator Biden points out, has been maybe changed quite dramatically by this attack on the United States in a conventional way within the last couple of days. To the White House, Terry Moran. Terry.
Well, Peter, the response of the country, of the government, moves from those matters of security and high matters of state to the very personal and very intimate. The country is now sort of past, and the president's first priority was to get at the victims, get at the security situation. And administration officials are now saying that the president is looking toward the next step, trying to gather the country in a kind of day of prayer and reflection. They're looking to that to happen towards the end of the week, and as if to dramatize the need for that, or the ground is well laid for that. All of a sudden now, hundreds of people have appeared silently in front of the White House, holding candles and flags within sight of the president's windows.
And within sight of you, Terry, could we turn the camera around? Is that possible?
We're going to try to turn the camera here. I'm not quite sure what kind of shot we're going to get. People marching down Pennsylvania Avenue silently, holding candles.
Yes, indeed, we get it. It's similar to what's happening in New York City tonight. Cynthia McFadden reported she's been moving throughout New York City tonight, and from downtown to uptown, she's encountering many small candlelight vigils occurring, and we just get a lot of other people have crowded to the fence to see it going by, I think. We just get a glimpse, I think, of people going by there tonight. Go ahead, Terry.
And there are hundreds of them, Peter. They've just, they must have mobilized somewhere, and they're walking here, and as I say, it is beneath the president's windows. We are told that the president is thinking about the need that the country has for prayer and reflection, looking to declare some kind of national day of prayer and reflection towards the end of this week, perhaps. And you can see that Americans here are ahead of him on that.
It speaks to something else, does it not, Terry, that the street, Pennsylvania Avenue, in front of the north side of the White House is in fact open at the moment, because under some circumstances we might have been expected it to be closed down.
Yes, Peter, and it seemed that White House officials, security officials, were very intent on getting this complex and Pennsylvania Avenue open again to pedestrian traffic. It's been closed, of course, to motor vehicle traffic for several years now, almost as if they wanted to kind of signal that for this purpose the government was back in business. The White House opened public tours again. 300 to 400 people came through. And as they left, each of them were given an American flag. It's just that kind of moment here. People see the White House as the focus, appropriately, this kind of emotion.
Thanks very much, Terry Moran, at the White House. And I think in many respects that's what Senator Biden and other politicians today have been expressing to all of us in their intense argument for the country to do more now that the country has been attacked in this most direct way, unlike anything the United States has ever experienced on its own soil before. And so we can have a lot of academic discussions about where's the money going to come from and what does it mean to have a coalition fighting international or terrorism. We shouldn't call it always just fighting terrorism in general, but it is in some respects academic at the moment, because that is the mood that we pick up in the political establishment on the streets of the United States, and certainly reflected in the messages to the United States from from certainly other leaders around the world, all have everybody sharing that same gut reaction today. Brian Ross, as you know, we're following the investigation as best we can into who did this and what the connections are between the people the terrorists, the hijackers who died in those aircraft, along with the passengers they had taken hostage, and whatever concentric rings there may be outside that supported them here and overseas. Here's ABC's Brian Ross.
The FBI investigation came to this quiet street of expensive homes in Vero Beach, Florida, early this morning. And 2 homes rented for the last few months by 5 men now considered possible suspects in the terrorist attacks. Left behind were documents and photos, including one of a man by the name of Adnan Bukhari, who was taken into custody by the FBI today. The landlord said the group had asked for a 2-week extension of the lease, which was supposed to expire at the end of August. 4 of the men disappeared on Monday, and one of them, Amir Kamfar, who lived in this house, is now being sought by the FBI, which has warned that if he is alive, he may be traveling with an AK-47 automatic weapon. Neighbors say when the FBI carried out its raid at 5 a.m. today, the entire block was evacuated.
The guy he's wearing a shirt that says FBI on it, and I was like, whoa, what's going on? And she said we had to evacuate the house. So it was unexpected.
Neighbors say the men left in such haste Monday that they left behind one of their vans. The documents inside the house include pilot training manuals and certificates that indicate the men had connections with Saudi Airlines, one of them certified as a 747 flight engineer. Neighbors said they had a hard time believing the men could be terrorists, that some of them liked to go bowling.
The parents will take us by the park, and the dad will leave the mom, and while the dad goes to take his flight classes, and then he'd come up about an hour later and pick us up.
Brian Ross is with us this evening, and I think probably wants to finish off that report. Brian?
Peter? Yes, it's a new lead that came out of Vero Beach where a number of the possible suspects seem to have taken up residence in the last year. They were there undetected for quite a while, and many of them attended a local flight training school to become qualified to fly the big jets, and it has created great interest on the part of the FBI. One man who was picked up there today is in custody for questioning, not charged, but in custody.
Okay, thanks very much, Brian Ross, who continues along with Jonathan Miller to be the principal reporters on the investigation, and we do our best to keep up with it. And we keep turning to check on the email every so often. In the wake of that conversation with Senator Biden, a couple of quick emails popped up speaking to the subject of what the writer seems to regard as a somewhat of a naive approach, even in these disastrous moments, to the war against terrorism. And one says just a moment ago, is it not rather naive, whoever it is, the president or anybody else, to find the enemy and go to war with them rather than understanding the systemic issues that lead to terrorism? And he raises this particular writer, I think it's a man, raises these issue of security and missile defense shield. We talked to Senator Biden about how the debate may shift on the financial priorities there. But here's one of a number of people we've heard from today who asked that we rethink the policy towards buying ex-Soviet nuclear warheads, towards nuclear testing, towards the risk in Kashmir, which is a struggle in a piece of territory between India and Pakistan. But the essential message here, what are the systemic causes of the vehemence and the anger and the hatred of the United States in some parts of the world, which the United States will have to deal with. In other words, going to have to be more of than just a simple military answer to any of the problems that have been made so stark in the last couple of days. Stephanie Brown, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Stephanie works as a bond broker at One World Trade Center in the North Tower for a company called Garbin.
That's correct.
If I pronounce it correctly. Yes. And is one of a number of people who've taken the time, for which we're very grateful, to come and tell us what has happened. You were in the building for plane number 1, and you were on the ground for plane number 2, and I gather you, am I correct?
I was in the stairwell for plane number 2.
You were still in the building for plane number 1 and plane number 2. And then you managed to take off, and you took off, and before you'd gone too very far, you heard that your place of employment was gone.
Well, we were actually on the train on our way home. We got out of the building right after the second one hit, and ran uptown, up Broadway, and made it up to the 23rd Street pass station and got on the last PATH train out of the
you
city.
were going to New Jersey?
Yes.
Right.
And we came out of the tunnel and looked back, and someone said, they're gone. The World Trade Center's gone. I said, it can't be gone. Where could it have gone? It doesn't just disappear.
Yeah, it's the World Trade Center.
Yeah. And then when I finally got in touch with my family, they told me they had watched my building collapse.
Your family must have just been crazy.
They were. They were all at my house waiting for me.
Right. Now, you've come to work, as so many people have, from across the Hudson River on the New Jersey side. And before you ever crossed the river, back from many, many miles away in New Jersey, the Twin Trade Towers have always been there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you've come across the river today. What's the experience of not seeing these two great landmarks there?
It's a huge loss. I can't believe it. I saw the skyline, and it didn't even look familiar to me. I always see the trade centers and know that I work there. I can't even describe it.
Do you know about the well-being of your colleagues at the company you work for?
Actually, just a few hours ago, I heard from the last man that I work with on my particular desk, and he was okay. He was actually assisting some of the people working there, getting everyone out, and that's why he couldn't get in touch with us sooner. But I spoke to him, so far, my company, it seems everybody's all right.
What have you been doing since?
Watching the news.
Really?
Talking to people. I've had phone calls from all over the country, my cousins and family and friends.
It must make an enormous difference in terms of rebonding with your family.
It does. Not only my family, but all my coworkers. I feel I can't wait to see them all because we've been through so much together. And the gentleman that I left the building with, Dan Lavalier, was the reason that I was able to get out of the city. Without him, I would have been stuck there.
Now, as you watch the news coverage over the day and a bit since this actually happened to you, and you see what we're talking about, and you see it on television, what are we missing in terms of your experiences?
The trip down the staircase was terrible. We saw people coming down that had been injured and burnt and were bleeding. They were walking 100 stairs down, and they were very stoic. And the firefighters that I saw going up, I saw probably 100 firefighters in the building.
We're passing you going up as you were coming down?
On the same staircase and carrying all their equipment. They had a long way to go, and I know that they were just walking up stairs into a disaster.
What floor were you actually on?
I was on 25.
So you had a pretty good distance to come down, not as far as some, farther than others.
Yeah. It took about 40 minutes.
It's been quite fascinating to hear people talk about the orderliness of the evacuation and the experience in the stairwell. Mm-hmm. In your case, it was all reasonably calm?
Reasonably calm. There was water the last three staircases.
The sprinkler system had come on?
Right. And we got down to the bottom, walked across the concourse level, and just as we were getting towards 7 World Trade, they started to yell and scream that we needed to get out of the building immediately. And there was a sense of panic at that point because everybody had been very calm up until that point. We heard the second plane hit in the staircase, and the firefighters had walkie-talkies, so we heard what was going on. So we knew that it had not been an accident, as we had thought, but an attack.
So on the way down, you could hear the walkie-talkies of the firemen as they were going up.
Mm-hmm.
Has it made it better to talk about it since?
Yes, I would think so. To talk to other people that I work with and see how they got out and what their experience was, it has. Every time I see my building exploding, it's going down into nothing. I can't believe it, that I've been there for so long. There it is.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think we realize, those of us who didn't work there or don't have an intimate association with it in terms of friends or colleagues, I don't think we appreciate seeing these pictures over and over and over again in anything like the way that you must.
No, I can see the planes go in because I saw it when I was there. I saw it on the news. We knew it was a plane, but we never thought it was an attack. And to see the building that I've gone to every day for a few years now, it's unbelievable.
Well, we wish you well.
Thank
you very much for coming. I'm very glad you bonded with your family.
Thank you.
Very important. Stephanie Brown, a bond broker who worked in the North Tower on the 25th floor and is another of those who's been, if not happy, at least comfortable to share her experiences with us. Many thanks, Stephanie. I appreciate it very much. On the subject of a slice of life, here's ABC's Chris Cuomo. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Stories about the blast. These are some of the people we met just blocks from what used to be the World Trade Center on the corner of Church and Duane.
Where do you live?
2 blocks from here.
Michael Imperioli has lived through some dramatic plots in his role as Chris Moltisanti on The Sopranos, but never anything like this.
There's just no words for it.
People were saying yesterday, man, this is like a movie. This is like a movie watching this. It's not like a movie.
Nothing like a movie, no. I mean, you looked around and saw faces. It's just shock. It's just, you know, there's no way to even describe what you felt when you were watching that thing burn, and the hole in the building before it fell. It was just like this symbol, like things have changed, you know, life is not as we knew it anymore.
Life will certainly never be the same for Scott and Katie. Did you try to get down here yesterday?
No, this is our first shot.
They're trying to find out if they still even have a home. Have you seen any pictures? Do you know anything about what shape your building's in?
I have no idea.
With barricades at every corner, it won't be an easy trip.
Even if we went east a little bit, all the way over?
We're gonna have to move on that side of the street.
Okay.
On that side of the street.
We're going.
You guys need to be behind the
east, not west.
Go east. You can't get me on the Thank you. Keep going, please.
We're a resident. We're just trying to get home.
You're a resident?
Yes, and this is my wife. We're just trying to get a little bit farther south to Battery Park City. We're right there. We're right on the edge of Battery Park.
They're not sure if they'll get home today or even next week, but they know the most important thing. They're alive. And then we met Dr. Keith Rubin. As soon as he heard about the blast, he volunteered to help with the wounded.
I've been thinking about what do I have to do, what has to be organized, and you know.
He hasn't been home since, exhausted physically and emotionally.
Came back this morning and I met a brother and sister who were looking for their brother. They're trying to find the morgue. It's just so sad.
To a healer, when you see something like this,
it's just such a waste. It's such a waste. Life is so short. Some people don't realize it's a quick journey. Really quick. It's so sad.
And then Dr. Rubin went back to work.
And why should it not be hard on doctors, too? An example of how hard it has been on the people trying to help. We've been focused on the victims, of course. We're focused on the survivors, and we're going to do that now again with Diane Sawyer. But how could the relief workers, you know, when you're covering a story like this, this is perhaps maybe too inside, but journalists who cover wars, who cover disasters like this, very often are the first people to descend into black humor, and is often taken as an offense by people on the outside who are party to it. But it's pretty much of a protection that people use, and you hear it among firemen, and you hear it among cops too. You hear raw language about the circumstances that they are involved in. You certainly hear it with the military in combat, and it is a measure of self-protection. And here's a doctor who, in many respects, thank goodness, has the opportunity to lose it for a moment before, as Chris Cuomo said, he decided to go back to work. Diane Sawyer in Survivors.
Where are you from? I'm from Turkey.
Whether it was luck or instinct or a guardian angel, these 5 strangers now share one precious title, Survivor. Susanna Cancro was in Tower 2 on the 100th floor. David Dre, Tower 1, 54th floor. And Sylvia Bullen and Dean Petkus outside on the ground. When the first plane hit, not one of them knew what had happened, but something inside each of them told them to get moving, get to safety.
I saw out the window this huge shooting flame. I mean, it was like 4 stories of flame. I mean, it was just all flame. I said, Carl, give me my bag. And he grabbed my bag and he gave it to me, and I said, I'm getting out of here.
100 stories below, Bullen Petkus and his wife were on their way to immigration when the ground shook, and they clung to their son.
Yesterday morning was supposed to be the happiest day in my life. We were heading to go to the immigration building to get my green card.
Back in the sky, Susanna made it to the 78th floor. There was an announcement for everyone to stay put.
And it said, you know, this building is not in imminent danger, so stay where you are. And we all stopped, and we all looked at each other. And this one woman looked at all of us, and she shook her head, and she kind of charged in front of us, and we all looked at each other, and I said, nuh-uh, and we all just kept going, and we ignored it.
Susanna's grandfather was a fireman and had drilled her as a little girl.
He would sit us down and say, when you're in a building, you always look around for the fire escape. You got to know how you're going to get out. If there's a fire, you got to know what you're going to do and where you're going to go.
A few minutes after she cleared that floor, the second plane hit almost exactly where she had been standing.
We were all in a stairwell, and you got knocked off your feet. People fell, people were thrown into the wall. I held onto like a banister.
David Dre kept moving through paralyzing fear and mass confusion.
The first thing I saw when I ran into the street was a woman who was lying on her back in a fetal position on fire. She wasn't moving. I think that she must have come from the sky. I don't know how she could have come from the lobby.
After 50 minutes at a packed, panicked stairwell, Susanna made it outside.
And I get out there, and I look to the right, and everyone's staring up, and I look up at the towers, and that's the first time I've seen them, and that's when I just started to completely lose it.
In the chaos outside, the Petkus couple got separated.
I didn't know if I have a husband anymore, because I knew how close he was to those buildings, and when they collapsed, I said, that's it, I don't know if I have a husband anymore.
While Susanna and David made their way north, so did a frantic Sylvia Petkus. Instinct led her to St. Vincent's Hospital and into the arms of her husband.
Thank you, Mom.
And Susanna finally reached her family. Even they couldn't believe they were actually hearing from her.
Every one of them told me they thought I was dead. They just grabbed me and just said, I can't believe you made it out of there.
There is nothing better than a story which shows a family reunited. And I want to tell you again that the authorities in New York City are very reluctant to make any assessment of how many people are lost. We know just by looking at all and looking at and hearing all of the appeals from family who are disconnected from family members particularly and colleagues who worked in the trade tower. There's nothing better than a family reconnecting under these circumstances. We have incidentally confirmed that the New York police have evacuated the Empire State Building because there was a bomb scare there. We didn't know at first how serious a threat it was. The FBI says that a dog reacted strangely, and they obviously err on the side of caution. There has now been an all clear given on the Empire State Building, which is a great relief to the authorities and everybody else here. And you can see it's well away from the World Trade Center. It's well above 14th Street in Manhattan, one of the most significant landmarks in New York City. A landmark, one of the tallest buildings in the country, until, of course, it was eclipsed in this city by the twin trade towers themselves. And now, as this young woman we were talking to just a little while ago, who saw the trade towers every day coming across New Jersey, the Empire State Building and the Woolworth Building will stand out again as the significant landmarks in New York City that they were for so many years until the 1960s. But the important thing tonight, I don't believe there were many people in the Empire State Building at this particular time of night. There are just simply not many people out and about who do not have something of an urgent nature to do in New York City, but the police do confirm there was a bomb scare. They evacuated the building and gave an all clear pretty quickly, which suggests that there were not many people in the building. But it's another reflection of how high the state of alert is, not only here, but in many parts of the country as well. And to that end, here's a report from ABC's Martha Raddatz.
In downtown Washington, D.C., this is what the war on terrorism looks like. Humvees and military police scanning the streets.
The United States military has plans for a whole range of contingencies, and I'm sure that all those plans are being updated now And as the latest intelligence is available, it's fed in.
The action the U.S. military has taken since the attacks is unprecedented. At sea, the Navy aircraft carrier USS George Washington, with roughly 50 to 60 strike aircraft on board, is off the coast of New York. Another carrier is stationed near Washington. Warships capable of responding to threats from the air, sea, or even underwater. In the Pacific, the aircraft carrier USS Stennis, along with guided missile destroyers and cruisers, are providing protection along the West Coast. And overhead, AWACS, the Pentagon's airborne early warning system, and fighter jets are flying over New York and Washington. Every military airstrip in the country has F-15s and F-16s ready to fly. This military plan was activated Tuesday by NORAD, the Aerospace Defense Command in Colorado, charged with protecting the U.S. against air attack, attacks that before Tuesday officials believed would likely come from abroad.
We are, in a sense, seeing the definition of a new battlefield in the world, a 21st century battlefield.
Bases throughout the world are on high alert, checking IDs and vehicles. The real challenge for U.S. forces lies ahead once the enemy is identified and the promised retaliation begins. Martha Raddatz, ABC News, the State Department.
Thank you very much, Martha Raddatz, who has monitored the U.S.'s relationships with the rest of the world and the security situation in many different parts of the country tonight. It was only a matter of time, it seems to me, before the question of the Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City came up, and they have come up. They are in February next year. They are the next major, enormous international event to be held in the United States, the Winter Olympics at Salt Lake City in February of next year. And given what has happened, but even before what happened here, officials associated with the Winter Olympics were clearly anxious, given everything else that has happened in the world in the last several months. So here's ABC's Judy Muller.
With the Winter Games coming to Utah just 5 months from now, Olympic officials are reevaluating their security plans in light of yesterday's terrorist attack.
It does make us sit back and think, okay, now is a plan, can we really do what the plan says it can do?
The plan already calls for restricted airspace over the Olympic venues, such as Rice-Eccles Stadium, where the opening and closing ceremonies will attract tens of thousands of people. But the security challenge is still enormous.
How do you screen that many people? How do you protect all the venues? Probably more importantly, how do you protect the routes between the venues?
Ernest Lorelli is among the anti-terrorism experts who happen to be in Salt Lake, attending a conference sponsored by Jane's Defense Information Group. The Olympics, they say, present a tempting target for someone who wants to send a message, as we learned at the Atlanta Games.
Approximately 10,000 members of the press are in town. They're all set up. They're looking for stories.
It is an enormous security challenge. The venues are scattered for 100 miles all along the Wasatch Mountain Range. Transit systems and tourist attractions outside those venues could present prime targets, targets that may be impossible to protect.
I don't have an answer for that because it would be impossible to put a police officer every 10 feet.
Can you have 100% security? Not without, searching everyone individually, everyone, every bag.
The challenge for Olympic officials is to balance the need for security with a respect for civil liberties. Given this week's events, however, they may find the public more willing to sacrifice one for the other. Judy Muller, ABC News, Salt Lake.
Judy Muller, who's been working in the western part of the United States tonight in many respects, and that report, as we said, about Salt Lake City was just bound to come up. We had Senator Joseph Biden here a while ago, we've had several people in to talk about what the Congress has been doing today and what it plans to do tomorrow. Senator Clinton from New York was going to come and join us this evening. She canceled, and nobody blames anybody for canceling under these particular circumstances. Tomorrow, the President is going to meet with the joint leadership of Congress. I think we believe that now, sometime mid to late morning at the White House. Is Terry Moran still with us? Okay. Okay, all right. And I want to continue to try to work through the situation about the security yesterday as far as the White House is concerned. But it's very difficult at the moment. We're very concerned in trying to establish what it was that caused the White House to believe and say publicly today that the White House was the initial target and not the Pentagon. It is certainly true that the President got moved along yesterday from Florida to Louisiana and to Nebraska. Even before they got to Louisiana, the decision had been made to go on to Nebraska. So there was clearly something going on in the airspace. This is post-attack, after the attack, in the airspace over Washington, or the White House believed there was, or the intelligence community believed there was, or the military, or the Secret Service believed there was, that continued to keep the White House on the move yesterday. And it may be, in the words of one official coming to our reporters, that it did seem like things were unraveling and they were trying to plot out a strategy along the way. And this may account for the White House's concern today that it was the White House as a target. Let's go back to the Congress now. ABC's Linda Douglas is on Capitol Hill. Linda, they've had a very moving day up there. There's no question about it. They had prayers this morning in both the House and the Senate. They had a prayer vigil this afternoon. How much has been accomplished, or how much discussion has there been, and has it been heated or not, about what the United States should not do and how the Congress should support the President, and on what level and basis?
Well, it hasn't been heated yet, but it has been very tense here. There is a lot of anger. You're right, people are grave and somber and filled with prayer, but there is a very strong feeling that the United States should react militarily. I was interested to listen to your interview with Senator Biden, because many of the Democrats are calling now, certainly amongst themselves, for the President to take some kind of military action. And the question is, what shape would that take? How would that be funded? They're also having specific conversations about how much money is going to be needed for the entire operation. That is, not only for repairing New York and for providing more security for the airports, but also for fighting back, for settling the score with what they're calling the enemies. And there is talk now among Republicans that the White House is ready to ask right now for $20 billion right now just for this year. And one key Republican told me that would just be a down payment.
It's a huge amount of money. What would that do to the overall spending limits, and certainly what would it do to those requests which have been made for other elements of the military establishment?
Well, clearly it would put the budget on a very different footing than it has been on, or at least a different political footing than it has been on for some time. You may remember there's been all this talk about dipping into the Social Security surplus, the excess funds that are paid into Social Security. That obviously would dip right into Social Security. But the chairman of the Budget Committee here in the Senate, Kent Conrad, a Democrat, said that right now defense is our core priority. I ran that by some other key Democratic senators. They were a little surprised to hear he'd said that. But if you hear people like the chairman of the Budget Committee saying defense is a core priority, then clearly the dynamics are changing here.
Now, you're an experienced reporter on Capitol Hill. You and I both recognize, as does the country, that we're in the middle of a very intense situation. You think this attitude is going to hold in the Congress, where suddenly the defense of the United States becomes the absolute core priority?
Well, there are many audiences to whom these members are speaking. Now, first of all, we should not be too cynical. There is genuine alarm here, and anger, and grief, and all of those sentiments are very real. But also, these members are speaking to their constituents. The country is outraged about this. They want some action. I would imagine that in the minds of many Americans right now, defense is their core priority. So while bipartisanship is not likely to hold, they're going to find ways to divide pretty soon. This is pulling them together, not only for the country, but for their own sakes in terms of their fates back home with the voters.
We try very hard from a somewhat isolated position here to appreciate the mood of the country, and I think we know people are angry as well. And I don't mean to be cynical for a second, but when Democrats now call for an attack against the enemy, do they define the enemy?
Well, that is always the question, and of course we're hearing that from even people like John McCain, who is saying that this is a war, who is saying we should be prepared to fight a war, but then he'll go on and say, but fight a war against whom? No one has a good plan for how you go about attacking an enemy you can't see or even identify. But as I told you earlier, Peter, they did get some briefings today in which they were told that it's not just, it's likely that Osama bin Laden is deeply involved in this, but it's not just him. They said they did have information, the intelligence briefers, that there are other financiers of this operation. As those details become available, they're hoping to have states to aim their anger at.
I did hear you use that phrase before today, other financiers. Have you had the slightest indication who they might be talking about?
I really haven't, and I've talked to people who had much more refined intelligence briefings. Those senators are actually the least likely to talk. But it is a number of countries, which I suppose we could guess at, who've been associated with Osama bin Laden, whether it's Iraq. There are certainly some Iranians. There have been some reports that there are some supporters in Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. But none of this has really been confirmed, Peter.
Okay, thanks very much, Linda Douglas. And you're making a very good point tonight, as clearly all the politicians have. The politicians are meant to serve their constituents as well as the country as a whole, and so are reflecting the anger which is felt in so many corners. It's felt in every corner of the country, not so many corners of the country, felt in every corner of the country tonight, and people wanting to strike back, and just, I think, all of us having some difficulty trying to figure out against whom do you actually strike at this particular moment. Which takes us to Martha Raddatz at the State Department, who's just done a piece for us on security in the country. Martha, bring us up to date on what the message has been. Let me first of all tell you something that you, I think, probably already know, which we have just heard thanks to the Reuters news agency, that the military ruler in Pakistan, General Musharraf, has just promised the United States full cooperation in the fight against terror. And here's a quote which is attributed to him: "The carnage in New York and Washington has raised this struggle to a new level. Pakistan has been extending cooperation to international efforts to combat terrorism in the past and will continue to do so." This is Mr. Musharraf told the official Pakistani news agency. Is that the message you're getting at the State Department as well?
Yes, they've been putting a lot of diplomatic pressure on General Musharraf today. There were meetings here at the State Department with several Pakistani officials, and tomorrow there was supposed to be a meeting. I assume that will take place any time now in Pakistan with the general. Lots of diplomatic pressure. But one of the things you've been talking about tonight earlier, Peter, is the support from NATO in this unprecedented vote in NATO about Article 5, and I listened to some of your skepticism. I remember Secretary Powell saying earlier today he would not define himself what kind of support he would get from the allies, and he certainly backed away from them providing any military support. So your skepticism was well placed, I believe, because Secretary Powell himself was backing away from
Thanks very much, Martha Raddatz at the State Department tonight. It's getting late. It's 11 o'clock Eastern Time in the United States, 8 o'clock in the West. We want to revisit in the final moments of this particular hour some of what happened on Capitol Hill today.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear the hour I first believed. Through many dangers, toils, and snares, we have already come. safe thus far, and grace will lead us home.
The American people need to know we're facing a different enemy than we have ever faced.
Go, guys, let's go. Right here, right here. Stay right here. Go.
This enemy hides in shadows and has no regard for human life.
Come on in. Come on in. Thank you.
This is an enemy that tries to hide, but it won't be able to hide forever.
This is a special report from ABC 7 News, America Under Attack.
Good evening, and thanks for joining us for this special edition of ABC 7 News at 11. I'm Maureen Bunyan.
And I'm Kathleen Matthews. Well, at this hour, there's activity on several fronts related to the terrorist attacks locally here in Washington and also up in New York City. We want to take you first to the Pentagon tonight, where there was a visit by President Bush, who expressed his thanks to the workers, the volunteers, and also to a nation that is still trying to understand exactly what has happened in this country. ABC 7 News reporter Suzanne Kennedy joins us live from the Pentagon tonight. And Suzanne, why don't you bring us up to date on the recovery operation and the president's visit tonight?
Kathleen, President Bush told rescue workers here tonight that as a nation mourns, the country will go on and the government will function. Here at the Pentagon tonight, there is evidence of that resolve as an around-the-clock search and rescue effort moves into its 38th hour. Dusk at the Pentagon, an American flag is unfurled, a sign of hope in the wake of terrorism, and with it comes progress.
The fire is under control. It is all but out.
30 hours into this operation, a challenging and massive fire is extinguished.
Whether it was the fire up on the roof or some of the fires down in the lower parts of the building, the crews worked very, very hard. They worked all night, all day yesterday to try and bring this under control and get containment.
President Bush arrived here by helicopter tonight to assess the damage and thank rescue workers, saying he was saddened and angered by what he saw. One of those rescue workers is Tom Carr of the Montgomery County Urban Search and Rescue Team, who says the devastation here is far worse than what he saw in Oklahoma City.
Very difficult circumstances, both emotionally and physically, and dealing with this structure that were in many ways similar to Oklahoma City, but more challenging here.
Montgomery County Executive Doug Duncan came here tonight to support his team.
They're doing very difficult work, very dangerous work. They need to know that the people back home care about them very much, care for their safety, and are very thankful for the job that they do.
In the coming hours, structural engineers will work to shore up the building so the grim task of recovering bodies can begin in earnest. We are back now live at the Pentagon. This is what it looks like tonight. We now want to show you a unique perspective of the damage here. What we want to show you is satellite imagery. There it is. It is showing you the burned out portion of the west section of the Pentagon where that doomed airliner went down yesterday morning around 9:45. Certainly a graphic depiction of the magnitude of the devastation here at the Pentagon. Late this afternoon, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld revised the earlier death toll estimate from 800 to 200. Certainly a bit of good news, perhaps the only good news to come out of the Pentagon in more than 24 hours. Reporting live from the Pentagon, Suzanne Kennedy, ABC 7 News. Back to you.
Suzanne, thanks very much. Maureen?
As darkness fell over Washington tonight, thousands of people gathered on the National Mall in an emotional show of support for this nation's loss.
Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah.
In the shadow of the Capitol dome, next to the still waters of the reflecting pool, the silence spoke more loudly than any words. This silent vigil was the effort of one woman who sent a message to her friends. The effort grew as thousands of people responded, searching for answers, praying for their lost friends, and loved ones, and sending out their support to families across the nation who have also lost so much.
This is unbelievable. That it makes me really proud to be an American, that all these people are here to support the country in such a tough time.
That we're strong, and America's going to continue no matter what, and we're not going to be deterred by terrorists or anything else. We love this country, and we're going to stand strong.
It's great to see so many people out here and saying prayers and singing songs. Our country really needs to bind together right now, and this is wonderful to see.
A number of religious services and other observances have also been planned across Washington to help people cope with the grief that they are feeling. And inside the Capitol today, many turn to prayer.
The question I think all of us are facing is, why are good, innocent people allowed to suffer? This question is as old as humanity. It was the cry of Job, and it's the question that haunts us today.
This evening, lawmakers filled the rotunda at the U.S. Capitol for a congressional prayer. Maryland Senator Barbara Mikulski spoke to her colleagues and told them the attack on the United States was an attack against democracy, but that democracy will not be overcome. Kathleen?
Well, tonight, Virginia Governor Jim Gilmore said while this is an attack on the entire United States, it's also a crime that comes very close to home.
Terrorists boarded a plane at a Virginia airport. They hijacked that plane in Virginia airspace, and then they crashed it into Virginia soil. They killed Virginians and other Americans, friends and neighbors and loved ones, many of whom called this great Commonwealth their home.
A special hotline will be available tomorrow for all Virginians, and if you need counseling, any kind of assistance, or you want to know what you can do to help, here's a number you can call, 1-866-827-3543. This terrorism victims helpline will be staffed from 7 in the morning until midnight starting tomorrow.
There are tonight some amazing stories coming out of the news of the disaster. First, today there have been survivors, people found alive in the rubble in New York City. Among them, firefighters and police officers. Plus, the remaining pieces of one of the Twin Towers collapsed this afternoon, forcing rescuers to back off as it sent ash and smoke into the air. And a spokesman for the president confirms the White House was an intended target for one of the planes, providing us with a reason for the president's string of stops across the country yesterday.
This building's unstable. It was unstable. Go guys, come on, you're right.
Just before 6, the final pieces of the second tower of the World Trade Center collapsed in a heap, the last remnant of what was once the most powerful site on the New York skyline.
When you look up there and you don't see the World Trade Center, it's unbelievable.
Rescue crews rushed out of the way as more debris rained down, further delaying the tenuous process of trying to recover victims. Family and friends are still hoping and praying that their loved ones are alive. Others gathered tonight for a candlelight vigil to pray for the victims.
Let there be peace in our world.
The nation's leaders today found their own solace in prayer and words from our leader, a promise that this act will not go unpunished.
We will rally the world. We will be patient, we'll be focused, and we will be steadfast in our determination. This battle will take time and resolve, but make no mistake about it, we will win.
Secretary of State Colin Powell says military action is possible, but also emphasized his hope that fear will not overtake the nation.
We cannot be a people who are afraid to live. We cannot be a people who will move away from a relatively open society. We cannot be a people who walk around terrified. We're Americans. We don't walk around terrified.
Late today, White House spokesman Ari Fleischer announced that the plane that hit the Pentagon was intended to crash into the White House. With such terror on the doorstep of the home of our nation's leader, our sense of freedom and security may be gone forever. As for our security here in the district, Mayor Anthony Williams said earlier today he's holding meetings to discuss the possibility of lifting the state of emergency earlier than first anticipated. But tonight, that state of emergency is still in effect. The mayor is also in discussions about the World Bank IMF meetings, which would require police help from other states. Mayor Williams may be pushing for those meetings to be canceled or moved. Kathleen?
There's also some movement tonight at airports. Some planes are being allowed limited travel, but emergency measures are being put into place to ban the use or sale of knives, even plastic ones, at airports. Carry-on knives will also no longer be allowed. Curbside check-in and off-site check-in of luggage will also be banned. Boarding areas will be reserved for passengers only, and the use of armed sky marshals, something we've seen in the past, is expected to resume. Also, vehicles near airport terminals will be monitored more closely. ABC 7 News reporter Daryl Carver joins us now live from Dulles Airport. And Daryl, tell us about the activity you've seen out there tonight.
Kathleen, periodically we have an airport police car pass us. Periodically we see one of the airport shuttles dropping off a handful of employees. Otherwise, this area is pretty much a ghost town. Now, when folks do return here for flights, we have been told that they will face much tougher security. Dulles Airport remained quiet for a second night, and save for the occasional commuter jet being allowed to fly in, there was no traffic and no passengers coming in. A Jersey wall now separates the terminal from traffic, one of many safety precautions the flying public will have to get used to. Earlier at Reagan National Airport, still no flights, but plenty of passengers here to claim their baggage. All of them with stories about how they had to flee the airport when it shut down. One passenger told us his pilot complained of mechanical problems and then evacuated the flight.
Said that we were returning to the gate, they couldn't fix it. When we rolled up to the gate is when they said, everybody grab your bags and leave the building. They really didn't tell us anything.
We're on the runway, getting ready to take off, and you know, they pulled us in and said the flight was canceled. And when I got down here, that's when everything started happening. People started running out of the airport and everything, and so I ran too.
Before luggage was returned to passengers, yet another security check was done on what was left behind.
All the luggage is being retrieved today has all been screened by either bomb-sniffing dogs or by people. That was a security precaution the FAA had required of us.
At this point, federal officials have made no decision on when the entire aviation system will be up and running.
I know that all Americans want us to move as quickly and prudently as possible to return our national airspace system to normal. And we will, as soon as we can do so safely.
From what we've been told, the system will be brought back up very gradually, and there will be a lot of changes once the air system is back in place. Among them, curbside baggage check is likely gone. Also, the e-ticket, where you get your ticket over the internet and don't actually receive a physical ticket, that is also likely gone. A lot of changes to the way a lot of people do business and the way a lot of people fly. Reporting live from Dulles Airport, Daryl Carver, ABC 7 News. Back to you.
Okay, some dramatic changes there. Thanks, Daryl.
Also tonight, some major developments in the federal investigation of this week's horrific acts of terrorism.
Investigators now have more information on the intended targets and also the suspected hijackers. ABC 7 News reporter Andrea McCarran has been covering that angle of the story. And Andrea, I can't even imagine if they had met the targets they said that they were going after.
It's really frightening, Kathleen. Federal officials say the White House and Air Force One, the presidential airplane, were both targets of the attack. Government sources say they have credible information that the plane that slammed into the Pentagon was intended for the executive mansion. Officials believe 3 to 6 hijackers were aboard each of the 4 doomed flights, and tonight they have identified a dozen suspected hijackers and linked them to Osama bin Laden and other terrorist groups. Federal investigators are pursuing more than 2,000 leads tonight, following an apparent trail of evidence left behind by the suspected hijackers. Attorney General John Ashcroft called the attack an act of war and outlined some of the records under scrutiny at each of the crime scenes.
The passenger manifests, rental car receipts, telephone logs, videotape from parking garages.
Investigators are confident they have identified a dozen hijackers. Search warrants have been executed in Massachusetts, Florida, and New Jersey. A sharp focus of investigators, flight training schools from Florida to Minneapolis. Those close to the investigation believe many of the hijackers may have trained as pilots here in the United States, trained for more than a year.
Having identified the hijackers on each of the planes, we then have sought to identify any of their associates remaining in the United States.
In Boston today, a heavily armed FBI team stormed a hotel where two of the hijackers are believed to have stayed. At Logan Airport, police confiscated a car that contained an Arabic language flight instruction manual and a videotape on flying a commercial aircraft. There have been no arrests yet, but several people are being detained and questioned. As the most massive and intensive investigation ever conducted in America moves forward, many still wonder how this could have happened on American soil.
Terrorism is a moving target. They can pick the time, the place, and the methods. We can't necessarily find out what a terrorist cell is going to do next or where they're going to do it.
Investigators are also looking into the possibility that many different terrorist groups participated. Sources tell ABC 7 News that the FBI had been preparing for an attack in which an aircraft would be used as a weapon of mass destruction as far back as 1995. Sources also say our government had intelligence information indicating that Osama bin Laden had been training pilots for such an attack as early as 1993. Kathleen Maureen.
Thanks so much, Andrea. We want to take you back to New York City now, ground zero of the terrorist attack, where the search and rescue continues tonight. ABC 7 News reporter Brad Bell was in New York City earlier today and joins us live tonight from across the river. And Brad, why don't you bring us up to date with what you're hearing and seeing up there?
Well, Kathleen, from across the river here in Hoboken, we have a perfect vantage point on what's going on downtown where the World Trade Centers are. You can take a look back there and you can see that the thick smoke and dust is still billowing up. It's an acrid smell, and the consistency of the dust is much like if you've ever done any home improvements, pulled down a plaster wall. It's like that, magnified, beyond anything you can comprehend. And that is all blowing across Midtown and to uptown Manhattan, across the Empire State Building. And we should say a little while ago there was some there was some concern at the Empire State Building, a false alarm that there might have been some explosive device in there. There was a tremendous amount of excitement. It turned out it was a false alarm, but it clearly pointed up that this city is still on pins and needles. Aboard the ferry from Hoboken to Manhattan this morning, people stared in disbelief at a familiar skyline they no longer recognized. Many had escaped New York after the attack and were still too stunned to speak.
Had some animals there? Animals? Yeah. If you got animals, they'll be coming over later and taking names and addresses and trying to ascertain if you people feel that we can personally go down and safely get your animals.
For many on the ferry, the voyage ended here at the police barricade which sealed off lower Manhattan. Having escaped the terror, they sought only to pick up the pieces of their lives.
We work on the 28th floor, so I guess, we're lucky in comparison to the large scope of things. We felt a lot of rumble, and we were able to make it through the stairwells and to safety. Yesterday, you couldn't get out of there fast enough. Today, you can't get inside. I have an apartment right near City Hall, and waiting to get my dog out of there.
Worried?
Very worried.
Clothing over there, food 61, make a right inside the pier.
Thousands upon thousands of New Yorkers fought back with the spirit of giving, creating a scene of heartwarming disorder as food and clothes arrived at the collection point.
Pants right in here. We are also back.
My emotion is New York is great and really trying to help, and we do appreciate it.
So many volunteers out there, people wanting to do everything that you can possibly imagine, people coming forth and saying, oh, I'm a mental health professional, can I help out? Steel workers coming. We saw hundreds of ambulances lined up, volunteer firefighters that had come into town. Frankly, they don't have any work for them. All the work is being concentrated back at that white glow back there. That is the ash and the soot being lit up by lights brought in so that they can work through the night to try to rescue anyone that might still be alive. Reporting live from just across the river from Manhattan, Brad Bell, ABC 7 News. Back to you.
Brad, thank you very much. Maureen?
And tonight, around the world, about 50 American embassies and consulates remain closed. U.S. officials investigating last year's bombing of the USS Cole left Yemen in June because of safety concerns. Last month, 8 agents and State Department investigators returned. They were evacuated again today, and the reason and their destinations are not known.
Well, joining us now to talk about our national security and all of these events that are still unfolding is Professor Leon Firth from George Washington University.
And Professor Firth is a former national security advisor under Vice President Gore. Professor Firth, I wonder if you could help put us into the White House, into the National Security Council tonight. What's going on in the minds and hearts of these men and women?
First of all, I think that they are suppressing the natural emotions they feel in order to remain focused on what has to be done. What has to be done would be a multitude of tasks almost simultaneously, sifting through a tremendous amount of information in order to figure out what happened and how it happened, sifting through other information to find out for sure whether we are at maximum alert to try to block anything else that might happen, talking to our allies, making sure that we know the status of the armed forces, and at some level trying to figure out what is the proper long-term response to this, and all of that nearly in real time.
In the past 36 hours, we're already seeing a lot of investigating going on and material accumulated pointing to Osama bin Laden. Pretty soon, I think the president's probably going to be presented with some options. How is that done, and what's the range of things that might be proposed?
Well, military options, if that's what it comes down to, would be developed within the Joint Chiefs of Staff and presented probably by the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who would analyze for the president what each one of these options means. If there are other options, economic or political options, those would be developed and presented by the Department of State, and Colin Powell would do the presenting. All of them would join in a discussion of the total effects of any combination of steps that they might want to take.
There's a natural tendency to want to look at examples of how other countries have dealt with terrorism and terrorist activities. Do we have any examples that we can turn to at this moment?
Right now, I don't think that there is any country that has experienced an event of this magnitude, and I believe that most other countries are probably now looking to us for an example of how to react to it. Probably the country that's most expert is Israel. And they have been best able, for example, to deal with the problem of hijacking and inspecting for bombs. There may be techniques that they have used that we have not implemented to date that we will now want to take over.
But just very quickly, this has taken us to a whole new threshold, this event.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks very much for joining us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Professor Firth. Well, some things are beginning to return to normal in our area. As far as local schools go, all major school districts will be open tomorrow, and that includes schools in the District of Columbia, Fairfax, Montgomery County, and Prince George's County schools. All schools open tomorrow.
Well, some district students and teachers were among those who were killed in the plane crash at the Pentagon, and they were traveling as part of a National Geographic education program. Sarah Clark, a teacher at Bacchus Middle School, sixth grade student Asia Cottam was along with her. Also on the trip was James Devanir, who taught at Ketchum Elementary. Rodney Dickens was his sixth grade student. And Bernard Brown was a sixth grader at Leckie Elementary. All of these schools in Southeast Washington. Hilda Taylor was his teacher from there. Also killed was Ann Judge, who's the director of National Geographic's travel office, and Joe Ferguson, the director of the National Geographic's Education Outreach Program. ABC 7 News reporter Susan Roberts just returned from a visit with some of the family members. And Susan, that must have been a difficult visit.
Yes, it was, Kathleen and Maureen. They're feeling a huge loss tonight. They're rocked with grief from their own loss, as well as this country's. It was a bright, sunny day when they waved goodbye to their family members just yesterday. They never dreamed it would be final. 11-year-old Rodney Dickens had never stepped foot on an airplane before until yesterday. His family never dreamed his very first trip would be his last.
The day I found out, oh, baby, the casualty of the war. Whoever did this, I just want to say this to you. You're not a man.
Rodney's family says he was destined for great things in life. He was an honor student, a really happy kid. Tonight, his father is loaded with grief, anger, and even regret.
I'm just sorry for everybody, and I just wish, like I said, I would have spent more time with him, and maybe I could have been going to California too. I mean, I just regret not spending a lot of time with my son.
Rodney was on the American Airlines flight number 77 that left Dulles yesterday bound for Los Angeles when it crashed into the Pentagon. He and 2 other students, along with 3 teachers, had won a scholarship through National Geographic that was taking them on a field trip to California. Ann Judge and Joe Ferguson were the 2 National Geographic employees who organized the trip. Both had worked at the society for many, many years.
And as you might imagine, when you hear the names of these people who have dedicated so much to this organization and loved by so many, it was just so hard to deal with.
From Bacchus Middle School, teacher Sarah Clark and 6th grader Asia Cotton were selected to go on the field trip.
It was kind of heartbreaking because I never think something like that would happen. And it was really no words that I could say for it and stuff like that. It was a shocker.
It's really hard to comprehend that these are just a very few small number of the countless lives that have been shattered. The grandmother of Rodney Dickens called us tonight about her grandson. She said she just wanted everyone to know just how special he really was. Kathleen, Maureen?
Thank you for sharing that with us, Susan.
Thank you so much, yes, Susan.
Well, we want to show you some more of the faces of the victims who were killed when the American Airlines Flight 77 crashed into the Pentagon. First of all, Charles Falkenberg, who lived in University Park, Maryland. He was 45 years old. Also, Karen Kincaid was married 5 years ago. She was an avid runner and worked as a lawyer for Wiley, Rain and Fielding.
You may recognize this woman, Barbara Olson, the wife of Solicitor General Ted Olson. She often appeared as a commentator on CNN and MSNBC. This is Leslie Whittington. She was a professor at Georgetown University. Stephen Jake Jacoby was a husband and father. He was the COO of MetroCall, a wireless messaging company based in Alexandria.
And friends are remembering flight attendant Michelle Heidenberger of Chevy Chase, Maryland, seen here in the bottom left of your screen with her children and her husband, who also happens to be a commercial pilot. Tonight, her family says, quote, Michelle was a pro, that she died trying to protect her passengers and her crew. We know her to have been an unselfish, caring mother, wife, sister, daughter, and friend. She died a hero, putting her passengers and her crew first.
The American flag remains a symbol of unity and strength for a nation torn apart by tragedy. Today at Abe Lincoln flags and banners in Fairfax County, a line stretched out the door, people waiting to buy American flags. Patriotic Americans say at times like these, the flag can be a solace and a silent message to others.
I'm just showing some kind of a support, you know, that I'm thinking of them, I'm praying for them.
Show my fellow Americans and also the folks that are in the same area that I'm a supporter of my country.
People were buying flags to put outside their homes, they said, and to place on their cars. Kathleen?
Well, there's no price to put on the value of blood, especially during a terrible time like this. And donor centers all around the Washington area have been filled to capacity today with people volunteering. Inova Healthcare Systems alone has received more than 1,000 pints of blood in the past day. As ABC 7 News reporter Gail Pennybacher shows us tonight, many people are feeling that giving blood is the least they can do.
Moments after disaster struck again and again. The need was apparent. The call for blood donations reached along the East Coast. Donor centers like this one at Inova Alexandria filled with people who wanted to do something during a time when despair gripped their hearts.
We'll save your life, but we'll cry as you're losing it. I'm sorry, it's so hard.
For T. Carter, this was the only thing she could think of to do to try and relieve the crushing agony of loss. Her friends and co-workers were the flight crew who died in the Pentagon crash.
And they are just as close to me as my blood relatives. And this loss is so great for all of us.
The prospective donors silently keep track of the latest news, waiting to give of themselves.
Giving blood is so easy to do. More people should do it. I know that they're always calling for blood donors, and so many people don't, but it's so easy, and I wish more people would, and so it makes me feel good to do it.
There is comfort found here in doing something, anything, to heal a hurt. Many here say they are getting more from this than they can give.
It makes me feel good that I can give. It makes me feel good that people here are in such good spirits.
While the response to donate blood has been great, so is the need. There had been a previous shortage, and now experts at the Inova system say they need up to 4 weeks worth of blood, all types. In Alexandria, Virginia, Gail Pennybacher, ABC 7 News.
We want to give you some telephone numbers to call if you want to help fill the blood need. First of all, for Inova Blood Center, you can call 703-504-3500. Also, you can call the Red Cross for locations closer to you. Their numbers are 1-800-GIVE-LIFE or 1-888-BLOOD-88. And you should know that the waits at those donor centers has been very long, and the telephone lines have been very busy, so you really need to be patient and to make an appointment.
Of course, here at ABC 7, we are keeping up with all new developments in the story of terrorism in the United States. Stay with us overnight and then join us for Good Morning Washington beginning at 5 a.m. and a special edition of ABC 7 News at noon tomorrow.
We also want to catch you up on the weather.
And ABC 7 Chief Meteorologist Doug Hill now joins us with the latest on that. Doug?
Well, Kathleen and Maureen, we're still looking at a very quiet weather pattern around the Washington area, and we'll start the morning with sunshine again, dry temperatures. Our ABC Live Super Doppler 7 radar not showing much of anything tonight because of a clear air mass overhead. Now, when we start the morning, clear skies. As we work through the day, it may change just a little bit. 61 degrees for an average temperature, a little cooler in the suburbs tomorrow. 69 degrees at Reagan National right now, 70% humidity, a light southwesterly wind. The barometer is slowly rising. Temperatures around here, a lot of 50s and 60s, suburban areas in the 50s. Cool spots, Salisbury at 56 degrees, down to 60 at Martinsburg. Well, here's what we're watching. Just a large area of high pressure. Very little in the way of any cloudiness in the eastern part of the country. We have been watching the area down south in Florida, a tropical depression there that just may intensify into a tropical storm over the next couple days as it drifts to the northwest. Just a chance. But look how much of the country is dry and clear. It will be sometime Friday morning, I think, when the next cold front on the map approaches. That could produce a few showers overnight tomorrow night into the early morning hours of Friday. But once that all pushes out of here, it looks like another big blast of cool air is going to come in. The coolest air we've seen in many, many months is going to move in right for the weekend. So our express forecast features sunshine through the day, a few afternoon clouds, heavier clouds by bedtime. We get up to about 83 degrees. And I'll check out the ABC 7-day forecast, which shows that very cool trend coming our way as we work through the weekend. Temperatures are going to get warm tomorrow and then cool off dramatically as we head through Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, with just a little bit of a warm-up expected around here by the beginning and end of next week. And that's it.
Okay, looks good, Doug. Thanks.
Okay.
And Rennie Knott joins us now with sports and an update on how the events of this week have affected the sports world.
Today has been a tough time for everybody involved. As the sports world grieves over the tragic losses in Tuesday's terrorist attacks, there is also a fear with trying to move on. When is it appropriate and safe to resume play? Jets quarterback Vinny Testaverde said today, quote, "The last thing we want to do is get on a plane to California for a game." Slugger Jose Canseco and the Chicago White Sox teammates left Manhattan today, the team boarding a bus. They're driving to Cleveland for their next games. Chicago's series with the Yankees has been postponed due to the attacks. Baseball has postponed all of its games through tomorrow. Play may resume on Friday. Maryland's football game against West Virginia has been rescheduled for September 29th. Saturday's Caps-Flyers game has been canceled, as the NHL has canceled its first day of preseason openers. Meanwhile, all of this weekend's professional golf tournaments have been called off as well. The NFL has yet to decide on this Sunday's games. Ravens coach Brian Billick believes they should play, saying, quote, "I don't want cowards to dictate what we do in this country," end of quote. Redskins coach Marty Schottenheimer believes the games could help in the healing process.
If indeed the games are played, maybe there'll be some opportunity for a different focus.